Magic Lessons, the prequel to Practical Magic, by Alice Hoffman. Read by Sutton Foster.
Love all, trust a few, do wrong to none. William Shakespeare. Part 1. Transformations. 1664. 1. She was found on a January day in a field where the junipers grew, wound in a blue blanket with her name carefully stitched along the border with silk thread. There was a foot of snow on the ground, but the sun was strong, and whoever had named the child Maria had most assuredly loved her, for the wool of the blanket was of a very fine grade, certain to keep her warm, and she'd been well cared for, not lacking for comfort or food. She was a quiet baby, but as the day passed, she began to fuss and then to cry, doing so unfailingly and with great effort, until at last a crow came to perch on her basket, peering at her with its quick black eyes. That was how the old woman discovered the abandoned child, staring at a bird nearly as large as herself, fearless and wide-eyed from the start. Maria was a beautiful baby, with pitch-black hair and pale gray eyes, a silvery shade so unusual the old woman wondered if she wasn't a changeling. For this was a place where strange things happened, and fate could be a friend or a foe. Changeling or not, Hannah Owens carried the baby back into the woods, singing as they went, the first human words the baby would remember. The water is wide, I cannot get o'er it, and neither have I wings to fly. Give me a boat that will carry two, and I shall row, my love and I. Oh, down in the meadows the other day, a-gathering flowers both fine and gay, a-gathering flowers both red and blue, I little thought of what love could do. In the child's first days at Hannah's cottage, the insistent bird beat his wings against the cloudy, pitted glass window, doing his best to be let in. He could not be chased off with pails of vinegar and water, nor with shouts and threats. One could hardly toss stones at such a loyal creature. The crow had been allowed to stay, and was called Caden, a name derived from Maria's baby talk name of Caw-Caw. Whenever the weather turned foul, he settled onto the wooden perch kept beside the sooty fire. There he cleaned his gleaming feathers and kept a sharp eye on Maria. I suppose he's yours, Hannah said to the baby in her basket, when 7 days had passed and the crow had not left his post on the fence surrounding the garden, not even to eat or drink. Or perhaps you're his. Hannah knew full well that you do not choose a familiar. It chooses you, bonding with you in a way no other creature can. Hannah herself had long ago made a pet of a she-cat that had followed her everywhere, a pretty marmalade-colored tabby with lovely markings, a beloved familiar that was in tune with her thoughts and desires. On the day Hannah was let out of prison, she found the cat nailed to the door of her house in the village. That's what her neighbors had done while she'd been imprisoned, as well as robbing her of the few belongings she'd had, a feather mattress, some pots and pans, a quill pen. Hannah carried the cat with her into the woods and buried it in the green hollow where she had camped before her cottage was built, a glade she called Devotion Field, where bluebells grew in the spring, and celandine shone through the last of the winter frost in a carpet of white and yellow stars. The beauty of that meadow reminded Hannah of the reasons to live in the world, and the reasons to mistrust those who saw wickedness in others, but never in themselves. The natural world was at the heart of her craft. What grew in the woods could harm or heal, and it was her obligation to know the difference. It was part of Old Norse tradition, cider, that had been brought to England in the ancient times. This was green magic, visionary in nature, blending the soul of the individual with the soul of the earth. Tree magic. Holly should be burned to announce the end of winter. Rowan, sacred to witches for protection for making spindles and spinning wheels. Hazel will lead to water. Willow is sacred magic, transporting the soul. Yew signifies life, death, and rebirth, used for bows. Beware, the seeds are poisonous. Ash is sacred and healing. The leaves make a tonic for horses. Apple is the key to magic and is used for medicine, love spells. Birch, write spells on strips of bark and they will reach their intended. Pine tree sap is a salve for pox and spotted fever. The leaves of the larch tree boiled as an ointment for wounds and cuts. Hemlock will cure swellings and sores. It was indeed good fortune that the child had been found by Hannah, and not by another, for there were many in Essex County who would have disposed of an unwanted baby as easily as they'd have drowned a cat. Hannah was a kind and generous soul, and she didn't think twice before giving the baby a home, and, as it turned out, a great deal more. She stitched a blue dress for the child, for good fortune and protection, and tied a strand of blue wool around her ankle. Residents of nearby villages and towns believed that among the good and decent folk there were hidden servants of evil who caused children to die of pox and fevers, and could curse the land so that it lay fallow. What people believed often came to be, and blame was placed where it was imagined. This was the year when 2 comets streaked across the sky for mysterious causes, and a volcano that had begun to erupt at Mount Etna in Italy would soon spread ash as far as their own village, so that it seemed to snow in March. Within a year, 2 poor souls in London were infected with the plague, with more and more falling ill each day. People wore masks and locked themselves in their houses, yet the illness still found them, sliding under doors, it was believed, or flowing through windows. But in truth, the disease had been brought from house to house by doctors who didn't know well enough to wash their hands. By 1665, the city would lose 68,000 inhabitants. When Maria turned 2, the Great Fire of London destroyed 70,000 homes in a city of 80,000, and smoke filled the air for the entire month of September. Birds fell from the sky, and children coughed up black phlegm, a sign they would not see their next birthday. The world was a dangerous place, where people were punished for their sins, and most believed that good fortune depended upon a measure of faith and superstition. These were years when cruel and unexplained things happened, and kindness was a rare and valued gift, one that Hannah Owens happened to possess. There were those in the county known to practice the nameless art, spells and rituals handed down through the generations by cunning folk who knew more than most. These women understood the mysterious nature of medicine and love, and did their best to pierce the veil that separated men and women from knowledge that might save them from ill fortune and disaster. They could mend a broken heart as easily as they could cure a fever, but they did so discreetly, for women were blamed for much of the world's troubles, and there were known to be witches in this county. More than 20 years earlier, Matthew Hopkins, a young man from the village of Manningtree, on the banks of the River Stour in Essex County, had begun his wicked hunt for witches. Aided by the Earls of Warwick and Manchester, he became the Witch-Finder General, and was paid a lordly amount for sending women to their deaths. What made for a witch was in his hands, as if he alone could see through the spectral curtain and pluck out the evidence of evil. A mark on a woman's hand or cheek, a bird at her window, a dog or cat or some other creature that would not leave her side. A book of magic found in a cupboard, or discovered beneath a straw mattress. An embittered neighbor with a grudge and a story to tell. Such was the manner of proof, especially when it came to poor women without a family or a champion. In the time of the witch-finder, it was believed a witch could be ensnared by nailing her steps to the ground so that she could not flee, and iron traps made to catch fox were set out, for it was well known that a witch's powers decreased when she was near metal. Some witch hunters actually nailed women's feet to the ground and left them to try to escape. If they were able to evade their captors, they then needed to dab rosemary oil on the spot where the nail had entered them, while invoking a spell of protection and vengeance. This cannot harm you on this day. When you walk away. When you return, all your enemies will burn. Still, protection was hard to find. 300 suspects were charged. 100 of these poor souls went to the gallows, having been tested by being tied to a chair and tossed into a river or pond to see if they would drown or if they would float like a witch. It was a test that was impossible to win. Hannah Owens had been fortunate to have escaped a hanging. For the trials were stopped and the madness was broken, much like a fever, suddenly and for no apparent reason, other than the fact that logic finally prevailed. The accused were let out of prison, grateful even though there were no apologies or explanations, and certainly no reparations. Hopkins died in his 20s of the coughing disease, said to have been contracted after he had been swimming. There were many who were overjoyed to hear that he'd been damned with his own version of drowning, his lungs filling with water that had sunk him as surely as if he'd been tied to a stool and forcibly immersed in a pond. On the day he was buried, scores of women in Essex County celebrated, with bonfires burning and mugs of ale poured and enjoyed. As for Hannah, she'd had a cup of tea on that day, made of a mixture she had blended to give herself courage during these dreadful times, when a woman couldn't walk down the street without fear of being accused of misdoings, especially if a book was found in her belongings, or if she could read and write her own name. Although the mania had died down, mothers continued to tie their babies to their cradles to make certain they wouldn't be stolen in the night, setting bowls of precious salt on their windowsills to protect those inside. Men nailed upside-down horseshoes above barn doors to ensure that their luck wouldn't run out, for they privately feared that a witch could ruin any strong man's health by placing a strand of his hair or his fingernail clippings under the eaves of a house. Children were taught never to speak to strangers. Should they stray and be bewitched, they must shout out numbers backwards as a way to break the enchantment. Those unfortunate children who did go missing were searched for with pitchers of goat's milk, said to be a witch's favorite drink, and many times, children who had been spirited away appeared at the door late at night, with burrs in their hair and no practical excuse to give their mothers, other than a thin apology, and a claim they'd become lost in the woods, and could not for the life of them find their way home. Hannah Owens lived apart from the delusions and bad intentions of men, as deep in the forest as possible, in a small cottage hidden by vines. She'd had it built by a local carpenter, a fellow no one would hire due to a deformity at birth, a simple, honest man who later claimed the old woman had blessed him and given him a salve she had concocted from her apothecary garden that had made his withered arm bloom and become whole again. The roof of Hannah's house was thatched, and the chimney was platted with reeds and clay, with a pot of water kept near the hearth in case a spark should catch the reeds on fire. The path to her door was made of uneven blue stones, hidden by shrubs. So much the better, for the difficult going provided protection from prying eyes. And still women from town and from neighboring farms managed to find their way when the need arose, setting the brass bell to ringing when they knocked on the door. Hannah knew the woods as well as anyone. She knew that counting the knots on a lilac bush could predict the number of cold spells, and that if you lit a bit of snow with some tinder and it melted quickly, the snow on the ground would soon disappear. Nutmeg opened the heart, lily was useful for rashes, and arnica could make a man burn with desire. When a baby refused to be born or would not nurse, when a child was ailing and feverish, when a husband strayed, when a candle burst into flame of its own accord, marking a spirit lurking nearby, women came to Hannah Owens' door, and for the price of some eggs or a pitcher of goat's milk, or in the most difficult cases, a brooch or a ring, a remedy could be found. Maria grew up watching such transactions, always after night fell, for no one wished to be seen at the witch's door. Hanging on the wall was the lucky hand, an amulet shaped into 5 fingers, made from moss, preserved on Midsummer's Eve with the smoke of a bonfire, which would protect the house from bad luck and ill fortune. The women who came calling sat at the kitchen table, where bread was kneaded and hens were butchered and babies were born, often after a difficult labor. By the age of 5, Maria had been taught how to turn a baby in its mother's womb, how to grind a bird's bones into a powder to combat sleeplessness, how to identify the symptoms of a fever or a pox. She had been given close instructions on which herbs were best to gather, carrying them home in a basket or in the skirt of her long apron. Wood avens to cure toothache, black horehound for nausea and monthly cramps, salted leaves that could be used to dress and heal the bite of a dog, elderberry and cherry bark for coughs, dill seeds to be rid of hiccups, hawthorn to disperse bad dreams and calm a frantic heart, and nettle, which made a fine soup, to treat burns, infections, and inflammations. Maria only had to touch the clump of nettle once without gloves to learn her lesson. Even after Hannah had rubbed the crumpled leaves of the jewelweed plant to calm the afflicted skin, Maria avoided these stinging plants forever after. From the start, the girl was a quick learner. She didn't have to be hurt twice to be wary. And she knew early on that love could be either a blessing or a curse. The women who made their way through the woods most often came for one thing. Time and time again, it was love. Love everlasting, young love, love defiled, love that caused aches and pains, love that left bruises and red welts, love wished for desperately, or love to be rid of as quickly as possible. Often Hannah wrote down the desired result and placed the bit of parchment in her spell box. She cast her spells while lighting a candle. White for health, black for expunging sorrow, red for love. Prick the 3rd finger of the left hand with a silver needle to bring back a lover. The power of a spell increased with the waxing moon and decreased with the waning moon. Time mattered, devotion mattered, belief mattered most of all. Maria sat by the hearth, which was hers to tend, for she had her own tinder box and could start a fire in a flash. From that warm and cozy spot, she watched Hannah scan the pages of her book, filled with remedies and spells, careful to take note of the potions and powders that were prescribed. Amulets of apple seeds and menstrual blood, doses of henbane that could bind a couple together, or if used to excess, could cause delirium or death. The heart of a deer or a dove that brought about devotion even in the most feckless and untrustworthy of men, and fragrant verbena, which, depending on its use and what the user desired, could bring a man to you or cause him to be impotent. Remember one thing, Hannah told Maria. Always love someone who will love you back. Practical materials. Candles. Essential oil. Lavender for calming. Sage to purify. Rosemary for remembrance. Rose for love. salt, garlic, stones, thread, talismans for fortune, love, luck, and good health. Always meet and depart from inside a circle. Honor the 12 full moons in a year from December until November. Oak, wolf, storm, hare, seed, dryad, mead, herb, barley, harvest, hunters, snow, and the 13th moon, always most special, the blue moon. Silver coins, pure water, willow, birch, rowan, oak, string, knots, mirrors, black glass, brass bowls, pure water, blood, ink, pens, paper. Nettle will give protection and return evil to sender. Apple for rebirth and immortality. Holly leads to dream magic, but can be poisonous. Blackthorn can return evil to the sender. Ferns call rain, but fend off lightning. Feverfew to ward off illness. Wormwood is poisonous, but can be used for divination. Belladonna, though poisonous, can cause visions and give the power of the sight. Mint on your windowsill will keep away flies and bad fortune. Lavender for luck. Hannah Owens was unusual not only for her kindness and herbal knowledge, but for the stunning fact that she could both write and read, a rare skill, for a working woman in the country was expected to have no more formal learning than a plow horse, and 90% were illiterate. Hannah had been an orphan herself, but she had been raised in the scullery of a royal house to do kitchen work, and there the tutor for the family's sons had taken it upon himself to allow her into the library and teach her to read. As soon as Maria was old enough, Hannah taught her precious talents to the child on stormy nights when the weather was too awful for even the most lovesick women to come to the door. They sat in the light of a lantern and drank cups of courage tea, a blend of currants, spices, and thyme, made for protection and healing, a mixture that needed to steep for a long time. It was an elixir that made it clear one should never hide who one was. That was the first step toward courage. In this way, magic began. The crooked black letters looked like nothing more than circles and sticks, and then, all at once, after weeks of attention, they became words that took on the shape of cows and clouds and rivers and seas, a miracle on the page drawn with ink made of oak seeds, or plant sap, or animal blood, or the damp ash of charred bones. There were sympathetic inks that few knew of. A scribe could write with one, and it would not be seen until a second ink was used, or when lime juice, milk, or vinegar were brushed onto the paper, and then, after heat was applied, the message would suddenly be visible. This was true magic, the making and unmaking of the world with paper and ink. It was said that if any of God's creatures could think like a man, it would be a crow, for they have minds that never rest. Caden was a great collector, and brought back all manners of treasures discovered in the surrounding villages and towns, found at the great estates as well as the laborers' hovels, spied from above by his bright vision of the world below. What belonged to others was fair game for him to steal, and rich or poor made no difference. They all had something worthwhile. He could flick in through a window and flit out again, or dive into a trash bin or pick through a garden. Buttons, spools of thread, coins, children's poppets, horsehairs, and once, on a bright blue day when he could see farther than any other beast or man, he brought back a hairpin, clearly stolen from a lady in a castle, a lovely, intricate object that had tiny rubies set into the silver. Maria, now nearly 8, was in the meadow when Caden swooped down to drop this miraculous find at her feet. He had been somewhat wounded in his attempts at stealing the treasure he now offered, and there was a small scar on his head, Maria wore a blue skirt and a woolen bodice with narrow sleeves, along with stockings Hannah knitted and a linen smock. The child was still as fearless as ever. What fell from the sky she was happy to collect and examine. "Oh, look, Hannah," she cried. "My Caden's a robber." Hannah came around from the apothecary garden as Maria was studying the pin that had been cast into the tall grass. In the girl's hands the silver turned black in an instant, as if brushed with dark paint, though the rubies shone more brightly because of her touch. Hannah clutched the leeks she had gathered to her chest and felt an ache inside her bones. The wide-brimmed straw hat she wore to protect her from the sun fell from her head, and she didn't bother to go after it. What she had long suspected had now been shown to be true. She'd felt it from the start, that first day under the junipers, when she spied the baby in her basket, a rare sight that had spread cold pinpricks along her spine. As she'd unwrapped Maria from her blanket, she'd spied an unusual birthmark in the shape of a star, hidden in the crease of the girl's inner elbow. Right away she wondered if this was the cause of the child's abandonment, for bloodline witches were said to be marked in such sly, concealed places, on the scalp, upon the small of the back, at the breastbone, along the inner arm. It was one thing to learn magic, but quite another to be born with it. Ever since, Hannah had kept watch for telltale signs. Over the years, omens had appeared, one after the other, clear evidence of the child's unusual nature. As soon as she could speak, Maria could predict the weather, just as a crow can tell when a windstorm will come, often beginning to fly erratically hours before the first gusts. Maria could taste snow in the air and know the skies would open before rain fell. She had the ability to speak backwards, an unsettling trait, and it sometimes seemed she could converse in the language of birds, calling the crow to her with a sharp clacking sound and chattering with magpies and doves. Even the cheeky sparrows came to her when she called, and sat in the palm of her hand, calmed by her presence and comforted by her touch. When only a babe, she cut her finger on a thorn bush, and the blood that spilled onto the ground had burned through the grass, turning it black. That was when Hannah first felt her suspicions to be correct, but if she wanted undisputable proof, it was now right in front of her. For silver turns black when held in a witch's hand. "I ruined it," Maria said, frowning as she showed off the blackened hairpin. "Nonsense. You've made it far prettier. See how the red stones glow?" Hannah had the girl turn around so that her long hair could be gathered and tacked up with the crow's pin to keep the tangled mass atop her head. "Now you look like a queen." Later, Hannah caught the girl staring in a handheld mirror. It was black-painted glass in which a person could see her future if she knew what to look for. Some called it scrying or prophesizing, but it could only be properly handled by a true witch. Hannah chuckled when she saw how entranced Maria was by her own countenance, for clearly the girl had the gift of sight. Still, Hannah feared for her fate, for this was the day when Maria realized she would be beautiful, for all the good it would do her in this cruel, heartless world. Whatever her heritage might be, there was magic in Maria. At 8, her letters were more shapely than Hannah's. At 9, she could read as well as any educated man. Had she been allowed to access books in Latin and Hebrew and Greek, surely she would have learned those ancient languages as well. Hopefully, her canny intelligence would benefit her when she was on her own, a future Hannah fretted over, and the cause of many sleepless nights. A child unprotected was at the mercy of those who wished to ill-use her. As the ultimate protection against the merciless ways of fate, Hannah began work on the only legacy she could give the child, a personal journal called a grimoire, meant for the eyes of the user alone, a book of illumination in which cures and remedies and enchantments were documented. Some called such a text a book of shadows, for it was meant solely for the use of the writer, and the formulas within often disappeared when looked at by a stranger. The first grimoire was said to be the Key of Solomon, perhaps written by King Solomon, or, far less impressive, by a magician in Italy or Greece in the 15th century. The book contained instructions for the making of amulets, as well as invocations and curses, listing the rules for summoning love and revenge. Solomon was believed to have been given a ring engraved with a pentagram that had the power to bind demons, and there were those who said that the angel Raziel gave Noah a secret book about the art of astrology, written on a single sapphire, and brought with him on the ark. The Sworn Book of Honorius, an ancient magical treatise Hannah had found in the royal family's library when she was a girl, advised no woman should be allowed to read its incantations and invocations. Those women who could read were revered and feared, for they were the most skilled in love magic. Magical practitioners were everywhere in England, in the court and in castles, but magic books were forbidden for the poor and for women. There were searches for magical manuscripts belonging to women, which were often found hidden under beds, or to avoid discovery once doubt had been cast upon the writer, floating in rivers or thrown onto burning pyres so that their magic would not fall into the wrong hands. Spells and magical symbols were written upon parchment, then tucked into the folds of clothing or into the food of the intended objects of desire. But it was a woman's personal book that was most important. Here she would record the correct recipes for all manner of enchantments. How to conjure, how to heal, including those illnesses that had no name, how to use natural magic to bind another to you or send him away, and how to use literary magic, the writing of charms and amulets and incantations, for there was no magic as coveted or as effective as that which used words. Whereas Hannah's grimoire had vellum pages and a wooden cover, the book she fashioned for Maria was a true prize, a magical object in and of itself. It was made of real paper, dearly bought from a printer in the village. The cover was black and bumpy and cool to the touch, unmistakably supernatural in nature, made of a most unusual material. Caden had led her to the shallows of a nearby pond, where she found a large toad floating on the calm surface, already cold and lifeless when Hannah knelt to hold it in her hands. For those who were uneducated, toads were full of evil magic, and witches were said to transform themselves into toads if need be. This toad's fate would be to guard a treasure trove of cures and remedies. As Hannah walked home in the fading dark, the toad's skin sparked with light. This made it clear that a grimoire formed from this creature would have its own power and would give strength to the written enchantments it bore. Any spell would be twice as potent. Hannah prepared the leather that very night, secretly and with great skill, salting the skin before stretching it on a wooden rack. Overnight the toad leather grew twice as large as it had been, taking on the form of a square, which signified the mystical shape of the heart, combining the human and the divine and representing the four elements: fire, earth, air, and water. It was an omen of power and heartbreak and love. When presented with the book, on midsummer night in the year she turned 10, Maria cried hot tears, the first time she could recall doing so, for although witches are said to be unable to cry, rare occasions cause them to do so. Maria was swept up by raw emotion and gratitude, and from that day forward she cried when she was flooded by her responses, burning her own skin with her dark, salty tears. Never in her life had anything truly belonged to her and her alone. She marked this day forever after as the day of her birth, for it was, indeed, the formation of the woman she would become. Her fate was tied to this book as if her future had been written with indelible ink. On the first page were the rules of magic, ones Hannah declared they were obliged to follow. Do as you will, but harm no one. What you give will be returned to you threefold. From then on, each day was a lesson, with more and more to study. For it seemed there might not be time for all that Maria must learn. Hannah had begun to hear the clatter of the death watch beetle inside the house, the dreaded creature whose sound echoed in times of plague and famine and illness, predicting the end of a life. One could never be sure whose life was in peril, but on this occasion Hannah knew. After finding a small, neat hole in the wall beside her bed, set there from the creature's burrowing, Hannah held up a burning twig to smoke out the beetle with yellow sulphurous fumes, but it did no good. If anything, the clicking grew louder, deafening at times, for there was no way to prevent a death that had already been cast, as every man and woman who walks the earth is bound to know when their own time comes. Perhaps the girl had foreseen Hannah's death before Hannah herself had, for Maria worked harder than ever, studying by lamplight, doing her best to ascertain if a curse could be reversed and a death unmade. At 10, she was old enough to be aware of the unkind ways of the world. She'd heard the stories Hannah's clients told, and had seen those who were too ill to be saved by any means. She knew that life and death walked hand in hand, and understood when Hannah confided that a grimoire must be handed down to a blood relative, or destroyed upon the owner's death. Magic was dangerous if set in the wrong hands. At the hour of her adoptive mother's death, Maria must burn her book even before she accompanied Hannah's body to the burying ground. She had begun her own book, with Hannah's lessons taking up the early pages, and these would always remain a treasure. Maria wrote carefully, with curving, near-perfect script, using ink made of the bark of hawthorn and oak trees and the ashy bones of doves she had found strewn in the grass. Maria made a bond with doves, as she had all birds, and much later in her life she would be grateful she had done so. For love. Boil yarrow into a tea. Prick the third finger of your hand, add 3 drops of blood, and give to your beloved. Never cut parsley with a knife if you are in love, or bad luck will come your way. Salt, tossed on the fire for 7 days, will bring an errant lover home. Charms for wandering husbands. Feather, hair, blood, bone. Prick a candle with a pin. When the flame burns down to the pin, your true love will arrive. To win the favor of Venus in all matters of love, gather a white garment, a dove, a circle, a star, the 7th day, the 7th month, the 7 stars. To study love with an expert is a great gift, and yet Maria wondered why, with access to so much power and magic, Hannah had spent her own life alone, without love. What makes you think I have? Hannah didn't look the girl in the eye when she spoke, perhaps for fear of what the sight would allow Maria to intuit, things that were best kept private. There are secrets that must be held close, and most of these have to do with the wounding of the human heart, for sorrow spoken aloud is sorrow lived through twice. All the same, Maria didn't let her questions go unanswered, and now she was even more curious. Haven't you? I've seen no man come near. Did you think I had no life before you came along? This notion only caused Maria's interest to peak. She pondered that statement, her mouth pursed, deep in thought. Contemplating her own personal history, she had begun to wonder who she'd been before she was left in Devotion Field on a snowy day. Who had given her life and loved her, only to have left her in the care of a crow? Did she resemble her mother or her father? For surely every individual who was born must have parents. She noticed then that Hannah's eyes were damp, and not because of the sun's glare. That was when she knew the truth about Hannah. "You did know love," Maria declared, quite convinced. She didn't just presume such a thing, as much as she read it in the air. As if Hannah's past was made up of letters set into a book, and that book was the world they walked through. They were deep in the forest where Hannah was schooling Maria on how to hide, should the need arise. Ever since the days of the witch-finders, it had been necessary to plan an escape at all times. Birds lived in such a manner, settling into the thickets so deeply and with such complete silence not even a fox could spy them. Hannah gave the girl a sharp look. "You're not invisible if you talk." Maria crouched beneath the junipers, barely breathing, not far from the place where she'd first been found. She knew the value of silence. Caden was perched on the branch above her, equally quiet. Perhaps he had the sight as well, as familiars are said to do. He had not spent a single night away from Maria from the time he'd found her in the field, and Maria always wore the black and silver hairpin the crow had brought her as a special gift. Sometimes she imagined the pin in a woman's long red hair. Perhaps it was a vision of the original owner. Whatever its history, the hairpin was her most valued possession, and would be all her life, even when she was half a world away from these woods. "Bring me something wonderful," she always whispered to Caden when he set off on a flight, and she patted the feathers of her beloved thief. "Just don't be caught." On the day of invisibility, he went off when they were finished hiding, winging across the field. It was very warm, and the leaves of the willows were unfolding in a haze of soft yellow-green color. The ground was marshy all around them, and ferns covered the heathland. On the way back to the cottage, Hannah said, "You're right." She looked straight ahead as she spoke, but she had an open expression on her face, as if she were young again. She was remembering something she had done her best to forget. Maria hurried to keep up with her. "Am I?" Being told she was right was a rare treat, for Hannah believed that character was built when it was assumed that a child was most often wrong, and still had much to learn. He was a man like any other, an earl's servant who had 7 years to work off his debt. That is what poor men must do, and I didn't fault him for it. I was willing to wait, for a year is only as long as you let it be, but then I was arrested. They said I used my skill at writing to send letters to the devil, and that I had a tail, and that all men were in danger when I walked by, not because I was beautiful, I wasn't, even I knew that, but because I could cause their blood to boil or go ice cold. I suppose they made it worth his while to turn against me, for after my trial was over, he was a free man with coins in his purse. He was the one who said I had a tail, and that he'd chopped it off himself so I might appear to be a woman rather than a witch. He gave them the tail of a shrew and vowed it was mine, and if a fool is believed, then those who believe him are even bigger fools. Maria thought over this new information. So that is love? Hannah glanced away, as she did when she didn't wish to reveal her emotions. But she needn't have bothered attempting to hide her sorrow, for Maria could sense what a person was feeling so strongly, she might as well have been able to hear someone's deepest fears and wishes spoken aloud. It can't be, Maria decided. It was for me, Hannah told her. And for me? You looked in the black mirror. What did you see? It was a private matter, but this was a time for truth rather than privacy. I saw a daughter." "Did you now? Then you'll be a fortunate woman." "And a man who brought me diamonds." Hannah laughed out loud. There they were in their ragged clothes, half a day's walk from the nearest village, with nothing precious between them save for their wits and Maria's stolen hairpin, as far away from a man with diamonds as they could be. "I wouldn't be surprised by anything that happened to you, my girl," Hannah told Maria. "But I believe you will be amazed at the turns of fate, as we all are when it comes to our own lives, even when we have the sight." A church bell rang miles away. Maria had never been to the closest village. She had never seen the blacksmith's shop where irons were cast, and knew nothing of constables or churchwardens or toll-takers or surgeons who believed in using leeches and live worms and foxes' lungs as cures, and medical men who disdained folk remedies. Hannah placed her faith in washing her hands with clean water and her strong black soap before any examination, and because of this, she lost far fewer patients. None, as a matter of fact, except those who were too far gone for any remedy, for things without remedy must be without regard. She made her own black soap every March, enough to last the year long, burning wood from rowans and hazelwoods for the ashes that would form her lye, using licorice-infused oil, honey, and clove, adding dried lavender for luck, and rosemary for remembrance. Ladles of liquid soap were poured into wooden molds, where they hardened into bars. Maria had written down the recipe in her grimoire, for this soap was most often asked for by the women from town. They said a woman grew younger each time she used it. If she had sorrows, the soap washed them away. And if there was an illness in the house, it would not spread, for the herbs in the soap defeated fevers and chills. It was the sort of recipe one could add to however one saw fit. Mistletoe for those who wished for children, vervain to escape one's enemies, black mustard seed to repel nightmares, lilac for love. This year there was a coughing illness in the village, and people still feared the wave of fatalities that had passed among them only a few years earlier when the Black Death was everywhere. Small towns had disappeared entirely, with none left behind to bury the dead, and cattle soon enough had made their homes in abandoned houses, where there were no roofs or windows or doors. In their village, women turned away from the doctor, for he had never been to school, and believed in bloodletting and using stones and petrified wood to discern both the illness and the cure. Instead, they came to Hannah, in the night, along the path where the ferns were green and sweet, so that the world seemed brand new, and anything seemed possible, even salvation. For health. Wash your hands with lye soap before treating the ill person. Horehound, boiled into a syrup for coughs. Tea of wild onions and lobelia to soothe. Bee balm for a restful sleep. Vinegar elixirs stop nosebleeds. Eat raw garlic every day and a cup of hot water with lemon and honey. For asthma, drink chamomile tea. For chills, ginger root tea. Licorice root gathered from the riverside for chest pain. Dragon's blood from tree bark, and berries of the Dracaena draco, the red resin tree from Morocco and the Canary Islands, that can only be found in one market in London, and can cure nearly any wound. A live snail rubbed on burns will help heal the blisters. Feed a cold, starve a fever. In the summer of 1674, a time of unusual heat, a woman with red hair arrived at the cottage. As fate would have it, she brought the future with her. She knocked at the door, and Hannah said, "Come in." even though she seemed to hesitate. Bad news often came this way without warning, on what appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary day. The visitor had on beautiful muddy clothes. Her shoes were made of kid leather, dyed red, decorated with buckles, and she carried a cloak made of fine blue wool, fringed with the fur of a fox. She wore a linen gown dyed scarlet with madder root and a silk corded petticoat. Yet beneath her lovely ruined clothes, purple bruises bloomed upon her skin, and there were marks left from a rope that had been tied around her wrists. From her place by the fire, Maria stared at the red-haired lady. The stranger was so elegant, with a pretty, calm voice. She said her name was Rebecca, and that she needed to spend the night. Hannah allowed her to sleep on a pallet of straw, knowing that though good deeds should bring good luck, such results aren't always the case. The red-haired lady announced she was in search of a remedy to quench her husband's fire for her. Hannah explained to Maria that the lady was running away from her husband, which was a perilous proposition, especially when there was another man in the picture, the one she truly loved. She needed a cure to protect her and allow her to leave her wedded life. "Is this what love does?" Maria wished to know. "That's not the name I'd give it," Hannah responded. "Is it so different than your man, who claimed you had a tail?" "Perhaps not, but at least he was a coward and never set his hands on me." In the morning, after a quiet night of sleep, their visitor was in better spirits. Hannah crafted an amulet of apple seeds. She then added mandrake, the heart of all love potions, first mentioned as such in Genesis, referred to as Circe's plant by the Greeks. The roots of this plant grow in the shape of human limbs, combining the aspect of a dragon and a man. It was so powerful that some refused to pick it themselves, and instead attached the plant to a rope wound around a dog's neck, so that the dog would be party to the mandrake's wrath when it was pulled from the earth, for the plant screamed when it was taken, its roots torn from the comfort of the soil in which it grew. Rebecca admitted she had cast a spell on her husband years earlier. She had bound him to her, bewitching him with the 10th love potion, a spell far too dangerous for common use. Wrap a red candle on which his name and yours is written on red paper. Soak in dove's blood and burn through the night, saying the words, "Love conquers all, so it must be. Let him burn with love for me. My lover's heart will feel this pin, and his devotion I will win. There will be no way for him to rest or sleep until he comes to me to speak. Only when he loves me best will he find peace, and with peace, rest." The incantation must be recited while stabbing a dove's heart, with 7 pins on the 7th day of the week. For the use of the 10th, an enchantment too strong for the usual manner of dissolving spells, Rebecca had paid a steep price. She could not undo the magic she had called onto herself, though she had tried for more than 10 years. To change what she had wrought, Rebecca needed help from another woman, one who was adept at magic and could reverse the spell entirely. Hannah was that person, a master at the nameless art. After she made the charm, she wrote Rebecca's name and her bewitched husband's name on a white candle coated with myrrh oil. She then had Rebecca say, "I burn this candle as a token of the spell that binds our love. Let this magic now be broken by the gods above." Hannah wrapped the candle in white cloth. For pure intentions must be cloaked in pure fabric. Then she brought her visitor to the nearby pond, where she flung the candle as far as it could go. Maria stood behind Hannah and Rebecca as they watched it sink. They could all feel the spell breaking apart, as if dust were sifting down from the sky. For one wild moment, all three danced in a ring, forgetting the many trials of this world. Rebecca then insisted she must wash the mud and bloodstains from her clothes. She did so, and then she set them to dry on the twiggy branches of the low-growing shrubbery. Rebecca wore several amulets and charms, acorns and agate strung on red thread, and a brass circle onto which a pentacle had been etched. On both her wrists she wore spells that had been knotted and woven into bracelets for protection. It was summer, and so hot the birds remained in the shadows. "Careful," the sparrows told Maria, warning her not to go near. Caden took one look at Rebecca and flew away, making sure to keep his distance. But Maria was entranced by the stranger, who was so alluring. Hannah gave their visitor a bar of black soap, and Rebecca walked to the shore, past the reeds, into the cool green water. She was still wearing her undergarments embroidered with blue thread, but they could see enough of her to spy that behind one knee there was a red mark in the shape of a crescent. Maria stepped closer. She herself had the mark of a star on her arm. Hannah always had Maria wash with water from a bucket, never from the pond. But now Maria longed to take off her clothes and bathe. Hannah grabbed her by the arm and said, "No, you mustn't. Water reveals who you are." Maria had never been allowed to go near the pond, but now she felt the call of the cool water. She noticed that every time Rebecca attempted to dive under the surface, it was no use. Again and again she sprung back up and clearly was too buoyant to dive or swim beneath the currents. She gave up, washed with the black soap, then floated back to the shore. She drifted like a lily pad, with no effort. A spoiled, beautiful flower. "What's wrong with her?" Maria asked. "Her kind can't be drowned. She's a bloodline witch. Whether it's wrong or right is not for us to say. She has magic in her." Maria thought this over as she watched the woman dress, for her clothes had already dried in the sunlight. The black soap had caused her to appear even younger and more beautiful. But witch or not, she was still covered in bruises. She should have come earlier if she'd wanted a cure for her husband's love, as so many women before her had done, but perhaps she'd been prevented from running away. Runaways were dangerous. They brought trouble on their heels. Maria could smell it brewing. It smelled like blood and fire. "I'll be gone soon enough," the Lady Rebecca assured them as they walked back to the cottage. Her silk petticoat rustled, and she was lovely to look at. She'd brought death with her, as the enchanted often do, yet she was so captivating that Maria found herself charmed by her all over again. When Rebecca rested her hand on the girl's head, she noticed the hairpin. "Look!" She bent down so that Maria could see the back of her head. "I have one like it. I used to have another, but I was a fool and lost it to a black bird that was upon me before I could be rid of him." Maria bit her lip. Surely this was the work of Caden's thievery. "You can have this one," she was quick to say. "Then you'll have two again." "I'm grateful, but it gives me pleasure to see you wear it. Let us vow to wear them every day." Later, as Hannah was fixing supper, Maria came to help her. They had eggs from their hen and mushrooms from the woods. Hannah did not eat beef or lamb, and they would have a vegetable soup for their dinner, served directly from the cast-iron pot. Maria was too curious to stop herself from asking, "Why did she come here? If she has her own magic, why doesn't she use it?" "Working magic for yourself is tricky. It should be something you use to help others. If you use it for yourself, it can backfire and bring you untold troubles. As you may be able to tell, our visitor is not exactly selfless. She set an unbreakable spell and now regrets what she did. Let that be a lesson to you." Hannah knew exactly who this woman was. She had seen a spool of blue thread in the satchel the lady carried, and a pile of tarnished silver coins. "It's likely she's come for more than a spell." Maria furrowed her brow, confused. "Just because you lose something doesn't mean you don't want to see how it's turned out," Hannah told the girl. "And has she?" Maria asked. "She's seen how right you turned out, hasn't she?" That was when Maria knew. The stranger was her mother. Hannah glanced at the girl's shining face. It was never a good idea to place one's faith in someone who was by her very nature undependable. Rebecca's presence meant there was trouble ahead. There was a reason she hadn't come to see her child before now. She'd had other things on her mind. Love for some people was like that, easy to slip on and off. "I don't think she'll be here much longer," Hannah assured Maria. "Now that she's seen what she's come to see, she'll be gone by morning. And don't expect her to say goodbye." When Maria turned to the pond to wash the supper dishes, she crouched down and dipped her fingers in the silky water. She was usually a well-behaved girl, but now she hastily stripped off her clothes, leaving her shift, her skirt, and her smock on the ground. She felt the prick of a strange sort of freedom as she stood there in the damp evening air, doing as she pleased. Maria had never before questioned her situation. She was Hannah Owens' girl. But perhaps she was something more. She stalked through the reeds quickly, before she had time to lose her nerve. Frogs splashed away from her and small fish darted into the depths. When she was knee-deep, she threw herself in. She floated perfectly without effort or skill, exactly as Rebecca had. Curious, she climbed onto a rock. She closed her eyes and leapt, her heart pounding, wondering if she would sink to the mucky depths. Instead, Maria landed so hard on the surface of the water that it took her breath away. Try as she might, she couldn't sink. When she staggered onto the shore, Maria shivered as she pulled on her clothing, not because of the night air, but because her situation had become quite clear to her. She could not be drowned. Rebecca left while they were sleeping, just as Hannah had predicted she would. Twice she had managed to come to this place, once when her daughter was born, when she ran off through the snow, and now again when she wanted to see how the girl had grown. She was not the sort of woman to say farewell. Hannah and Maria awoke when they heard the door close behind her, and as it did, the future became the present, and the present became the past. The witch had only stayed a night, but one night was all it took for her husband to find her. This wasn't love. Maria knew that without anyone telling her. It was ownership and revenge. They could hear horses in Devotion Field, and the barking of hounds, all of which gave Hannah time enough to pack what mattered most in a leather satchel. Cheese and bread, a change of clothes, Maria's grimoire, a sprig of juniper for protection, a spool of blue thread, packets of herbs, the makings for courage tea, the painted black hand mirror, along with the fine wool baby blanket that had been in Maria's basket when loving hands abandoned her. Hannah took Maria as far as the pond. They had hustled so quickly that they were soon out of breath. The sky was clear, a perfect day. Hannah had vowed never to leave her home, but the girl had her future ahead of her. She was told to run until the forest ended, then to keep on through the fens until she reached the sea. This wasn't a country for someone with her bloodline. She'd do better in a new world, one where a woman wasn't considered worthless. "But where will you be?" Maria begged to know. "I'll be here where I belong. They couldn't drag me back to the world I used to know." Hannah shoved her own grimoire into the girl's hand. No one gave up such a treasure unless her own end was near. "Burn this as soon as you can, and whatever you do, don't come back here." for revenge. A wax figure cast into fire can cause damage or death. A curse thrown to bind a man to the place where he stood. Nightshade, wolfsbane, foxglove, yew, fire. The bones of a bird baked into a pie of thorns. When Rebecca's husband arrived, the Death Watch beetle came out of the wall and sat on the threshold of the cottage. Its appearance came as no surprise to Hannah, who had known all along that her time was near. There were 10 men in all, half of them his brothers, worked up into a fury of rage. They immediately took Hannah for a witch and tied her to her front door. They nailed her shadow to the ground so she couldn't escape. These men knew a cunning woman when they saw one. Give her a chance and she'd poison you or seek to do you harm. She might look old, she might walk with difficulty, but even more than most women, she was not to be trusted. When questioned about the red-haired lady, Hannah simply said, "She's gone home. If you think you want her, you'll regret it." Rebecca's husband told his brothers to leave Hannah where she was, as they burned down her house. What was the life of one old woman worth? Nothing to these men. They thought she couldn't fight back, but she could. Sparks flew everywhere, and in no time the apothecary garden beside the house caught fire, including the plants in the poison garden that Maria had learned not to pluck from the earth. Yarrow and black nightshade, wolfsbane with its purple hooded flowers, foxglove that could slow a heart, yew, lords and ladies laden with poisonous berries all went up aflame, their dark fumes breathed in by the very men cheering on the blaze. The husband of the red-haired lady, a man named Thomas Lockland, had come closest, so he might shoot an arrow through the witch's heart, and because of this the poison affected him more than the others, leaving him unable to speak or move or see. Smoke soon caught in his men's chests. They began to cough and retch. Then they were beset by dizzy spells. They did their best to run for their lives, but in the end they all lay sick in Devotion Field. Though none ever truly recovered, not a single one died on that day. For what you gave to the world would come back to you threefold. And what Hannah was most proud to give to the world was a 10-year-old girl who had more knowledge than most grown men, and more courage as well. Maria had not done as she was told. It was a lesson she'd learned from Hannah. Do what you know is right. She watched from a hillside and wept as the house burned. When it was over, and the men had gone, she went back to add Hannah's grimoire to the fire. The smoke was green as it arose in spirals into the canopy of trees. It was a lifetime of knowledge given back to the world from which it had come. Maria saw a glimmer in the grass, the brass bell that had been attached to Hannah's door. She took it with her so that she would always remember to keep her door open to those in need. By evening Maria had reached the fens, where the land was so marshy and wet the hem of her skirt was sodden and her leather shoes were soaked through, for she was ankle-deep in mud. She carried the satchel Hannah had packed held high over her head to keep it dry as she followed the path of the crow westward. She wept to think of Hannah, and her tears turned hot and burned her cheeks when she thought of Rebecca, who had caused the end of one fate and the start of another. She was so close to the sea that when Maria licked her lips, she tasted salt. There were different kinds of birds here, gulls and terns that wheeled through the pink-tinged sky. Soon the water she walked through was brackish, and all along the shore small crabs burrowed in the mud. Maria climbed a tree in which to safely rest for the evening, and from that high vantage point she could see blue in the distance, the miraculous sea. There was her future before her. She already knew that the past was over and done. She would never again watch another woman burn. 1674. 2. A crow can recall every route it has ever taken, and Caden had been this way before. Crows are messengers, spies, guides, companions, harbingers of luck, deliverers of trinkets and treasures, tireless in all ways, more loyal than any other man or beast. This one had been connected to his mistress from the time she was a baby in her basket of reeds, which was why he knew her thoughts and wishes and was aware of the destination she wanted most. A familiar is such a creature, an animal or bird that sees inside to the very soul of its human companion and knows what others might not, what fears there might be, and what joys, for it shares the emotions of its human partner. They were on their way west, to the house where Caden had found the silver hairpin, which he'd daringly plucked from its owner's long red hair, though she'd cursed him and thrown stones into the air aimed at him, managing only to graze him. He'd avoided her when she'd come to Devotion Field, bringing her troubles with her, but now he was headed directly toward her. He knew she was a complicated woman, and crows do not judge harshly, unless they have good reason to do so. They had come to the Thames estuary, where the footing was as much water as it was land, a river of grass. Once or twice Maria felt herself pushed down into the rich mud that had claimed so many souls who had dared and failed to cross here. But she could not sink. It was not in her nature to do so, and for that she was grateful. Her dress was soon enough soaked, but no earthly difficulties troubled her. She had seen something no girl her age should see, the murder of someone she loved. The violence she'd viewed had changed and embittered her. If she had been a child before, she was no longer. Her eyes were darker, an ocean gray. Her mouth was set in a fierce, unyielding line. She was bitter, and in some ways stronger than before. A stormy, cloud-clotted sky didn't cause her to take shelter to find rest. Rain didn't stop her. She was on a path she had decided upon as she watched Hannah tied to her door. With each step, Maria was more resolved. She raged at a world that would allow such injustice to occur. How could the rural, verdant beauty all around her be the domain of such cruelty? A place in which the larks chattered despite the dangers they faced, unable to keep silent as they sang the praises of the sky. Maria knew now that she was not like those around her. Why that should be, she now wished to understand. All she knew was what Hannah had taught her. Life was worth living, no matter what fate might bring. That was why Maria went forward. She had decided to find her mother. Rebecca had returned to the manor house at the edge of a vast parkland that had once belonged to a king, unaware of her husband's attack on Hannah. She assumed she would find him at home. She intended to act as if nothing was wrong, hopeful that Hannah's spell had done the trick, making him fall out of love with her, so he was willing to let her go. But her husband wasn't at home, and frankly she was grateful not to have to face him. A king's fortunes could fail, and so had her husband's. Thomas Lachlan had royal blood, diluted by hatred and drink. Theirs was a case of love gone wrong. Such things happened even to the wisest of women. Rebecca had been young when she met her husband-to-be, at an age when she saw only what the outside of a man revealed. She was inexperienced enough to assume what they had was love because she wanted him, and want can be 100 times stronger than need, and 1,000 times stronger than common sense. She used the 10th love potion, an enchantment only fit for those so desperate they did not fear the consequences, and there were always consequences. The payment for this potion was dear and had, in the past, cost the user her well-being. It was the one that could turn a person inside out and destroy one or both parties. Desire, if handled incorrectly, could become a curse. It had been easy enough for her to bewitch him, but what was sent into the world came back threefold, so strong it was tainted. She had wanted him to burn with love for her, and burn he did, 3 times as much as anyone should, with a vicious passion that did more damage than Rebecca would have imagined possible. In time she had turned to another man, her one true love, and she'd kept that love a secret. This was the reason she had hid her pregnancy, concealed beneath shifts and cloaks, and why she had gone into the woods by herself to give birth, already having decided she must give the child away before Thomas took the baby from her. Perhaps Rebecca was too selfish to be a good mother. All the same, she wanted to ensure that Maria would never have a taste of the brand of love she herself had known, in which a woman was all but owned and had no choice as to her own fate, with or without the use of magic. She used blue silk thread to bring good luck when she initialed her own garments, and she did the same on the woolen blanket for her baby girl. Each day she had wondered what had become of the child, and if she had inherited the skills women in the family were known for. She had traveled to see who Maria had become, even though it meant risking the wrath of a man she feared. On the evening when Caden brought Maria to the manor house, Rebecca was celebrating being alone. She had loosened her hair and had begun to drink the rum imported from the West Indies that her husband kept under lock and key, for she could open the catch with a flick of her wrist and a hairpin. Thomas Laughlin's brothers were currently ailing after breathing in the fumes of the poison garden, and Thomas himself was unable to move or speak, in such a state his family worried that he might lose his life. He had been brought to his family's home, north and farther from the sea, so that his sisters could care for him. The Laughlins had no cause to trust Rebecca, who had already planted the apple seeds from the amulet Hannah had crafted, so that in time there would be an orchard, where the variety of apple called Everlasting brought true love to anyone who ate the fruit grown in this valley. Rebecca was grateful to be alone in the huge, drafty house, and even more grateful to be rid of her oppressor, for magic can only do so much when an initial spell has already been set. As the night fell, however, she felt a nest of nerves coiling around her heart. That evening at dinner a spoon had fallen, a sign that meant company was coming, something Rebecca most assuredly didn't want. She had been a selfish girl, but she was a cunning woman, and she knew that everything came in threes, including death. She took a bowl and filled it with water and ink, and there she saw Hannah nailed to her door, and Thomas in his bed suffering from poison. Rebecca feared that she herself might be the third one to be afflicted. She was waiting for death to come through the door. Perhaps her husband's sisters would send their own husbands and sons to come here and fill Rebecca's boots with stones before wrapping her in chains and throwing her into the river, where the weeds grew tall as a man and the rushing current led to the sea. The knock on the door was light, however not Death's hand, but the tapping of a bird's beak. It was the crow, the robber who had been here many times before. Women who are unlucky in love must throw their silver out the front door if they want to improve their fortunes, and Rebecca had often done so. There was a field of silver, tarnished from the witch's touch, and the meadow appeared glazed with light when the moon rose. It was a perfect treasure trove for a curious crow. "Leave here," Rebecca demanded, for she recognized the creature that had been cheeky enough to take the comb from her hair. If she wasn't mistaken, he still had a scar on his head from one of the rocks she'd thrown to chase him off. Caden knew what this woman was capable of, and he flew away, his wings obscuring the rising moon. Rebecca stepped over the threshold, one hand over her eye so that she could see him well enough to spell him and be rid of him once and for all. But then she spied Maria, and all else fell away. There was the baby she'd left in Devotion Field, now a dark fury of a girl in sopping clothes, her black hair in knots. Rebecca went to meet her daughter halfway. The grass was damp and she left footprints behind, each one turning as dark as some of the choices she had made. In truth, she was anxious, for the girl was an unusual creature. Even Rebecca, who usually cared only about her own affairs, could see that. Talent is something you're born with. It's a gift and a curse, and it's often cause for jealousy from those who are without it. Although in this case, Maria's talents brought Rebecca a good deal of pride. She was a mother, after all. She might not look like one or act like one, yet she had a mother's heart. Great power was something to be celebrated. "Why did you give me away?" Maria called out with more emotion than she wished to reveal, for this was the question she'd been carrying inside her ever since she'd come to learn that Hannah was not her mother. "For your own safety." An excuse was an excuse, but this one was true. "To protect me from my father?" Maria was too clever to accept an easy answer. There was no reason for Rebecca to lie anymore, and even if she had, Maria would have known. It was clear the girl had the sight. What was to come was in the corner of Maria's eye, so that she spied both the present and the future. A death, a blessing, a love affair. She could see it all, and the world knew it and responded to her. White moths were collecting in the grass all around her. Doves gathered in the branches of one of the oldest elm trees in the county. Robbers had been hanged from its branches. The tree had turned blood red wherever a rope had been tied, and the ground beneath it was red as well. No grass grew here. The Loughlin family had a legacy of greed and cruelty, and even the trees knew their history. "My husband was not your father," Rebecca admitted in a soft voice. "But surely I had one." Maria's face was pinched. She felt twisted inside. Hannah Owens had been her family, and now she felt alone in the world. "Or perhaps you no longer remember who he was, as you failed to remember that your husband would punish whoever might help you. Your men came to kill the woman who raised me." Maria met her mother's gaze, unafraid. She blamed Rebecca for Hannah's death, and it was in her nature to speak her mind. She could already tell her mother might be more learned when it came to magic. But of the two, Maria was stronger. "I did not mean for that to happen," Rebecca vowed. "She was a good woman. That was why I left you with her. I never thought my husband would be able to follow my trail." Rebecca's red hair nearly reached to her waist. She was vain, and she always had been, but her expression showed heartfelt remorse. "I laid out cayenne, pepper, and lavender to confuse his dogs. I thought he'd prefer his drink to me, and that he'd be too filled with rum to find where I'd been. That was my mistake. I underestimated the power of the 10th. I know I can't undo what has been done, but even if I am at fault, I wish you would stay with me. If you ever have a child and lose her, a tragedy I wouldn't wish on any living soul, then perhaps you will forgive me." Maria scrutinized the house. 3 stories of pale stone with a cobbled courtyard, the home of the Loughlins for over 200 years. She looked at her mother, who had given birth by herself in a snowy field despite her fine manor house, and who had initialed Maria's blanket with blue silk thread spun halfway across the world by glowing worms that turned into moths with bright wings. Perhaps it was meant to be. Maria would take a chamber on the 2nd floor, the largest one, with a lock on the door so she could have her privacy, for magic was a private affair, even between mother and daughter, and magic was all she cared about now. Although Rebecca could neither read nor write, when it came to matters of love, she was an expert. Her grimoire was filled with runic marks, the ancient alphabet of alchemy. She used these symbols to denote which herbs to use and which to avoid, which spells were best to recite in the waning or waxing of the moon, to bring forth the power of the earth and sky, incantations which were dangerous in a novice's hands. She taught Maria the 8 lesser love charms and the 9th potion, which was so potent one must wear gloves during its preparation. The 10th potion was the one she herself had used, and she did not recommend the use of that enchantment. If she knew Maria had copied it into her own grimoire at the very back of her book, she did not say. She only told her daughter to be vigilant. There were sinister aspects of magic, and what you brought into this world was your responsibility to deal with forevermore. Rebecca herself was drawn toward the dark, what some people called left-handed magic, and she certainly didn't care about any man's wrath, even after her years with her husband, who had known enough about her skills to set out a circle of salt around her and tie her to an iron chair before he beat her, for salt and iron deplete a witch's talents. Of course he would want to change her once he knew what she was. That was the way their love first unraveled. Rebecca knew how to blind a man and how to make him see again. What herbs would help to bring on a pregnancy, as well as those that would end that condition. Rebecca was as acquainted with the many forms of magic as she was with the corners and walls of her own bedchamber. She was a seeker of revenge, fearless since her first day on earth. She, too, had grown up as a motherless child, and because of this, Rebecca had learned to survive by her wits early on. Her own mother was a witch, who had disappeared after her daughter's birth. Rebecca was an outcast from the start, for her father did not wish to have her in his household. It was no mistake that Rebecca had left her daughter in Devotion Field, rather than with a nurse, as she had experienced the terrors of such a childhood. For what was perceived as a bit of magic, a white deer that came to her unafraid, the sight of the red crescent mark on her leg, she'd been slapped and beaten by her nurse, then locked in a dark room until she learned to keep her talents to herself. The nurse had granted Rebecca 1 meal a day, unless she stole from the pantry, which she always did. She thanked that horrible woman now. The nurse had taught her how to survive, and Rebecca made her way on her beauty and her talents to the home of the Lachlan's, but she had wanted a real home for her daughter. She'd heard of Hannah Owens and her remedies and had chosen Hannah to raise her child with kindness and a gift for the nameless art. Now, after all these years, she had the chance to mentor the girl herself. Rebecca felt that she was Maria's proper teacher, with access to private knowledge known only to the women in their family. They'd come from a long line of women whose blood burned black in the snow, who could cure or wound with words and herbs, who spoke to birds and bees, who changed the weather and were either feared or respected by their neighbors. Studying under her mother's tutelage, Maria wrote down lists of herbs and useful plants in her grimoire, along with remedies for sorrow, illness, childbirth ailments, jealousy, headache, rashes, desire. There were other spells, not medicinal treatments, but spiritual, ancient enchantments that began with the Hebrew word abracadabra, I create as I speak, taken from the even earlier Aramaic chant, Avra Kedavra. It will be created in my words. Some spells were too dangerous to use, unless there was no choice, for they could wound the practitioner as well as the object of their conjuring. Spells for revenge or survival in which the spellmaker's own blood was used as ink to ensure that only she could read the words. Sympathetic magic, using puppets and lifelike figures, and when revenge was involved, pins and hooks. Poisons that were tasteless and odorless, but stung like a wasp before they could be noticed. Black magic, red magic, blood magic, love magic. Rebecca divided both the world that she walked through and the world that was unseen into these categories. Maria kept her book under the floorboards beside her bed. No women came here asking for Rebecca's help, even if they might have wished for it. They were all too frightened of her. She did not mind if a subject had to take ill or die in order for her to get her way. A pin in a poppet, a vial of blood, a bird bled to death on the hearth. All of it was in her book, brought to bear when deemed useful. There was a distance between Maria and her mother, for they were still strangers to each other, and they saw their place in the world quite differently. Maria had grown up learning to help those in need, while Rebecca thought only to help herself. Still, Maria was interested in all Rebecca had to teach her. They were blood relations, after all, and one often knew what the other was thinking before the words were spoken aloud. Each also had the ability to keep secrets by throwing up a screen that blocked her most private thoughts. Shared blood didn't account for everything. They were different as night from day. Maria knew in her heart that if she'd been the one in that snowy field, she would have never left her child on her own. For love gone wrong. Vervain eases the pain of unrequited love. A cobweb on a door means your beloved has been untrue. To bring about passion, anise seed, burdock root, myrtle leaves. Amulets for luck are made of blue beads, dove feathers, mistletoe, wishbones. All spells increase with the waxing moon, decrease with the waning moon. Place 2 eggs under the bed to cleanse the atmosphere. Destroy afterward. Do not eat, or you will swallow bad fortune. A mirror beside you reflects back the evil eye. For protection against love, black cloth, red thread, clove, blackthorn. In the year 1675, when Maria turned 11, there was another epidemic of smallpox. Some towns and villages were emptied of all their inhabitants, and the doors to houses swung open, and robbers ruled the roads. It was a sorrowful and ruthless time. All the same, Rebecca often disappeared at night. It seemed she had a destination she would not or could not refuse when it called to her. She tossed a cape over her shining hair, gazed at herself in the painted black mirror that revealed the future, then ignored her fate and did as she pleased. She was headstrong, and had always been so, especially in matters of love, as had been true for her own mother. The women in their family had the talent of the nameless art, but Rebecca admitted they all had difficulties with love. They were prone to ignore the rules and warnings inside their own hearts and heads. Love could ruin your life or set you free. It could happen by chance or be a well-planned decision. When Rebecca returned in the mornings after her nights out, there were brambles in her clothes and her hair was unbraided. She had marks on her throat and shoulders, as if she'd been bitten by some animal, and she was so overheated she had no need of a cloak. Even at Maria's young age, she knew there was only one reason for her mother to vanish, and to spend all of the next day asleep, with the door to her room bolted shut. Night after night she disappeared, wearing her finest clothes, black crinolines, red dresses, and red boots. One dew-drenched morning, when the sun had not yet risen, Rebecca returned to find Maria waiting for her in the silver pasture, which was littered with spoons and candlesticks and platters, all tossed out the door to bring her luck. Caden had presented Maria with 3 strands of black hair, and when she held them in her hand, she knew her mother's secret. Rebecca stopped where she stood when she realized Maria was there to greet her in the foggy morning. She had been caught red-handed, as if she were the wayward girl and Maria the strict caretaker. Her boots were slick with mud, and she had a fresh bite mark on her throat, as if someone had mistaken her delicate flesh for an apple. She raised her chin, defiant. She had been a willful girl, and that trait didn't often disappear. "Do you want to ask me a question?" she asked her daughter. The girl was growing up, and quickly. It was already possible to see the woman she would soon be, dark and far too curious for her own good. She came to judgments easily, and held a grudge, and was fiercely loyal. She'd had her first blood, therefore some might call her a woman already. Certainly she had more skill than Rebecca would have imagined possible. Maria was a weather witch, and could stop rain by standing in a downpour with her arms uplifted. She could melt the drifts of snow that she walked upon. Cures for fevers, love madness, insomnia, bad luck, All were within her reach. Neighbors from the nearby farms came to see her, out of her mother's line of sight, waiting anxiously beside the empty barn where Maria dried herbs. Rebecca believed magic should never be shared or bought. For her it was a bloodline talent meant for family members alone. But Maria had learned otherwise from Hannah. What gifts you had, you are meant to share. What you set out into the world came back to you threefold. If a child was ill, if an old woman was losing her sight, if a family knew suffering, she was willing to do what she could on their behalf. She charged nothing, but accepted whatever they gave. A silver spoon, a currant cake, a copper coin. Now, as her mother approached after being gone all night, Maria held up the strands of hair the crow had brought her earlier that morning. They were the exact same color as her own hair, black as midnight, but coarser. She knew exactly who they belonged to. The man who'd been responsible for her life. She could sense who he was. A man who lived in shadow, who did as he pleased, who could convince people he was one thing when he was someone else entirely. "I thought I had no father," Maria said. "No official father." "But a father all the same. One you have come from right now." When she gave Rebecca the dark strands of hair, her mother held them with a rare tenderness and stored them in a locket she wore around her throat. A farm boy came riding by, tentative and nervous as he neared the house where people in the village said there lived not one witch, but two. One might curse you, one might cure you, but two had the power to do as they pleased, and there to be no defense against them. In this world, witches were best to be avoided at all costs. Still the boy did as his master had instructed. His horse was old and nearly lame, but the boy rode him as quickly as he could. No messenger wanted to be caught and questioned by Rebecca Lockland. "That boy's horse has a tail as black as your hair," Rebecca said as she watched the worried rider. "Perhaps the old stallion is your father, and you are only half human." Maria had her hand on her hips. She did not like to be taken for a fool, even by her own mother. "If there's one thing I know for certain, it's that the non-human half was inherited from you." Mother and daughter were more than ready to quarrel as they faced each other in the field. But they had begun to pay closer attention to the boy, who leapt from the horse to nail a piece of parchment to the door, then jumped back onto his old steed to race out of sight, before Maria and Rebecca reached the house. Out of breath, Rebecca tore the paper from the door and handed it to Maria to read. "Your husband's family claims this house and will come for it and all of your belongings tomorrow," Maria told her mother. "They are legally entitled to everything, as your husband is ailing and in their care." A single woman might own property, but a wife was entitled to nothing, and the proclamation came as no surprise. The Lockland house had been a prison, and Rebecca was glad to have good reason to leave it. She had another life to live elsewhere. They went to pack up all that mattered to them, which, as it turned out, wasn't much. Maria took a change of clothes and her grimoire, along with pen and ink, the black mirror of divination, and the bell from Hannah's door. Rebecca gathered some jewelry, along with a pistol that had been a favorite of her husband's, and the rest of the blackened silverware. If they stayed here, they would likely be sent to Bridewell Prison, where as paupers and women alone they would be set to work and kept confined, perhaps for the rest of their lives. The wisest move was to flee as far from Essex County as possible. It was always best to step into the future while it was still waiting for you. In fact, there was a man who was Rebecca's past, present, and future. For him, Rebecca had planted a night garden that bloomed after dark. Angel's trumpet, moonflower, night jasmine, evening primrose, all waited for the moon to rise. Both Maria and Rebecca wore skirts that were ankle-length, best to wear when riding, and neither bothered with petticoats that would only be dragged in the mud. Before they walked outside, Rebecca placed the second hairpin in Maria's hair. You might as well let him see you at your best. How do you know he's coming here? We have made a decision to leave here. The Lachlan's will come for this place, and we can't be here when they do. As for your father, he's always been waiting for me. Maria took him to be her father the instant she saw him approach. His horse was black, as was his hair, and he wore a long overcoat and black velvet breeches that had once been elegant, but now were threadbare. It was clear that witches didn't frighten him. He shouted out for Rebecca, a grin on his face, and in return she called him Robbie, such a sweet name in her mouth she sounded like a girl again. The one she'd been on the day she'd first met him, when he'd been a member in a company of players, often taking the part of the hero, and she had been rapt all the while she watched him, certain that he was the one for her. He'd turned to crime during the plague years, when theaters were shut down due to illness and Puritan beliefs. Many of Shakespeare's plays hadn't been revived until recently, and then in altered form. Still, there were rogue companies of players, and some would still hire Robbie despite his history and his bad reputation in the theaters of London, where he had stolen from some of his contemporaries, charming them as he did so. As time went on, he became more of a thief than a player, and he couldn't return to his true calling. All the same, he thought of himself not as a robber, really, but rather as a man portraying a robber, and in this role he had excelled. Horses were his specialty, and the hearts of women, and other men's savings. When he noticed Maria, he gazed at her, curious, but asked no questions, merely nodded a greeting. She was such a solemn creature, with her black hair parted down the middle, and her pretty, somber mouth in the shape of a black rose. He would not know how to describe her, so he merely shook his head. He was quite marvelous at speaking other people's words, but otherwise could not express himself. Some men are tongue-tied in that way. They need a prompt that allows them to release their emotions, unless they are in bed with a woman they love, and then they reveal themselves in 1,000 ways. Maria gazed at her parents as they embraced. She herself would want more. A man who talked, who could speak for hours and still be worth listening to, as he told stories of his own making. A man who listened to what you had to say. Most times this particular man, called Robbie for as long as he could remember, tried not to think about all that he'd done in order to survive in the world. Robbie had brought with him a horse for Maria to ride, recently appropriated from a local farmer, and he took Rebecca onto his own. At last he had the love of his life beside him, and for him this was enough. Thieves have hearts and souls, and his heart was pounding. Before they left, he took a flint, and with a spark he lit some hay wrapped around an arrow. He shot the lit arrow into the door of the house, then shot 6 others similarly made through the windows. He'd done this very same thing in a play once, one about the son of a king who yearned for vengeance, but then the flaming arrows had been aimed into a bucket of sand off stage. Now he clearly took pleasure in what was a very real act. When he smiled, his face changed. He was as handsome as a boy again, and Maria could see why her mother loved him so. "There's my gift to you," he told Rebecca as the flames went up. Even though the grand stone house would be standing when the Lord's family came to make their claim, everything inside would be burned to ash. That was vengeance, pure and simple, for all the years her husband had stolen from them. They went through the estuary, riding south. At times the horses were chest-deep in water. It was a glorious golden day. Riding behind her parents, Maria could hear a spray of her mother's laughter, a beautiful musical sound. There seemed a sea change in Rebecca now that Robbie had come for her. She was not a witch, merely a woman in love. Clearly she allowed her raw emotions to lead her astray. Maria thought of all the things she should have asked during the time she'd spent with her mother. She'd gathered knowledge about enchantments and remedies, but no knowledge about their own history. How they had come to be the way they were. What trick of nature were they? Why did their blood burn black? Why should they avoid water at all costs if they could not sink? For some, witchery was a choice, but not for them. It was in their very nature, and they must do their best with it. But how did a woman survive when she would surely be judged again and again? Now it was too late to ask. The future was upon them, and Maria could see it would split in two, their fates diverging as they went their separate ways. Every once in a while the man who was Maria's father would turn to gaze over his shoulder at her, as if he continued to be surprised that she existed. There was clearly no room for her. The love between her mother and father was exclusive and couldn't contain anyone else. Some love is like that. It only has room enough to fit two people who can only see one another and include no one else. The love between them was the reason her mother could leave her in the snowy field, to hide Maria's cap of black hair so that no one would suspect who the baby's father might be. He'd never been apprehended as a robber, but he wouldn't have escaped Thomas Laughlin's murderous rage had Laughlin ever found out the truth and discovered his wife had a lover. As good an actor as he might be, Maria's father would never have been mistaken for an innocent man. They rowed for a very long time, and when at last they came to the sea, Maria was both terrified and thrilled. The water stretched out before them, a wild blue field of waves. The sound was deafening, the possibilities enormous. There was another unknown world beyond their own, and frankly Maria was done with England, and had been since the fire in Devotion Field. She was glad that Caden was on her shoulder, her one true friend, for the world seemed very big and she felt young and small. They stopped at an inn to take some food. Robbie went inside, while Rebecca waited hidden in a yew hedge, so she would not be recognized should her husband's family come searching after they found the manor house burned from the inside out. Robbie brought out some meat and bread and cheese. Maria fed the crow, but took nothing for herself. "Do you wish to starve?" the man who was her father asked. He said it more out of interest than concern. His eyes were pitch black, and he had a wide mouth and high cheekbones, as she did. He was so handsome that women in London often followed him down the street. Some fainted at the sight of him, as if he were the hero in the theatricals they'd seen come to life. A smile played at his lips as he spoke to Maria, for her presence continued to puzzle and amuse him. She was a great beauty, and in his experience that would bring her both good fortune and grief. In many ways Robbie was a simple man, and he stood in judgment of no one. He knew what Rebecca was and did not falter for it. A witch was a funny thing, particularly when you loved her. If not for Rebecca, he would not be in the strange circumstance of trying to rescue a black-haired girl who stared at him with cold eyes, when they should have already left the country. He wished he could write a drama that would tell the story of the night when he first saw Rebecca and came under her spell. She was already married, not that it mattered to either one of them, for their love for each other consumed everything in their way. That much was clear to Maria. "Tell me, girl," he said to this strange daughter of his, "what is it you want in this world?" "I wish to have a life that I can claim for my own, without paying for the crimes of my mother and father," Maria told him. "Where do I go to do that?" When she squinted, the present was transparent, and she could view a future where Caden flew above her in a different world. A place where every plant was one she had never seen before. A land in which there were trees with thorns and trees bent over in the wind, trees with blood-red leaves and those with branches as white as snow. They were not far from a harbor, and gulls wheeled across the sky. The city of London was nearby, and smoke rose from the city's chimneys in great black clouds. A city such as this was a wondrous and terrible thing where anything could happen. It was the place where one could find the end of her days, or the beginning of her life. And yet Maria knew that this city was not the place where she would find her future. Rebecca had come to stand beside her man. "That's why we're here," Rebecca told their daughter. "So that you will have a life of your own. It's your future we're thinking of. We're sending you away." "I can't say I'm surprised," Maria said with dark bitterness. What would they want with her when they were so involved with one another? Her parents exchanged a look. She was difficult indeed. Still, she was theirs, and they meant to see she was safely away from Thomas Laughlin's family, who might wish her ill. There was a far-off place called Curaçao, a Dutch island where she might have a future that was very different from the solitary life in the fens that Hannah Owens had known. She could remain in a place where a woman alone had no rights to her own life, or she could agree to her parents' plan and travel half a world away where anything might be possible. "Fine," Maria said, grabbing for a crust of bread. The truth was she was starving. She'd met her father and known her mother and had been lucky enough to have been found by Hannah Owens. Now she was ready for a life of her own. "I'll go where you send me, but the crow comes along." They went on to Southampton, and in a shop near the docks, Rebecca bought her daughter parting gifts: a heavy woolen cape and a pair of boots for her journey. Maria slipped off her ragged shoes made of worn leather lined with wool. She was delighted with her gifts. The cloak was soft and lovely, and the boots were a pure wonder, red leather, made in Spain. Every witch should own a pair, whether she worked in a field or walked through the halls of a manor house. Rebecca was happy that she had pleased her daughter with her purchases. "I know you better than you thought I might," she said cheerfully. "We're of the same blood, and we favor the same things." In her way, Rebecca loved her child dearly. But what you give up, you can learn to live without, even if it causes you heartbreak at the start. Whether you are mortal or not, you go on, even if sorrow nags at you. Rebecca did not bequeath her grimoire to her daughter, but then Maria had not expected her to do so, for it was still in use, and Maria had written down all of her mother's knowledge in her own book. Instead, Rebecca gave her a leather bag which included several packets of useful herbs, beeswax candles, and a spool of blue silk thread, all for the creation of amulets and potions. "Never be without thread," she told the girl. "What is broken can also be mended. Remember that in your dark days, as I have." There was also a bag of oranges from Spain bought at a market, and worth their high price. "This will keep you well and healthy on board a ship. Take my advice and stay away from men for as long as you can. Love is trouble, and trouble is love." A fine bit of guidance from a woman who'd so thoughtlessly loved the wrong man not once, but twice. Even here, along the docks, where life swirled all around them, she couldn't take her gaze away from Robbie. Likely it was true that the flaws you saw in other women you didn't notice in yourself. Love everlasting, love wished for desperately, love that walks in through the door, love that is a mistake, love that is yours alone. Robbie had fashioned a bargain with the captain of a ship from Amsterdam that, in his opinion, would favor everyone, including himself. Now that the deal had been struck, he was waiting with the horses, more than ready to go. He let out a low whistle and bowed, the most handsome man in 3 counties. Rebecca grinned and waved, as if her heart were in her hand. Anyone with even a bit of the sight could tell there would surely be trouble ahead. "Is this what love is?" Maria asked her mother, who was gazing at Robbie on the pier. "Oh yes," Rebecca said. "I'd die for it." In fact, she would. When Robbie was caught by the sheriff for crimes he had committed, she would be hanged alongside him, not for witchery, of which she would have likely been found guilty, but as an accomplice to horse theft, a crime with which her man was well acquainted. When there was gossip about Rebecca, she had herbs with her and wore talismans on her wrists and at her throat, the jailers clasped iron shoes on her feet, and as witches are helpless in the grip of that metal, she could not work her magic. She could only weep tears that scalded the ground beneath them. Robbie would give a speech that many in the crowd, especially the women, would remember for years to come. He'd speak of a love that would never end, about the world they shared and the heaven they would share as well. He would quote from The Tempest, a revival of which he'd had the honor to be a part of. Though his words to Rebecca were so heartfelt, everyone thought they were his own. Hear my soul speak. The very instant that I saw you, did my heart fly to your service. The crowd would listen appreciatively, for they were fine words indeed, and many of the women would applaud. But they would hang him all the same. Rebecca could see bits and pieces of the event to come when she looked into a pool of water in the gutter. Still, that awful occurrence would not be for months, and the time they had together was precious, and part of a bargain Rebecca was willing to make. Love is not always under our control, she told her daughter. It will never be that for me. Maria was already wearing the red boots, and although she adored the gift, she would avoid her mother's path at all costs. She vowed she would never let love rule her life. Mother and daughter said their goodbyes on the dock, embracing one another, their true feelings surfacing. Despite all the time they had been apart, they had similar hearts, surprisingly easy to break. But they were strong when it mattered, and it mattered now, for they both understood that they would not meet again. The world was so much larger than Maria would have ever imagined, and all that lived in the sea seemed enormous as well. The creatures that swam alongside the ship, spouting foul-smelling water, and slithering dark things that clung to the hull, fish whose mouths were filled with teeth, scaly sea snakes and blue crabs pulled up in nets overflowing with dark purple seaweed. At night the stars tore through the black sky, and when it rained the world itself seemed upside down, with water above and below. Strong men cried and called for their mothers during the worst of these storms, and fish leapt onto the deck to escape the roiling waves, but Caden clattered into Maria's ear that they merely needed to stay alive, nothing more. Take a breath, hold tight, and soon enough the sky would reappear, blue as glass, and the men would return to work, not remembering how they wept for their mother's arms. These same sailors did not soon forget that Maria could announce a storm before it appeared on the horizon, any more than they would forego her remedies, for she was soon enough known to be a healer, and many of the men had learned to come to her when they were ill. She might have been in danger from their rough ways, for even at her young age she was a woman in most of their eyes. But no one dared to harm her or search her out in a dark corner. She knew more than most women twice her age. They could see it in her eyes, their own fates reflecting back to them. Maria knew how to use spirits of turpentine to prevent lockjaw, salt and molasses for a salve used on deep cuts that might otherwise poison a man's blood, black or green tea steeped with boiling milk and nutmeg for dysentery. If a man among them had hurt Maria, he would only be damaging his own chances at completing the long journey whole and well. She was valued, and although none would admit it aloud, all the crew felt fortunate to have her aboard. For sea travel. Hyssop tea will rid a man of worms. Basil will preserve fish. Borage can heal abscesses. Ginger and vinegar for sores. Mint for toothache. If the cat on board sleeps in a coil, the weather will be bad. If the sun rises red, there will be rain. Do not take salt from another person's hand at the table, or you will both have bad luck. If salt spills, throw a pinch over your left shoulder. blue thread sewn onto every piece of clothing for protection. Hannah had taught Maria how to keep weevils out of the biscuits, and for this the cook and all the passengers were extremely thankful. Rats could be done away with by the use of monk's hood, caraway was good for spider bites, peony root guarded against storms, nightmares, and lunacy, for there were those who were made mad by the endless rush of the sea. Because of those she had cured, Maria was thought to be a saint by some, although there were others who were certain she was a witch, for sailors were a superstitious lot, and their traditions included attempts at seafaring magic. A silver coin was always placed beneath the mast, a page of paper was never to be torn in two on board, a brand was used to mark wooden masts to drive out evil spirits, and to keep the vessel safe in storms. Caden, who might have been deemed unlucky or perhaps seen as a harbinger of death and destruction, was welcomed when Maria insisted he was a black albatross. Although none of the sailors had ever heard of such a creature before, they all knew there were marvelous new things to be found in the world every day, and since an albatross brings luck to sailors, no one dared to challenge Maria. The captain, a Dutchman named Dries Hessel, who always wore a knee-length coat treated with tar and animal grease for waterproofing, did little that did not bring a profit. That was why he'd allowed the girl on board. He'd arranged to sell her for 60 shillings once they reached Curacao, a good bargain, considering he'd paid Maria's father only 40 for her. A player in the theater survived as he must, and the captain of a ship assumed it was also his right to do the same, even when the object he sold was a person. Maria would be an indentured servant for a period of 5 years, and whoever bought her would own her outright during this time, then be legally responsible for freeing her on the appointed date that ended her servitude. That the girl had used her blue thread to sew up a wound Hessel suffered when a windstorm drove a splinter of the mast through his flesh had done nothing to change his mind regarding her fate. Nothing was free in this world, not a breath, not a life, not a journey. Many on board were Portuguese refugees who had paid whatever price necessary for their passage, as they pursued an escape from persecution for their faith. Jews were not allowed in Spain or Portugal or in England or France, and so they had set off for the New World, practicing their religion in secret, until the time came when they at last found a place that offered a safe haven. Those who crossed the ocean wished to have the freedom to be true to themselves. For now, they were simply called the Portugals. They had brought dried codfish with them, and cheese made with thistle powder to set it, rather than jelly from the hooves of animals, the rind covered by paprika to prevent rot. Maria learned their language, for she had an ear for such things, and made certain to help those women brought low by seasickness, with a spoonful of ginger paste and a slice of orange, carefully doled out to the ailing women and their children. For even the smallest taste of fresh fruit was a tonic. She listened to their stories, and observed them when they lit a candle on Friday at sunset, for candles were dangerous at sea, just as religion was dangerous on land. At night Maria wrapped herself in her cloak and watched the stars appear in the sky, one by one at first, then whirls of constellations pricking through the darkness in a brilliant ceiling of light. How immense and beautiful the world was, especially to a girl who had never even been to town while growing up, never seen a shop or a market or a church filled with people as the bells rang on Sundays. She wished that Hannah could stand beside her on the deck of the ship and feel the future as she did, as a place where a woman might command her own fate. She was grateful that she had been found in that field of snow and raised by a woman who was truly kind, just as she was grateful that her mother had given her the gift of sight. What was before her was still a mystery, even when she looked into the black mirror, for she had changed her fate when she came to cross the sea, although some aspects of the future remained the same. The daughter she would have, the man who brought her diamonds, the snow in the branches of the trees. When she saw bits and pieces of the time to come, she knew she would find the sort of freedom her mother and Hannah hadn't known. There had always been women who commanded the same talents as Maria, and most had taken refuge from the world, so they would not be tested by drowning. If a witch floated, she was proclaiming her pact with Satan. If she drowned, she was innocent, for all the good it would do her to be dragged lifeless and bound from the depths of a river or pond, often wearing iron shoes nailed to the soles of her feet. Maria's predecessors would have thought her mad to be so far out at sea, with nothing but the waves around her. But she was convinced she had nothing to fear from water, only from men who saw evil where there was none. On windy days, when it seemed the ship might take to the sky and the sailors tied themselves to the deck with ropes so they wouldn't rise up into the whirling air, Maria kept Caden safe inside her cloak and fed him bits of cracker. A ship was a terrible place to be as the weeks went by, with less food and water and all manner of pestilence, lice and rats, lightning and storms. There were times when those on board thought the end was near. Men who had never prayed before did so, many in a language none of the sailors could decipher. Women blessed their children and held them tightly so they might walk into the nets of death side by side. But Maria could see enough of the future to know they would reach their destination. She looked in her black mirror and saw that the sun would be stronger than any of the passengers would have thought possible, and the streets would be made of red dirt, and the trees would flower in every season. "Hush," she told the Portugal's children when they cried. "We've almost reached the other side of the world." When they arrived, it was exactly as she had seen it would be, a land of oddities and miracles. The passengers looked out and blinked in wonder at where their journey had taken them. The cactus towered 30 feet tall. Thorny acacia bushes bloomed with vivid lemon-colored flowers, and the divvy-divvy trees were bent over in the wind so they might look up to heaven. The children said these trees were little men wearing overcoats. There were yellow and orange birds in the sky, troupials and bananaquits, along with kingbirds and flamingos and hummingbirds no larger than bees that passed by a person's ear and left that individual's head ringing with a soft buzzing sound. There were birds that only flew at night, nighthawks and nightjars, black shadows in the dark and the dusk that drank dew from leaves as big as saucers. People of all sorts could be found here due to the Spanish slave trade and the settlement of Sephardic Jews. Many had on modest traditional clothing, long skirts called sayas, worn over pants and shirts with combinations of 2 or 3 patterns. A young woman named Uni, only a year or so older than Maria herself, was waiting on the dock sent to hurry her along. Uni clapped her hands and called out a welcome in Dutch, in disbelief when she realized that Maria knew little of that language. "You had better learn to speak as we do," Uni advised, in English now. "Or maybe you have the right idea. This way you don't have to listen to what Mr. Janssen says." The captain handed Maria her papers, which stated that she belonged to the Janssen family of Willemstad. She was to work for them until the age of 16, at which time Maria would be a free woman. She now understood that her father had sold her into servitude. He would likely say it had been for her own protection, and perhaps he meant no harm. She was a girl on her own, after all, with nothing to her name. "Are you free?" Maria asked Uni as they walked side by side on the dock, crowded with fish vendors and sailors, some of whom had no allegiance to any country and sailed only for themselves, pirates and traders of the roughest sort. "I'm the same as you, not a slave and not free. That's another way of saying we're nothing." Uni's skin was a warm brown and her black hair was as long as Maria's. Her African mother had been bound to the Janssens' household as a slave, and her great-aunt had been granted her freedom only after working for the family for 30 years. Uni herself was a servant, and had been so all her life, since the time she was born, with no papers that affixed a time to her servitude. To Maria, that sounded like slavery. "You have no papers?" Maria asked. "No date for your freedom?" Uni was extremely beautiful, and men of all sorts stared at her as they walked along. Mr. Janssen holds on to them for me. I'll be free when I marry. But in fact, each time a suitor came around, Mr. Janssen found fault with him and sent him on his way. It didn't matter if a man was African or Jewish or Dutch. None would do. Niet goed genoeg, he would say every time. Not good enough. I plan to never marry, Maria announced. She had seen a daughter in her future, but no husband. Only the man with the diamonds, who, as they walked along the wooden dock under clouds of parrots, seemed an impossible fate. That's what you say now, Uni responded. Just you wait. If you're married, you won't be a servant. I'm not certain I can be that now, Maria said, a scowl on her face. We do as they tell us until they go to bed. Then we do as we please. Maria had never had a friend, and had never seen the need for one, but now in this faraway place she was grateful that Uni had a kind heart and had taken her under her wing. Do what I do, say what I say, and you will be fine, Uni assured her. It was easy to see how enchantments might be brought about here. The sky wasn't blue in the early evenings, but instead there was a palette of color that ran from rose to deep violet to cobalt to ink. There were 68 varieties of butterflies on the island, including large orange and black monarchs and tiger wings that only flew in the shade. The air was moving and alive, and when the wind came up suddenly, it was a soft, dark breeze filled with salt and the tang of seaweed. Trapped in his carrying case, Caden called to be set free. Not right now, Maria told him. You'll be out soon enough. Mrs. Janssen wouldn't like a bird here. She'll say it's filthy and will ruin her house, Uni warned. Not that Maria cared. Mrs. Janssen doesn't need to know. Uni smiled at her then. The new girl seemed more interesting than most, and she thought she would be pleased to see how the household was provoked by someone who didn't seem concerned with their rules. As soon as Maria was rid of her grimy clothes that she had worn day in and day out, and had washed with strong soap and water so hot it stung, she began her new life. She was only a girl and exhausted from her journey, but she would do as she must in order to survive. There were 2 other servants sharing their chamber, sisters from Manchester, England, who had only another year to work off their debt. We'll be gone in the blink of an eye, the sisters boasted simultaneously, for they had the habit of saying the same thing at the same time. They thought they were better than Uni because her mother had been a slave, and better than Maria, who was so young and inexperienced. Maria waited for the other girls to go to supper. Then she hid her grimoire beneath the floorboards before going off to explore. She knew well enough to keep her bloodline a secret, for her talents could bring her luck or misery. It was a curious place she found herself in, the opposite of all she had known. Where there had been darkness, there was now light. Where there had been a solitary life, there was now a bustling household. Much of the living space was outside, and as she crossed the courtyard, she marveled at how in this arid subtropical land there could be a garden that was so lush. She walked along a path that was bordered by mangoes and Jamaican apple trees, and brilliant flowering aloe vera speckled with the yellow blooms. It was here she set Caden free. She had crafted an amulet to wear around her throat with a single black feather, so she knew he would always be called back to her, no matter how far he might go. The birds studied her from the branch of a guava tree, then rose into the dusky air of this new world of theirs. By now it was evening. The moon itself seemed different here, glowing with pale silver light. In the salt flats there were miraculous birds, flamingos, white and scarlet ibis, green herons, great blue herons, and the black-crowned night heron that cried in the dark as if it were a woman pleading for her life. But of all these it was the robber crow that was most beautiful to Maria, for he had more compassion than any man she had ever met, and far more loyalty. At supper, Maria was served funchi, a soft cornmeal dish, along with a small bowl of stoba, a spicy stew flavored with papaya, left over from the Janssen family's dinner. It was a large household, the Janssens and their 3 daughters, all nearly grown and looking for husbands. Uni and the sisters explained there was more than enough work for them all. They were pleased that Maria had come to stay. As for Maria, she was polite and cheerful, for Hannah had always said there was no need to ever let anyone know what you were thinking. Why be punished for your thoughts or beliefs? Maria believed no one should have her life signed over to another, but she kept quiet, knowing that in the end she would do as she pleased. To amuse the other girls, she told fortunes by examining the lines on their hands. She had informed them that for women the right hand was the fate they were born with, but the marks on the left hand told the story of what they had experienced, the choices that had changed their original fates. The heart line was always most interesting. It was the mark that showed who was selfish, who would be content, and whose heart would be easily broken. She told them all they would fall in love and marry, which was true enough, leaving out the details they wouldn't wish to hear. Who would fall in love too easily, and who would find sorrow, and who would make a choice she would later regret. The Manchester girls were pleased with Maria's special talent and called her their little sister. Little sisters would do well to be cunning, and it was wise for Maria to get along with everyone, at least for as long as it suited her, and it would have to suit her until she was free. She had one last precious orange left from those her mother had given her, and this she shared with the other housemaids before they fell into their white metal beds, the girls so happy to have her among them that no one complained when she left the window open on warm evenings to make certain that Caden could always come home. (1679) 3. No one knows where time goes. All the same, it disappears. Maria had turned 15 in this strange land that still seemed like a dream. Every color was vivid, and when she stood in the brilliant light, she sometimes found herself yearning for the dark green of the forest, where ferns turned to black in the frost. She didn't wish to be a servant. She wouldn't wish it on anyone. Still, she continued to do the work expected of her, seeing to the list Mrs. Janssen gave her each morning. She had become an excellent cook, and had learned to leave and enter a room without making a sound, walking barefoot on the tiles so as not to disturb the members of the Janssen family. Maria combed the Janssen daughters' hair, washed in rum to keep it strong, and stitched their wedding dresses. She learned that eggs would keep well in lime water, that quicksilver beaten into egg whites could poison bedbugs, that lamp wicks would not smell bad if the cotton wick yarn was rinsed with vinegar, then dried in the fresh air. She was taught to shake carpets rather than sweep them, and to wash silk dresses in green tea to restore their shine. During the day she kept her eyes lowered and kept her mind on the tasks at hand. At night, however, she did as she pleased, after Mr. and Mrs. Janssen went to sleep, on the sheets she and Uni had washed with a harsh soap composed of lye and ashes, before they were hung out to dry in the garden, to ensure that the fabric would smell sweet, scented by fresh air and the clouds of fragrance rising from flower beds. Who she truly was she kept secret, a stone she had swallowed. Those talents and traits she had inherited from the nameless women who had come before her. Maria never revealed how she knew how to take in the laundry just before the rain began to fall, or how she managed to chase the rats from the garden with a bit of white powder, or why she left garlic, salt, and rosemary outside their chamber door, to protect those inside from ill will. Certainly she never explained why she refused to venture into the ocean, when on their free Sunday afternoons she and Uni went to the shore. The day might be glorious, the sea might beckon, but she knew what would happen to someone such as herself in the water. She would float, no matter what, and in doing so she would reveal her true nature. This was why Hannah had kept herself hidden in the woods, and why Rebecca showed her talents to no one. It was a dangerous world for women, and more dangerous for a woman whose bloodline would have her do not as she was ordered, but as she pleased. On hot nights, Maria and Uni escaped through the window so they might prowl the island. They were young, and the heat made for restless sleepers. They were alive and wanted more than the room they lived in, and the interests of people other than themselves. They'd grown close, for now it was only the two of them. The Manchester sisters, Katie and Susanna, had worked off their debt, and had then been free to marry the first men who came along. Wretched suitors Maria warned them to deny. She looked into the sisters' tea leaves and into their palms and told them to wait. There would be other men to choose from, or perhaps it might be better to set off on their own lives. The sisters hadn't listened, and they'd married two silent, gloomy brothers. Their lives had changed very little since they had worked for the Janssens, only now it wasn't a grand house they cared for, but wooden shacks near the harbor, one wedged next to the other on stilts above the blue sea that rotted the floorboards and left a silver sheen of salt over every dish and chair. When the trade winds came up, the sisters had to nail their furniture to the floor and tie themselves to the decks of their house with Utah rope. Their husbands were off fishing most of the time, and for that they were grateful, for they treated the sisters badly. Sex was for the husband's pleasure, and women were not to speak back to men. Maria visited the sisters and brought them crisp red apples, an unusual fruit in this climate, for which she'd paid dearly. She told the sisters to prick the fruit with a needle as they said their husbands' names, then bake the apples into pies which, once devoured by the men, would bring about kindness and a bit of consideration from the sour, ill-tempered sailors they'd wed. After that, the sisters embroidered a blue shawl for Maria, and every bird on the island was sewn into the fabric, for both sisters owed her a huge debt of gratitude. And later both would name their first daughters Maria, so that they said that name 100 times a day, with love and devotion. On nights when Maria and Uni climbed out the window to poke around and look down lanes and sandy paths, they felt more fortunate than the Janssens' daughters, who wore heavy silk dresses and undergarments constructed with bones, and tight shoes that left blisters on their feet, and were rarely allowed to go out on their own, even now that they were married and living in their husbands' homes. Uni was called upon by young men and boys who were dazzled by her beauty, but no one noticed Maria. She'd learned a lesson from Hannah and Rebecca, and to protect herself from love, she wore a black petticoat under her dress, the hems stitched with blue thread, the fabric washed with cloves and blackthorn. She knew how to walk in the shadows, so she wouldn't shine in the darkness. No one looked at her twice. Often, Maria and Uni borrowed the donkey kept in the stable with the family's horses. They called the sulky creature Schlechte Jungen, bad boy, for he would balk and refuse to carry them home, forcing them to pull him along with a rope to ensure they'd be back in time to start the family's breakfast. They were almost children again when they urged the donkey to keep moving, holding their stomachs, keeping their hands over their mouths so their laughter wouldn't rise into the air. But their world was not one meant for children, only for obedience and work. It was an island where some people had everything and others had nothing. And you could judge who was who from the shoes that they wore, the color of their skin, and whether or not their eyes were kept downcast while walking on the winding streets. On some nights the girls visited the caves north of the city, where escaped slaves had hidden, often until they were nothing but bones. Between 1662 and 1669, 24,000 slaves had been shipped through Curaçao by the Dutch West India Company and the Royal African Company in Jamaica. These caves had been sacred places for the original people of the island, the Arawaks, all gone now, murdered or killed off by disease or shipped to work on plantations on other islands. The original people had left behind drawings that were more than 1,000 years old. It was here where marvelous renderings of the life they had known or imagined had been etched into the rock, that Maria often lit a white candle in memory of Hannah Owens. She was grateful for the years when she had been hidden away from the rest of the world in Devotion Field, and for the gift Hannah had given her, when she taught her to read and write. The plantations on the island were worked by slaves who would not be granted their freedom for another 100 years. For them, reading was considered a criminal offense. Reading was power, just as Hannah had said, and those who gave books to slaves were arrested. It was a time of evil, when people were owned, and women were treated no better than they had been across the sea. Still, there was magic here. Brua, a name derived from bruja, Spanish for witch, had been brought from the shores of Africa, used for healing by practitioners who were said to help those possessed by spirits with the use of amulets and spells, and were called upon by those who searched for revenge or begged for mercy or needed to find what was lost. Maria had stumbled upon the remains of such a meeting. A circle drawn in the sand, amulets of beads and shells and feathers set out within the sacred space. When she mentioned her find to Uni, she was told that Uni's great-aunt, Adri, practiced Brua. "Take me to a meeting," Maria said. "Never," Uni told her. Uni's great-aunt had warned her to mind her business when it came to magic, advising that a woman always paid dearly for her interest in such matters. Still, Maria was persistent. When she'd stood inside the circle, she'd felt a surge of power. "I won't ask for anything else," she promised Uni. "We can just watch. I'll do all the housework for a week. I will never divulge your secrets." Uni's secrets consisted only of kissing a few young men and occasionally avoiding their mistress by hiding in a tall bureau. Still, a friend was a friend. Eventually, Uni gave in and brought Maria to the meeting. On the night of the ritual, they held hands and watched from behind the tallest mango trees. The singing was beautiful, as if the angels had gathered in the clearing, with high, clear voices that echoed through the gleaming blue evening. The clients came one by one, many distraught and in tears, grieving parents, women in love, men who needed to escape from a bad situation. When the hour grew late, the group dispersed. Maria and Uni were bleary-eyed, yet they had made a pact, and they now crept into the circle of sand that had been cast, so that they might examine the amulets that had been left behind, for both the living and the dead. Seashells, stones, packets of seeds, small white bones. They were so intent on the discovery of these magical objects, they didn't notice they weren't alone. Uni's great-aunt Adri came from behind the hedges. Adri had the sight, and one of these two young ladies was about to find herself in trouble. Uni's great-aunt signaled for them to come forward. She was very old, known to be a curioso, a healer, famous for her teas. She was well aware that in this world it was best not to trust anyone who wasn't a blood relation. It was one thing for her great-niece to be here, quite another for a stranger to spy on them. "Why did you bring her here?" she asked Uni, her eyes on Maria. She saw a young, indentured girl who owned nothing of her own. But there was something more to her. Adri saw the mark inside the girl's elbow. "She's my friend, Auntie," Uni explained. "We were only watching." The old woman shook her head and clucked her tongue, sure of herself. "She's a witch. Stay away from her." Uni laughed, equally sure of herself. Would she clean the Janssens' house if she were a witch? Would she see to their laundry and draw their baths? No witch would do that. Of course she would. Didn't I do the same? Adri turned to Maria and looked directly into the girl's silver eyes. "Don't come back here." "I honor what you do," Maria said. "Do you?" "Yes, I admire your skills, and I'm good at keeping secrets." "I'd better not see you here again," Adri said, which held a very different meaning than her first response. It wasn't an outright no, merely a warning not to be caught. "And don't let me hear you talking about this to anyone." They had gotten their permission. The girls watched the meetings from a distance after that, just close enough to hear the incantations. Adri ignored them, until one night after the gathering had ended, she signaled in their direction. The girls came forward nervous. "Just the other one," she told Uni. When Maria approached, Adri patted the ground. "Why do you come here?" "Because you know so much," Maria said. If Adri was flattered, her stern expression didn't change. "You're not a blood relation. Why should I give my knowledge to you?" "I'll use it," Maria told her. "I'm not afraid of it. The woman who raised me was like you. I learned from her, and I wish nothing more than to learn from you." After that, Uni went out with her suitors at night, and Maria spent her time with Adri. She added her lessons to the grimoire. There were lists of plants, those that could break a fever, those that could set a man's imagination on fire, or could ease a woman's childbirth. There were recipes for revenge and for love, for health and well-being, and to fend off curses. Curacao Cures. Soursop tea, made from a glossy green tree with yellow-green flowers, cures insomnia, infections, and keeps away lice. Mampuratu, a slender weed for tea to cure nausea and cramps. Kleisteboom, a creeping weed with an extract helpful to ease prickly heat. Lemongrass, for fever. Caraway cures the bites of poisonous scorpions and centipedes. Wandu helps with an easy delivery of a baby. Also good for the blood and improves memory and strength. Tawa tawa, a tea made from the hairy plant found in the grassland, a cure for dengue, called breakbone fever, that stops bleeding inside the body. "You may be a witch, but remember you're a woman as well," Adri told her. By gazing into a pan of still water, she'd already seen several mistakes Maria was destined to make. The wrong man, the wrong trust, the wrong vow, the wrong curse. It was so much easier to see another person's future than it was to understand your own. Even when you kept your eyes wide open, the world would surprise you. Maria tucked a packet of lavender inside her dress to protect herself from evil, but in all this time she had not once thought to protect herself from love. Maria knew it happened to other women, but she never expected it to happen to her. She had renounced it, and had made a vow to always do so. She recalled how many lives her mother had ruined because of love. She remembered that Hannah's beloved had turned her over to the authorities. But fate could be beyond a woman's control, even a woman who had the sight. She paid no attention to the dark bits of the future flickering in every mirror she passed, pulsing like fireflies in reverse, black sparks of regret. Her dream had always been the same since she had come to Curacao, to be a free woman, one who could do as she pleased, bowing to no master. In only a few months that time would come to pass. She would no longer sweep another woman's floor or brush her hair, or bring beer and warm milk to a man who called her Meisha, Dutch for girl, because her name didn't matter to him, so he never bothered to remember what it was. When the 1st of January finally arrived, she would start a bonfire on the shore to mark the end of her contract. She would let it burn all night long. Everything might have been different if she hadn't walked into the dining room at 9 in the morning, a room she entered every day to polish the silver, which she did wearing heavy cotton gloves, and sweep away the red dust that filtered inside even when the wooden shutters were closed. Had she come an hour later, had she chosen to first set to work on preparations for dinner, had she done the washing and not waited for the afternoon sun, fate would have shifted. As it turned out, she was prompt. The day was blistering, and she had on her blue skirt and blue bodice, for blue was the color servants wore, since the dye was so cheap. Still, the dress showed off her lovely shape and was short enough to show her long legs. She threw a passing glance at herself in the mirror above the sideboard. Oddly, she saw a glimpse of her mother's reflection instead of her own. It was a startling sight that stopped her cold. True, she resembled Rebecca, with the same cool gray eyes and delicate features, though she was already taller and far more skilled at enchantments. But even a witch can possess a woman's flaws, and a woman's desires. Maria thought she knew what was to come, but she was wrong. Anyone can fall in love, despite vows to the contrary. Any woman can make a mistake, especially when she is young, and sees the wrong man through a haze so that he appears to be something he's not. Maria wore her long hair piled atop her head, held with the hairpins no one would suspect to be silver, for they appeared to be black, and were thought to be worthless. In her position it was best to have nothing, and all that she had she made certain to keep concealed, including the fact that she was now fluent in Dutch and Spanish and Portuguese. She was barefoot. Her red boots were made for snow and foul weather, not heat and fair skies, and called attention to her differences. All of the housemaids went barefoot, priding themselves on how tough the soles of their feet were. It was an island of people who could survive an arid land, like the iguanas in the desert that could go weeks without water. This was not a place for the faint-hearted, and the beauty of the island belied its trials. The winds could raise a man into the air and toss him back down half a mile from where he'd originally stood. Rain rarely fell, and when it did, it was collected in barrels, and even then it carried the taste and sheen of salt. On the day she met the man who changed her fate, Maria had come from the sun-drenched courtyard, her skin still warm from the glints of sunlight sifting through the leaves. She always hated to leave that lovely spot, with its painted tiles and a fountain that was the home of 3 golden fish that hid beneath a lily pad whenever Caden was near. She was dizzy, her head filled with sun, when she came inside to find a man gazing out the window at the sea, as if it were the enemy that divided him from everything he was accustomed to, pine and birch trees, fields of sheep, a house with black shutters closed against winter storms, a red fire that burned all night long. Even before she saw his face, Maria sensed he was the man she had seen in the black mirror. In the mirror he had been walking away, and so she had never spied his face, but he was tall and he wore a black coat. And he had been at sea, staring out at the waves, much as this man now did. Caught off guard, she stopped where she was and began to recite an incantation that would prevent her from suffering the fate of her mother, and so many of the women who came to her at night when the Janssens were asleep. Women searched her out when they saw that a candle was burning in her room, when the nightjars flew from tree to tree, when the thorns on the hedge were said to be so sharp they would reach out to you as you walked along the path and wound you in places so deep you would never recover, piercing your throat, your sex, your heart. Most women in Willemstad knew that Maria Owens attended to love that had been lost, love that was broken, love that was meant to begin but hadn't, love that had become a fever despite every remedy. They came to her and she was bound to help them, as Hannah had. But who was she to go to? Caden was outside tapping at the window. He was relentless and frantic. All the same, Maria didn't let him in. She knew what he would tell her. Burn mandrake in a brass bowl. Write his name on a candle and throw it far into the sea. Repeat 3 times. Fly away as fast as you can. She thought of the way her mother had looked at her father, as if nothing else mattered. It was dangerous for a woman to give up her power. Under her breath, Maria uttered the first verse of an invocation she had learned from Hannah, as she sat by the fire in a place she might have felt she had only dreamed, had she not had Caden to remind her of who she was, and who she would always be. She was the woman who couldn't be drowned, who had fled from fires and the country where a woman couldn't be free. It was an ancient conjure Hannah had found in a book of Agrippa's occult philosophy, perhaps part of a powerful manuscript called the Fourth Book. It was among the most potent charms and incantations Maria had copied into her grimoire. You are not mine. I am not yours. You have no power. I walk where I wish. My heart is protected. You are not mine, Maria said under her breath. But she had no pins, no red thread dyed with madder root, no rosemary, no St. John's wort, no mandrake torn from the ground, no myrrh oil, no will of her own, and she stopped the chant before it was complete, in mid-sentence, leaving herself defenseless. That was when he turned to her. I will never love you, she should have said. It was the last line of the invocation. But instead she stood there like a fool, not unlike the women who came to her at night, their faces damp with tears, their minds made up, convinced they would walk through a door they knew full well should be kept bolted shut. Maria told Mrs. Janssen she grew rue in the garden to keep away flies, without mentioning that it also checked lust, something her clients often wanted to feed to their men, along with a tincture of wild lettuce to reduce longings. Perhaps Maria should drink such a mixture herself. Perhaps she should bathe in lettuce water, as she had suggested to others in dire situations, for the pale green water was helpful in extinguishing desire. Instead, she stood where she was, and that was how she came to tie her life to John Hathorne's, despite the fact that she had sworn she would never belong to any man. Love begins in curious ways, in daylight or in darkness, when you are in search of it, or when you least expect to find it. You may think it is one thing, when in fact it is something else entirely. Infatuation, loneliness, seduction. John Hathorne had been so deep in thought, he hadn't noticed her presence until he turned to see her. At first he believed he might have conjured her, for there were people who said a dream could be brought to life in the waking world. He had faith in the goodness of God, but he was also certain that life was a mystery, and that one must fight against the forces that opposed mankind. All the same, he was a man of 37, with a man's flaws and weaknesses. He had never seen a young woman who was as captivating as Maria, and what was even more charming, it was clear she didn't even know she possessed the power to enchant. I have acted in error, Hathorne murmured. It was something he would say forever after. He would say it in his sleep, in his own bed at home, and on his last day on earth. He was more than 20 years older than Maria, but that made no difference. He was tall, quite handsome, with distinctive features and an intense gaze. She saw the person he was at that very moment, the one he'd become ever since he stepped onto the dock here in Curacao. He'd let go of the darkness that was always pooled inside him in his Massachusetts life, and along with it the burden of being his father's son. For William Hathorne had come to the New World in 1630 and was one of the first men to establish the Massachusetts Bay Colony. The elder Hathorne was a well-known, respected magistrate and trader, an assistant to the governor and a deputy representing the town of Salem for many years, a fierce persecutor of the more free-thinking Quakers, a man who owned most of Salem Village. Everything John had done was to please William Hathorne. But the upright man John had forced himself to become had flown away like a night bird upon his arrival on the island, and left him to return to the person he'd been as a boy, before he, too, had become a magistrate trained to judge others, before he'd taken over the family shipping business in which every cent must be accounted for, and every bargain must be in his favor. He'd come to the house to take coffee with Mr. Janssen before they continued on to the Janssens' warehouse, where they were to discuss their trade. But the courtyard had confused him, and he'd found his way to the dining room, rather than the study, and had entirely missed Janssen, who by now, annoyed to have been kept waiting, had already left for the docks. Janssen wasn't the only one who was frustrated. Hathorne himself felt the trip would likely be a waste. And it had been, until he saw Maria Owens, who was wearing a blue ribbon in her hair for protection and luck. Hathorne was a man from a country north of Boston, who often traveled into the White Mountains, so called because they were said to have snow all year round. He had a house in Newburyport and another in Salem. His ships brought iron ore and lumber from Massachusetts to trade for tobacco and sugar and coffee in Curacao and Jamaica. He had undertaken this trip to better know his business and understand how it might further prosper. He thought of the Antilles as a place to be tolerated, full of uneducated, superstitious people, but as soon as he stepped off the ship, he felt a sort of enchantment. The blistering heat had overwhelmed him, and the palette of endless blues was blinding in the stark light. The charm and heat of the island brought up a welter of emotions that Hathorne was unused to experiencing. New England was a place of darkness and, in the evenings, of fear. Wild beasts roamed the mossy woods, and the native people were angry at how much land had been stolen and settled. Where he came from, every moment must be accounted for, in the meeting house and at home, and punishments were fierce. There were the stocks for those who were known to commit crimes concerning both legal matters and matters of faith. There were rules that were never to be broken. But here in Curacao, he felt himself to be a different man. And that was the man Maria stumbled upon in the dining room. She saw him not as he had been, or would be, but as he was at that very minute. He had been listening to the birds outside the window, and he stood in a block of yellow sunlight when she first spied him. Now that they were face to face, he ran a hand through his dark hair, confused by his own strange emotions. Hathorne looked younger than his age, and he felt as if he were no more than 20. He was not a man who easily let his appetites arise, and now he supposed it was joy he was experiencing. Perhaps it was a gift to feel this way. Certainly it was a feeling that was most uncommon. He came from Essex County in Massachusetts, named after the very place from which Maria fled in England, an omen she would not fully understand until much later, when she stood in a green field outside his house, a cold ocean away, a place where the ferns turned black in the winter, and evil was seen by those who lived their lives with fear and intolerance. "I've somehow made a mistake. I've missed your father, and I should be at the warehouse. If you could direct me, miss, I'll be on my way." Clearly he had made yet another mistake, taking her for a member of the family. "I'm happy to guide you there," Maria offered. She had laundry to see to in the huge pots in the courtyard, and Eunie would be waiting in the kitchen, so they might set preparations under way for that evening's dinner. But instead she went back out through the garden, the man from Massachusetts following closely, drawn by what he would later swear was pure enchantment. He'd been warned that black magic was invoked in the caves by the sea on this island, and that pirates were welcome in the city of Willemstad, especially if they spent gold stolen from Spanish ships. Yet as they walked under the inkberry trees, on their way to the harbor, he forgot the life he'd led. He forgot his house with its fine pottery brought from England, and the people who lived in that house in rooms that were continually gloomy throughout the year. In summer, the air was filled with flies and gnats. In winter, darkness fell at 4 in the afternoon. But that was there, a world away. He squinted in the sunlight and stayed close to the girl. She smelled of lavender and salt. Once or twice she gestured to chase away a black crow that seemed to follow her, wheeling through a slice of the sky, then careening down toward Hathorne, so that he might have believed it was his enemy, if birds could think and feel and plan such things. He didn't yet know the girl's name, but he couldn't take his eyes off her. This is how it felt to be free of everything you had been trained to do. Be cautious. Be sure of yourself. Be careful of outsiders. Beware of women who have the nerve to meet your eyes, who think they're your equals, who do as they please, who please you as well, who will never do as they're told. Maria glanced behind her when they reached the sea. The water was blue-green and clear enough to see the shadows of large, lumbering shapes cast into the white sand by the creatures that swam beneath the waves. John stopped to kneel so he might better see them. He was wearing leather boots made in London that cost more than what most people on the island earned in a year. "A monster," he said of the huge sea animal that came nearer the shore. Maria crouched beside him. He saw that she was barefoot, and that the skirt of the dress she wore was hemmed with blue thread. "Sir, I'm afraid you're mistaken," she told him. "That is no monster. It's a turtle." Hathorn grinned at her, then pulled off his boots. "We'll see about that." He must have been enchanted, for he leapt into the sea fully clothed, wearing his loose linen shirt and his trousers and even his coat. Only a man possessed would do such a thing. He was so far from the darkness of Massachusetts anything seemed possible. The water was warm and the current helped him along. He remembered feeling this way when he was a boy at the sea in August. He approached the turtle, for that was what it was, and ran his hands over its bumpy shell, then swam beside it, gliding through the flat water, then floating on his back, his eyes half closed, a smile on his lips. Hathorn had large, handsome features, and a smile that changed his expression so thoroughly he might have been another man entirely. He was inside of a dream, not thinking how he would explain his drenched appearance to Mr. Janssen, not thinking of anything at all other than this island, this woman, this moment he was in. "Now I see what it is," he called, joyous. "It is a miracle." Maria knew what was happening. She tried to recite a spell backwards, but the words dissolved in her mouth. She remembered that Hannah had said it was difficult to set a spell upon oneself. And now, if she wasn't mistaken, it was already too late. After his swim, Hathorn climbed up a ladder to the dock, soaking wet but laughing. "I think I look to be the monster now." Perhaps he was, for a man tells you who he is the instant you meet him. All you have to do is listen. But when he leaned in close to kiss her, she stopped thinking altogether. When a man kisses a witch, all the coins in his pockets turn black, but Hathorn didn't notice until later, and he thought the salt air had been the thing to turn the coins, and he frankly didn't care after that kiss. As for Maria, she was surprised that his kiss had burned her mouth. Hannah would have warned her to be careful had she been there. What burns is best left to turn to cinders. Be wise and stay away. There were 8 guests at the dinner party that evening, too big an undertaking for Maria and Uni to handle. 2 cooks had been brought in. One of them was Sybil, a servant who lived down the lane, and the other was Adri, for the family had always said she was the best cook on the island. Indeed, she was lauded for her arepa, a dough made of ground maize, and for her red snapper, as well as her delicious quesillena, a slave dish now favored on the tables of the wealthiest merchants, though it had been originated by the poorest residents of the island, using rinds of cheese and table scraps, and was now made of fine cheese and spiced meat. "This is the perfect time for us to poison them," Adri laughed as she kneaded the dough in which she would wrap the fish. She worked so quickly her fingers seemed to fly. "Not tonight," Maria said, knowing that whatever you put into the world came back to you threefold. "There's a man at the table who doesn't deserve poison." "And there's one who does." Much to Maria's surprise, Adri added, "You know why Mr. Janssen never lets Uni go? Look at her face, and you'll see." It was true that Uni resembled their master more than any of his 3 daughters. "Open your eyes, girl. Look at the guests you served tonight, and you'll know that man who owns this house isn't the only bad man at the table." Adri didn't look up, but merely salted the fish. "I knew it the minute he walked by. You've got the sight. You should use it." Maria served dinner, carrying a blue and white tureen from Amsterdam, wearing her best silk dress, one that had belonged to the Janssens' youngest daughter. It was a pale sky blue, the same shade as the walls, so that she appeared to be more shadow than woman. A maid should not be seen. Indeed, none of the guests paid the slightest attention to her, and when the visiting daughters and their husbands wanted a drink or a plate of food, they gestured to her as they would to a dog. She was embarrassed that Mr. Hathorn would now know she wasn't a member of the household, and would see her true circumstances. Tonight she had refused to go barefoot, but instead wore her red boots. Let him see who she truly was. Let him back away from her, if that's what he wished to do. Caden was tapping at the window, but Maria was forced to ignore him. She was in service, and if the family knew she kept a blackbird under their roof, they would be furious. There were no crows on the island, and black animals of all sorts were considered unlucky. Besides, Caden had taken an instant dislike to John. Perhaps he was jealous, as familiars often were, for they wished to be closer to their human companion than anyone else. Maria wagged her finger at the window. Go away, she thought, although the farthest the bird went was to the branch of a nearby tree. When Maria brought the platter of fish to present to John, he most certainly knew she was there. Clearly she was not a daughter, but a housemaid. Not that this seemed to bother him. He quietly said, "Is this Turtle?" A sly reference meant for her alone. He glanced at her, and there it was, the connection between them, a thread that pulled them close. "No, sir, but if you'd prefer Turtle, I'll see what I can do." Hathorn laughed and shook his head. "This is fine, but I forgot to thank you for showing me to the docks." "When I was Miss." "You're still Miss." No one was listening to them. "You will always be that to me." He spoke softly and in earnest when he asked her to meet him in the courtyard. He pleaded, saying, you must," which was not at all like him. He himself seemed surprised by his ardor. But on this night he was so outspoken, he quickly turned to observe the others around the table, and was relieved when he saw they hadn't noticed his behavior. "Please, miss, meet me there." When Maria could get away, she did so. She blushed to think of what she had conjured up, the first man to be in love with her. She was 15, the same age Rebecca had been when she first spied Thomas Lockland. Maria left her apron on the counter next to the pile of dishes in the kitchen, and she didn't respond to Adri's disapproving expression. Men went to war and women fell in love, heedless and for reasons they might never understand. She could stop this and put it to rest right now. She could make an amulet for protection and speak the words that would keep him away. She could fashion an image of him and bury it in the earth outside her window where the centipedes nested, and he would never return. Instead, she ran a comb through her hair and found her way to the courtyard. "Turn back," something inside her said. But there was an element of defiance in her soul ever since the fire. Rebecca had told her that life was short, and she should do as she pleased. They met beneath the Jamaican apple trees, which bore pear-shaped fruit with red skin and white flesh. Caden was perched in one of the boughs, and he created such a racket that Maria waved him away. But before he obeyed her, he dove at the stranger in a flutter of feathers, knocking the hat from Hathorn's head. "That's a foul creature," John declared. "No more than I am," Maria said, hurt by his estimation. "If you believe so, then I'm mistaken." By then the bird had flown from the garden and was no threat to him. "He must be another miracle." "He is, as a matter of fact." "If this is your opinion, I will agree." "Will you?" Maria was pleased. He might have agreed to anything at that moment, for he received a kiss for agreeing with her, and then many more. Uni was asleep, her face to the wall when Maria finally came to bed. The Janssens were in their chambers, sprawled out on newly pressed sheets woven in Amsterdam. Maria sat at the window when she returned to her room, her hair undone, her mind racing. She knew nothing about this man, and yet she had given herself to him. This was what had befallen her. A madness of sorts, powerful and potent, brought on without a potion, without a spell. She did not wish to understand her mother's actions, which always seemed foolhardy and irresponsible. And yet she did. This is the way it happens. You walk into a room with blue walls. You kiss a man in the garden. You feel your heart and bones and blood. You wait for him like a bird in a cage. On the second night they were together, John vowed that he loved her. On the third night, she was his. On the fourth night, he gave her a sapphire on a silver chain that she said she would never take off. On the fifth night, he brought her a small packet of diamonds to do with as she pleased. This was what she had seen in the black mirror, her future and her fate. He had presented her with what seemed an impossible gift for a girl such as herself, and yet here were 7 small diamonds shimmering in the palm of her hand. This was her future, a man who promised to cherish her. And so she let him slip his hands beneath her dress in a dark corner of the courtyard. She let him do whatever he pleased, for he said she was his heart's desire, that he would always adore her. She told him that when they lived together she would plant lilacs outside the door. She would make a special entrance so that Caden could come and go as he pleased. She would always wear blue, because Hathorn favored it so. 5 days of dreams can seem like years. That was how well she thought she knew him. She did not need the sight, and instead let her heart lead her. But on the 6th night, he didn't appear. Maria sat in the courtyard until the sunrise of the 7th day, a number that represents all that is good and all that is evil. There were 7 heavens and 7 deadly sins, for 7 was the most magical number of all, the one that led to wisdom, even for those who would rather remain blind to the truth. On all other nights, Caden had been locked away, at John's behest, for they had become enemies. The crow had done his best to chase Hathorn away, dropping stones from the sky and diving to pull his hair. "Beware," Caden had cried. But crows are proprietary creatures, and Maria had paid him no mind. Now she went to her room and got down on her hands and knees beside her bed to reach for the black mirror. She had a sinking feeling even before she took the cloth from the mirror and peered into the glass. There was a ship and a cold gray sea. There was a black heart in a garden, among a tangle of weeds. With a single glance she knew the truth. He was gone. She made her way to the inn where John had been staying, but it was too late. And now that she was clear-headed, with the sight returned to her, she knew it before she found his room was empty. She went to Jansson's warehouse and up to his office. No one working there tried to stop her, not when they saw the dark expression on her face. "What is here, miss?" Jansson asked when she appeared at the door. "What is wrong?" Maria looked in a panic. Her hair was uncombed, her feet bare. This is what it did to you. This illogical, wildly impractical emotion. "Var ist Hashnar too?" she demanded to know. "Where has your guest gone?" She didn't sound like a housemaid, rather like a woman betrayed. And such women do not care if their voices rise or if they stare straight into a man's eyes. Jansson closed the door and stood to face her. He was a big man, and he shouldn't have been anxious. "What is your Jacques dar?" When Maria left, he would acquire another girl to replace her, and hopefully the next one would be more restrained. "What is your business where Mr. Hathorn has gone?" Although she legally belonged to Jansson until January, Maria didn't care what he might think of her, and she certainly didn't fear him. She knew more about him than he would have liked, and perhaps this was why he always grew uncomfortable under her heated gaze. Jansson was well aware she didn't admire him, and that irritated him. He had never especially liked her, for in his opinion she should have kept her eyes lowered and done as she was told. People said she talked to a black bird that followed her to the market, sometimes in her language, sometimes in his. Now here she was in Janssen's office when she was meant to be at work in his kitchen. It had begun to rain, a hard, green rain that would cause mudslides in the northern hills. Maria shivered in the sudden cold wind that burst through the window. She herself had caused the rain, and all over the island small sorrows would grow, and children would fuss for no reason so that not even their mothers' voices could comfort them. They had never seen rain this color before, and some young women collected it in pots, so they might wash with it, for green is love and luck, just as it is jealousy and envy. "Hij is teruggegaan, waar is Thijshort?" Mr. Janssen told her with equal amounts of meanness and pleasure. "He's gone back to where he belongs." Massachusetts. The cold gray sea. The house with black shutters. Maria left the office without another word. She ran along the pier and didn't stop until she reached the spare chamber that she shared with Uni. She did not know how to reach Hathorn. All she knew was that he lived in a county called Essex, named for the place she had left far behind. To stop wanting him, she wrote his name on a white candle and threw it far out to sea. But it was not enough. A witch's love is not so easily erased. She drank lettuce water, poured whiskey in an iron pot, bathed in salt and vinegar, and then with aniseed and bay leaves, and still she could not rid herself of her emotions. Hannah had warned that it was difficult, perhaps even impossible, to work magic upon yourself. The enchantment to forget him would not take. She worried that he had been lost at sea, as so many were. Or perhaps he had been taken prisoner, or had contracted a disease and could not leave his bed in Massachusetts, not even to write her a letter. Soon enough she herself fell ill, sick to her stomach, vomiting and unable to keep any food down. When she realized her condition, she went to the beach and in a fury threw herself into the waves. But she merely floated back to shore, her hair a mass of tendrils trailing out behind her. In that soft sea, she realized there was a reason she had known to trek through the Thames estuary, a reason why she had crossed the wide, cold sea. She was destined to save herself with or without magic. She was destined to face her own future. She had already seen this daughter she would have in the black mirror. January came to mark her 5 years of servitude. She went to Mr. Janssen's office to collect the official papers that declared she was a free woman. Janssen scanned her face with cold eyes, glad to be rid of her. Uni had been influenced by Maria, and was now a dreamy girl who often didn't come when she was called. The neighbors' servants vowed that Maria worked spells, and could speak backwards, and wandered late at night in the caves where there were spirits. They could believe whatever they wished. Janssen knew exactly who Maria was, and he didn't care for it one bit. She was 16 and pregnant. There was no need to know more. The baby had quickened, and Maria could already feel it moving inside of her. "I want the same for Uni," Maria announced when she was set free from the family. If not, she explained, she would go to Janssen's wife and tell her the truth she had learned from Adri. A man should take care of his daughter, and Uni should be given a small house outside Willemstad, one of the many he had acquired. "Hire a housemaid and pay her," she suggested. "It's time for Uni to have her own life." Janssen cursed Maria Owens, not that it did him the least bit of good, for he feared the knowledge she had. Anyway, she kept lavender in her dress, and blue thread stitched through the hem of her petticoat, and was protected from his wrath. When she walked away, she owed him nothing. She was happy to move in with Uni and Adri, who agreed that the three would share a roof. Though the house Mr. Janssen had allotted to Uni was tiny, they would make do. Maria made Hannah's black soap when the moon was waning, adding local ingredients, aloe vera and hibiscus. It was a hot night and Maria was burning up, using the largest iron pots in the house. The soap was so fragrant, bees awoke. Birds sang at an hour when they should have been silent, and fussy babies suddenly slept through the night. When she was done making the soap, she fell into her bed and didn't wake for 18 hours. It took a huge amount of energy and focus to make this soap, and because of this, whoever used it would benefit and appear younger, perhaps by as much as 10 years. In the morning, women from Willemstad and from all over the countryside came to buy the bars wrapped in brown paper, tied with string. Even Adri was impressed by the profits Maria brought in. She tried the soap herself, and when she looked in a mirror, she was surprised to find she was as pretty as she'd been as a girl. For 3 months they lived together, happier than they'd been for a long time. When there was a chore to do, they decided when it would be seen to. They awoke when they wished to, and washed sheets and clothes for themselves, not for the Janssens. Time was slow, with each day a pleasure. But time speeded up and took over eventually. The baby arrived on a night when the moon was hidden behind clouds. It was the windy season, unpredictable spring. But soon the wind died down, which signified good fortune to come. What is a daughter but good fortune, as complicated as she might be? Maria dragged her straw pallet outside, then drew a circle in the dust around her chosen birthing place as protection from evil. Caden settled onto a low branch, watching every move she made with his sharp eyes. It seemed a long time since he'd found a baby in the snow, wrapped in a blue blanket, her hair as black as feathers. Now the night was hot, and the earth was sand, but the blanket set out for this baby was the same one Rebecca had stitched late at night in the Lachlan house. Hannah had folded the blanket into the bottom of Maria's satchel, dusted with lavender to keep away the moths. As the labor began, Maria took up a pair of scissors. She held up her long black hair that reached to her waist in a single braid, and cut it short enough to graze her shoulders, unusual for a woman in this time and place. To have a child, she knew she must make sacrifices, and this would be the first of many. On this night she forgave her own mother, who had labored alone in the snow, and had left her child behind for her own good. In doing so, Rebecca's heart had hardened. Still, she was the one Maria called for when the worst of the pains came. Adri told her to breathe, and she did so. The old woman had brought 100 children into the world during her long lifetime, and Maria herself had seen dozens of babes born on Hannah's wooden table and had often helped with the birthing. Hannah had tied knots in a rope, then cut the rope between those knots into pieces, a spell for an easy birth. Here there was no such tradition, and the labor was hard. Maria asked Uni for a bowl of water, and when she gazed into the bowl, it was black and deep. This was the moment when the worlds opened between life and death, the future and the past. She saw a man in the snow who longed for her, and a house ringed by a garden where nightshade and mandrake grew. Where the lilacs were so sweet, bees came from all over the county to drink from them. She threw the plait of her sheared hair into the fire, to mark the death of her old life, and the start of the new life to come. The smoke was red, a bloodline passed down from mother to daughter for as long as time existed. It was March 20, and she wanted her baby to be born before midnight. March 21 was known to be the unluckiest day of the year. Uni and Adri spread salt on the earth to banish spirits who might wish the baby ill. By then, Maria was cursing the world that had made her a woman. But when the child at last arrived, at 8 minutes before 12, everything changed. She had seen her daughter's face in the black mirror when she herself had been a child, but she hadn't expected to feel as she did now. Nothing else mattered. "Beautiful," Adri said with approval. All of Adri's friends came to view the baby, old women who too had once been beautiful. But this baby was something more. They could all tell that was the case, even the ones who were non-believers. The most practical, logical, down-to-earth women praised this new life, There was no mistaking that this child had the sight. Her eyes were silver, her hair as red as Rebecca's. On the back of her left hand was a black mark in the shape of a half-moon, the sure sign of a witch. The baby was soon enough safe in her mother's arms, wrapped in the blanket stitched with blue thread. Because the future seemed to have opened on this night, and because Maria's heart had opened as well, she called her daughter Faith. If Hannah had been with them, she would have spoken the truth for Maria to hear on this day that was like no other. This is your heart that you hold in your hands. Be careful with it. Don't lose it. And don't forget that I loved you the same way, even though you weren't born to me. When Faith was 5 months old, Maria kissed Uni and Adri goodbye. She wept to leave them, for they had offered her only kindness. All the same, her fate awaited her, and she packed her satchel, sewed the diamonds into the hem of her dress where they should be safe from thievery, then went to the docks to search for a ship that would take her to Massachusetts. Before she left, she'd made a pot of courage tea, for she would require courage to find her way across the sea. Adri had fashioned a small traveling basket made from reeds for Caden, which he hopped into when Maria whistled. None of the American ships would take her on, for a baby was not welcome on board, and its cries and ailments were said to bring nothing but bad luck. Fortunately, there was another possibility. The Jews here had founded the first synagogue in this part of the world, and the first cemetery was founded in 1659, called Beth Haim, House of Life, where the tombs were made of coral. Their settlement, the Plantation of Hope, had flourished. Still, many of their people had taken to the sea, carrying Torah scrolls from synagogues that had been burned to the ground in Spain and Portugal. Many were merchants and translators and traders, but some of those who were sailors were actually pirates, whose targets were Spanish ships. They felt it was their duty to take revenge on the country that had tortured and murdered their people. The Portugals were after gold and goods, but they also were known for transporting books, including outlawed literature that was said to incite slaves. There had been those who boarded their ships to steal their bounty, only to find wooden crates of books, worthless to some, a treasure to others. There had been Jewish pirates reported by Josephus in the 1st century, and Jews had often lived at sea, especially when there was no country that would allow them entrance. Sinon, who sailed with the famous Barbarossa, had done his best to smash the Spanish fleet. Yakov Curiel had led the fleet, until he was imprisoned during the Inquisition. Many of these men had gold studs in their ears, often to mark a life that had been lost. They often hid their true identities, though there were some who recognized the gold chains they wore, with charms imprinted with the Hebrew letter He. They made sausage from chicken, so if they were challenged and asked to eat pork to prove they were not of the tribe of Israel, they had their own false meat. These men journeyed to the ends of the earth, with many going as far as the Barbary coast, where they often threw in with Moorish pirates in North Africa, who lived on a diet of blood rice, made with the blood of the lamprey eel, a creature older than the shark, a living fossil. The sailors were a rough lot, who felt they had little to lose other than their own lives. Adri had told Maria to stay away from them, but when Maria was turned down by the other ships, she searched out the captain of a schooner called the Queen Esther, bound for New England. The ship was set to trade in Newport, Rhode Island, where there had been a Jewish community since 1658. But the first port would be Boston, for there was a great market in that city for the rum they carried in the hull, huge barrels that gave off such a fragrant aroma sailors on board were said to grow drunk even when they hadn't touched a drop. The captain, Abraham Diaz, was about to suggest that Maria go home, keep her daughter safe, and leave the sea to men, when his son Samuel collapsed on the dock. Samuel wore a heavy black coat decorated with buttons made from the backbone of a shark, and beneath that a waistcoat, a heavy linen shirt, and leather breeches. Even though the day was fine, he was so ill that he shivered in the bright sunlight, his olive skin turning ashy, dark hollows beneath his eyes. Still, he was a handsome man, with a tough, lanky body and a sailor's strong arms and back. His long, densely black hair was slicked back and tied with a leather string. He wore 3 pieces of gold in the inner flap of his ear, marking the lives of 3 people he'd loved and lost to the cruelty of the world. He was young, having recently turned 23, a number he'd always considered to be lucky, although he'd begun to wonder about his luck. He'd recently been stricken by dengue, a disease many called breakbone fever, for it caused the afflicted person's bones to ache as if they were indeed breaking with pain that was unbearable. Frequently, those who had been stricken hemorrhaged and spat blood. In the end, many went blind and lost all ability to move. There were those who took their own lives rather than endure the agonies the fever caused. Some who survived vowed that the illness made them feel that they'd been made of glass, and a hammer wielded by a thoughtless enemy had been used to shatter them, body and soul. The disease was contracted in swampy, mosquito-ridden areas, and the islands nearby were rife with such places, marshy landscapes where clouds of insects rose into the dull illumination of the dusk, turning the sky into a fluttering dark that was more dangerous than most battlegrounds, with casualties initiated by an enemy the combatants had never spied. Samuel Diaz was leaning against the railing of the dock, his eyes glazed with pain. He could be charming or brash, depending on what the occasion called for, and was such an excellent navigator that there were those who vowed he used black magic to guide him, when in fact he had a deep knowledge of mathematics and of the constellations that he used to map both the sky and the sea. Abraham Zacuto, a Jewish professor of astronomy and navigation, had created a table of celestial positions that allowed sailors to find their way even when they could not chart the position of the sun, and most explorers had a tradition of sailing with Jewish navigators and mathematicians on board. Samuel Diaz had been born in Spain, escaped to Portugal, then had been raised at sea. He had dark, gold-flecked eyes and could speak 6 languages. He would have been more than happy to talk to a beautiful woman such as Maria, if he hadn't been struggling for breath. Samuel could taste blood in his mouth, and when he looked into the sea he spied a black eel turning in its death throes, and thought perhaps it was a sign, and that he was foreseeing his own demise. He'd vowed right then that if God granted him life, he would change his ways. He was wild and young, but that didn't matter anymore. He was in the hands of the Almighty, and, if he should survive, he would start life anew as a more serious, less arrogant man. Maria studied him, observing his pallor and the blood he spit upon the dock, then turned to his father. "Take him on that ship, and he'll be dead before you reach Boston." She sounded utterly sure of herself, so much so that Samuel Diaz had begun to listen to her, despite the attack of pain that left him straining for the next mouthful of air. "Unless you take me with you," she added. "I won't let him die." She had the ingredients for a breakbone fever cure that Adri had taught her. It had been added to her grimoire with ink drawn from the stalks of vibrant coral-colored hibiscus, so that the written remedy was nearly as red as blood. Abraham Diaz didn't trust Maria. He was a practical man who'd never meant to go to sea, and had now been to all corners of the world. He knew a witch when he saw one. Maria carried a black bird in a cage, and she spoke her mind as if she were a man. If the truth be told, he didn't trust anyone who wasn't a blood relation. But his son begged him to allow Maria to travel with them. For once in his life, Samuel was truly afraid, though he tried his best not to show his raw emotion. "How can it hurt us to take her with us?" he asked his father. He had seen this disease affect other men. They often bled to death and became empty shells, with white eyes and white skin like the walking dead local people spoke of. When he died, as all men must, this was not the way he wished to leave this world. "She has a child," his father said. "A ship is no place for a babe. Most likely this woman only wants passage to Boston and will say anything to get what she wants." Samuel gazed at Maria, and she looked right back. He took her in for the first time, really seeing her. She did indeed look like trouble, but he kept this to himself. "Let us take the chance," he told his father, and Abraham had little choice but to agree. This was his beloved son, his only living child, and he would agree to anything that might save his life. Samuel had Maria and the baby stay in his cabin rather than on deck, where straw-filled mattresses were strewn about for the crew, and their safety might be in question. Maria took the baby directly to the small airless cabin before either man could change his mind. There was a bunk for the ill man, which he could barely climb into, and a hammock where Maria and the baby could sleep. Right away, Maria boiled water over a flame and made tawa-tawa tea, using the powerful herb that looked like nothing more than grass. "Isn't that what you feed to goats?" Samuel asked in a thick voice. He was sweating out his disease and had drenched his linen shirt. Samuel hadn't valued his life enough, and now he was filled with regret. He'd seen other men die. Frankly, he'd been party to some of their deaths when it came to fighting the Spanish at sea. But he'd never actually considered that the moment of his own death might come while he was still a young man. "Then you'll be my goat," Maria told him, as she touched her hand to his forehead. "And you'll eat the grass I give you." She'd known that his fever would be high, for it always presented to her as a red aura circling the afflicted individual, though she never would have known from his behavior. Samuel Diaz refused to show his suffering, although when she went for more water, and he thought she couldn't hear, he moaned and cursed his state of being, and her heart went out to him. A ship was a dreadful place to be ill, suffocating in the cabin, freezing and damp on deck. Maria fed Diaz a spoonful of tea every hour. She demanded she be given all the papaya on board, then ground the leaves into a tincture for him to drink. When her patient had regained some of his strength, she fed him slices of the fruit, which he ate from her fingers. Maria often kept Faith in her lap when she treated Diaz, and the baby mimicked her mother's motions, patting Diaz on the head. "You're not afraid she'll catch my disease?" he asked. "You can't become ill with breakbone from another person, goat," Maria informed Diaz, using her pet name for him. "Only from the insects in the swampland." "How are you so sure?" "It's easy to be sure about the truth. Even a goat should know that," she teased. She continued to feed him the tea, made from weeds that he had complained about at first, but now he drank the brew willingly, no matter how bitter. He was feeling stronger in a matter of days. He had faith in Maria, a mad, joyous rush of feeling which often made him laugh out loud, for at last the fever was breaking. And then one day the pain eased, the hammer stopped, and he was no longer glass. Without either of them noticing, he grasped her hand. That was when it happened, the heat between them. There she was, wearing little more than her shift and her apron, her legs bare, as if the two had taken up living together. Maria drew away and saw to feeding Caden some fruit for his supper. She wondered what he thought about this man. "Do you mind if I let my crow out of his cage?" she asked. Poor Caden had been trapped in his basket, watching their every move with his quick eye. "He'll eat any mosquitoes that come near." When Diaz agreed, she opened Caden's door. He quickly flew up to perch on a beam, clacking happily, gazing at Diaz with a bright, friendly glance. "You travel with a crow rather than a husband," Samuel said thoughtfully. "The crow I understand. He seems a clever fellow. But where is your man?" Maria made a face. "Is it your business?" Samuel gestured to the sapphire she wore. He felt a stab of jealousy. "Was it Faith's father who gave you the gem?" You seem like a clever fellow as well, if you figured that out, she teased. Almost as smart as Caden. Is that a compliment? If it is, I'm grateful. A broad grin broke across Diaz's face. The first Maria had seen during his illness. She blinked and took a step away. Why did his expression affect her so? You're going to him in Boston, Samuel guessed. And he knows you're arriving? Not yet. She was not the sort to tell a lie, even when it might have ended the conversation. And do you even know where he is? Essex County, she said primly, as if it were a proper address. Essex County and Boston are not one and the same. This is a vast land, Maria. It's not the island of Curacao. She threw him a dark look. You ask too many questions. So I've heard, Diaz said. He sensed that something wasn't right. He certainly had known men who led a woman on with false information, those who had 2 wives who never knew of each other, those who left in the middle of the night, disappearing with all the household valuables. Diaz squinted at the stone this man of Maria's had given her. He knew the worth of gems, and this one had no spark. The blue was an empty color, dead inside. I'm not sure this is genuine. Maria laughed out loud. I see what you're doing. You just want to make trouble. He's a Puritan of high moral quality. I know men, and I'm sorry to say a Puritan is a man like any other. A man who disappears is either dead or wishes you to think him so. Perhaps it's best if you do. Maria gave Diaz a sidelong glance. You talk too much, she told him. I thought women liked men who talked, he said, knowing he would annoy her, and wanting to do so for reasons he was only beginning to understand. That's what I've been told. Really? How many women have told you that? 100? She teased. He had such dark eyes, it was best for her not to stare into them for too long. I haven't counted, he admitted, but I will now if you're so interested. I'm not, she was quick to say. Good. I would hate for you to be jealous. You don't have to worry about that, goat. Just worry about living long enough so there will be 101 women who have told you lies. He laughed, enjoying sparring with her. She was not like any of the women he'd known, for she was unafraid to argue. And she often bested him, making him feel a fool, the color rising in his face, until all other women were forgotten. At night Maria curled with her baby and sang her to sleep, the same tune Hannah once sang to her. The water is wide, I cannot get o'er it, and neither have I wings to fly. Give me a boat that will carry 2, and both shall row, my love and I. I leaned my back against some oak, thinking he was a trusty tree, but first he bended, and then he broke, and so did my false love to me. Maria studied the child's face in the pale light that filtered through the small shuttered window. She had the red hair of her grandmother, and Maria's own wide, generous mouth and gray eyes. Her features were narrow, as her father's were, with high cheekbones and a straight nose. Despite these resemblances, she was unique, a rose of a girl Maria could study for hours on end. All sleepers should dream as she does, Samuel Diaz said one night, for he was often awake till all hours, thinking about the life he'd lived, knowing how closely he had walked beside death. The child reminded him of what was good in the world, and he often told her stories his own mother had told him. There was one about a cat that was far more clever than its master, and another about a wolf who had been a man until he'd been placed under a spell, and still another about a child lost in the woods. Hush, Maria told him. Try sleep for yourself. That's what you need. Maria closed her eyes and imagined Faith in a large garden. the one she had seen in the black mirror, where trees bloomed with white flowers and lilacs grew beside the door. She was in that vivid garden in the midst of her dream when Caden woke her before the first light of morning. He tapped at her and made a harsh clacking noise. There was the wretched sound of struggling, as if someone had been caught in a net. In an instant, Maria was wide awake, her heart pounding. Samuel was having convulsions. She left the baby in the hammock and went to throw her arms around Samuel to ensure he wouldn't harm himself as he thrashed around. The fever was still in his body, it always would be, and there would be times when it would return unexpectedly. Illness had robbed him of some of his strength. He was gaunt, in a weakened state. Otherwise Maria would have never been able to hold him down. He shouted for her to let him go, as if in her arms he was in chains and not merely in her embrace, but she held on until he quieted, finally exhausted by the fit brought on by his disease. "You'll be fine," Maria told him, as she stroked his head. "You're here with me." She filled a pan with water from the rain barrel outside their door, then slipped off his shirt and washed him with cool water and black soap, her hands stroking his chest and arms. His body ached so badly, he thought this must be what it was like when a prisoner was placed on a rack, then stretched beyond all reason. Diaz turned his head so that she would not see that he wept. He had done things in his life that were cruel and terrible, actions he didn't wish to share with anyone and might be paying for now if God's judgment was upon him. He'd been a robber and a thief. He'd been with women he remembered only too well, and those whom he'd completely forgotten. All the same, he wanted Maria. She looked at him and knew. After that, she kept her hands to herself. She had promised herself to another, and she wasn't one to break her word. "Maybe you should give up on me," Samuel said. She was still beside him, and he could feel her heartbeat. His own heart was jumpy and uncontrolled, ruled by fever. "Don't worry, my father won't throw you overboard. He's a better man than he appears to be. He's likely due a better son." By now Samuel was exhausted. Maria knew that an illness became worse before it was better. To help with his cure, she made him talk, for that encouraged him. That was who he was inside, a man who loved stories. "Do you want the one about the wolf or the cat?" he asked. "The one about the goat," Maria said. "Tell me about you." And so he did, although he rarely spoke of the past, and for good reason. Once when he was a boy, he'd had a family, a mother and 2 sisters, but that was long ago. He and his father had left Portugal and traveled to Brazil, but the Inquisition had followed, and soon the sea was the only place left for them. For more than 10 years, they'd commandeered Spanish ships and fought the people who had so cruelly murdered and expelled their people. Because of this, Samuel hadn't counted the dead for whom he'd been responsible. This very ship had been taken from the Spanish Navy. Though father and son had begun as thieves, they now were respectable traders. All the same, they continued to consider anything belonging to the Spanish to be fair game. When the winds were bad or when trade was difficult, they wouldn't think twice about returning to their original line of business. "Do you judge me for this?" he asked Maria. "My own father was a robber," Maria admitted, "so I can hardly judge." It was less offensive to say Robbie was a thief rather than to admit he'd been a player in a theater troupe. When Maria had asked what had happened to Samuel's mother and sisters, he shook his head. "My sisters were converted and married to men they didn't know. My mother was burned. First they burned the books, then the people who wrote them, then those who read them. They burned books about medicine and magic, books in Hebrew and in Spanish and Portuguese. Samuel's mother could read and write. She was a healer and a midwife, and had written a book of cures. But there had only been one copy, and it had been destroyed. That was why Samuel and his father always transported books, even those that had been outlawed by slave owners in the West Indies. "I'm glad I memorized my mother's stories," Samuel said. "That way they can never be forgotten." Maria felt a tightness in her chest when she learned the fate of the women in his family. She only hoped he hadn't seen what she had seen in England, the last moments of a life engulfed in flames. She decided she would hem all of his clothing with blue stitches to protect him from ill intentions. "A woman like my mother is frightening to those in power," Samuel said. Maria understood that a woman with her own beliefs who refuses to bow to those she believes to be wrong can be considered dangerous. In the county where she'd grown up in England, they would call her a witch. They would say she had a tail and spoke to Satan, but in Spain and Portugal, they would say that the Jews had dark powers, that they could control the seas and stars. They could work magic to curse people or keep them alive. The voyage passed as though it were a dream. Once Samuel Diaz began talking, he didn't stop. He spoke about Brazil and Morocco, and of the great flocks of birds in Africa and the beaches in Portugal so hidden a man would never be found, and of islands in the middle of the sea where the only residents were the turtles. He told her of places where men wore scarlet scarves and painted their eyes with kohl, and women dressed in silk and calico, their heads covered. In time, Maria talked as well, admitting that her robber father could recite entire plays without taking a breath. But why would a man in his right mind memorize another man's words instead of speaking his own? That's what a player does, Maria shrugged. He pretends to be someone he's not. But wasn't that what they were doing? He pretended to be a man who hadn't spent his life running away, and she pretended to be a woman who could reveal her true self. And yet they talked, so much, they didn't notice when the seas changed from blue to gray. Whenever Samuel's pain was at its worst, Maria went to his bed, her body folding next to his. She wrapped her arms around him so he wouldn't thrash in fits of anguish. He was ablaze with fever, although his other symptoms, the headaches and rashes and bleeding, were gone. Night after night she went to him unbidden, despite her vow to do otherwise. It was a dream, she told herself. Only in the fleeting hours of dimming light, the hours when it is said the soul can travel freely, did she come to his bed without shame, wishing to be nowhere but where she was, in the wide glittering sea. As they neared Boston and his health improved, Maria came to know Samuel's stories as she knew him. She hadn't understood how her mother could love a man who could only speak words written by others, and was pleased that Samuel was nothing like her father. Here was a man who was filled with words, and Maria found she was intrigued. It occurred to her that Hannah had raised her to value words above all else. Samuel could not stop talking, and she could not stop listening. One night, as they drifted off to sleep, she thought she heard him say, "Don't leave me." But by daybreak, she'd convinced herself she'd only imagined his plea. Men like Samuel Diaz didn't say such things, and neither did she. They had both been hardened by burnings, and had good reason not to trust the world. Caden often settled down beside the ailing man, making a nest in his quilt, allowing his feathers to be stroked when he usually only let Maria near. The bird was at least 16, and likely had aches and pains himself. Whenever Samuel turned his head, Caden tried to steal one of the gold earrings he wore. "One thief knows another," Samuel warmly said to the bird. He had a deep affection for the creature by now. "What happens when you let him free?" he asked Maria. "He comes back to me." She felt choked up for some reason, which was not at all like her. She told herself it was the closeness of the room, the flame on which she cooked a broth of fish bones to strengthen Samuel's constitution. "Of course," Samuel said. "Why wouldn't he?" Samuel would have come back to her as well, and he knew it. Without a chain, without a cage, but he said nothing. There was no point in doing so, even though he had found the blue thread marking in all of his clothing, stitches he examined with confusion and tenderness. There was another man, one who Samuel suspected was a liar at best, for he was convinced the sapphire was false, and only a false man gives a gift that is a lie. All the same, whoever he was Faith's father, and most likely a man who didn't spend his life at sea, and therefore a better man than himself. Most were grateful for the sight of gulls wheeling across the sky, the sign that land was near, but Samuel refused to look outside. He let his assistant use the charts he himself had plotted. They followed the coast northward, for they would unload their cargo of rum in Boston and Newport, then replace it with goods in New York. All manner of cloth and tea and spices, along with English pottery and French wine. By now, Faith was speaking a few words: Mama, Caw-Caw for Caden, and Go-Go for Samuel Diaz, her baby talk word for goat. "Is that my name?" He'd laugh when the baby nodded, a serious expression on her face. He turned to Maria. "I think you've been talking about me." "I have not," Maria insisted, although in fact she often did, and had a song that made Faith clap her hands with joy. "What shall we do with the goat? Shall we feed him supper? Shall we give him tea? Shall we wake him up or let him sleep?" As it turned out, Diaz had overheard. He didn't know whether to be pleased that Maria sang about him, or hurt that she thought of him as little more than a pet. "What should we do with the goat?" he sang, with more darkness than Maria would have expected. "Shall we let him live or watch him die?" "I want you to live, or you wouldn't be here. That was the bargain in exchange for my travel." "Is that so? If you hadn't felt forced to help me, you wouldn't be here?" Maria was confused. "You knew the terms. You were there on the dock." He turned his back on her then, clearly wounded. That night she could tell he was only pretending to sleep. When he truly slept, he talked in his dreams, recalling everyone he had known, and every country he had been to, all he had lost and all that he'd found. Lately, when he did sleep, he had begun to say her name. A single word and nothing more. Maria only. "You're insulted," Maria said to him. She had tried to slip into bed beside him, but he made no room for her. "If I hadn't been ill, you would have had nothing to do with me?" "But you were ill, and I was with you." So it was. It seemed he was nothing more to her than a bargain to fulfill. He kept his back to her, and when she climbed in beside him, he moved away when she tried to slip her hands under his shirt. He was burning still, but now he was hot with anger. The rain fell and turned into mist. The sky was gray and the sea grew rough as they traveled north. When a disk of sun broke through, it was possible to spy cliffs, and seals sprawled upon the ledges of the rocks. In the very far distance there was a haze of green. Massachusetts was indeed huge and wild. "You've done as you promised," Abraham Diaz told Maria as they neared the coast, pleased by the outcome of their agreement. He had his son, alive and well, and he thought more highly of Maria than he would have imagined. He almost seemed jaunty, wearing a leather cap that had been treated with animal blood, and grease so that it would be waterproof, a grin on his sunburned face. "So have you," Maria responded. She carried the baby. As always, Faith's bright hair was a beacon on the stark ship. "Thank you for bringing us to Boston. I know it was against your better judgment." "I judged wrongly," he admitted. "Will he now be well?" Diaz asked of his son. Though the old man was tough, his deep love for his son was evident. "As well as ever," Maria assured him. They both laughed, Samuel had been a difficult, argumentative boy with a mind of his own, and he'd grown to be a difficult man who never shied away from a fight. "So he is himself again," Abraham Diaz said, relieved. His son was his heart, and Maria understood, for she held her heart in her hands, a red-haired little girl. Samuel was strong enough to be back on deck, and back at his maps as well. Navigators were prized on ships, for without them all was guesswork, and the northern coasts were littered with wrecks that had not avoided the reefs and rocks. He still tired easily, and was often chilled, wearing his black coat even on fine days, but he appeared healthy, as he must have been before breakbone fever seized him. He made certain to avoid Maria, sleeping on deck with the rest of the men covered with tarred sheets of linen to protect them from rain and seawater. Now that he had his health and freedom returned to him, it turned out he didn't want either one. He would rather be ill if that meant Maria would still take care of him. He was no longer angry, he was hurt, and that was worse. As they approached the Massachusetts harbor, Maria could see a city of docks and streets that followed the old paths where cows still wandered freely, where markets sold cod and oysters and clams. So many houses were being built that the clatter of hammers echoed constantly. Huge white clouds were strung as if on a clothesline, and the harbor was thick with ships. Maria was on the deck with Caden, at last freed from his cage in the open air, when Samuel approached. He had a slight limp due to the pain in his legs, but it was only noticeable to those who knew him. It had been days since they'd spoken. "You're setting him free?" They usually spoke in English, but now Diaz spoke Portuguese. His voice was more musical and more urgent, and his questions and intent were harder to ignore. He almost seemed like a serious man. After his illness, he had come to understand time in a different way. It was not endless, as most young men believed it to be. There was so little of it, he could hold it in his hands, and still it slipped away, even as he stood in the pale sunlight approaching Boston Harbor, beside a woman he didn't wish to lose. "He was always free," Maria said. "I told you that." When Caden lifted into the sky, they watched him wing toward the shore. Boston Harbor was cold and gray even on a summer day. Diaz had been stitching, as sailors often did, and he'd made Faith a little poppet doll that she was delighted to be given. "Keep it safe," he told her, and the little girl nodded solemnly and clung to the doll. When Samuel went to the quarterdeck to help guide the ship to shore, the baby called out to him, but he didn't answer. Samuel Benjamin Diaz, navigator and robber, the man who liked to talk so much he continued to do so in his sleep, had become quiet on this day, as if afraid of what he might say. He'd been too many places and lost too many people to think there was a point in a drawn-out parting. He was gone before Maria knew it, leaving her there to consider what her new life might be once she found John Hathorne, for in truth she could no longer picture his face. When she closed her eyes, all she saw was Samuel Diaz, which clearly was a mistake. He did not leave the ship after it docked. He told his father they should turn toward Newport as soon as their trading in Boston was done. There was no reason to stay. Maria looked back and saw him at his maps. Perhaps he was too busy to say his goodbyes. He was meant to study the seas and stars, and there was nothing for him here on land. A man who talked as much as he did knew when he'd reached the end of a story, even though there are those who insist that once you save a life, that person is tied to you eternally. Maria might have gone to him and asked him to explain himself and tell her what he wanted of her. But it was too late. There was the city of Boston, and beyond were the green hills of the 2nd Essex County. This was where her fate had led her. Part 2. Talisman. 1680. 1. Summertime in Massachusetts was sticky with heat and plagued by thunderstorms, and August was the worst of it. Even a weather witch could do little here when faced with the oddities of nature. Occasionally, hailstones as big as a man's hand would fall with a noisy splatter, pelting against roofs and cobbled walkways. The streets ran with waste, and temperatures rose until people were unable to sleep at night. Overheated men roamed the city, courting trouble. Proper women slept without a stitch of clothing and dreamed of lakes and streams, often waking with their hair wringing wet, and pools of water mysteriously appearing on the wooden floor beneath their beds. Yet despite the troubles the season brought, every soul in the colony agreed that summer was far too short. No one wished for a New England winter. Winter was severe in every acre of this region, bleak and much more fierce than winters in England, so cold that harbors froze solid. There were those who believed this new country was too frigid for Englishmen, many of whom perished in blizzards, freezing in their own beds. The native people vowed that every 10 years there was no winter, but that the years in between made up for that blessed time. It was a land of extremes, and there seemed to be more of everything here, both disaster and promise. And mothers whispered that was the cause that there were so many twins in the Massachusetts Bay Colony, for all here was doubled, even human life. The land itself was huge, endless, some people vowed, with uncharted territories of wilderness, said to be overrun by beasts and natives that the settlers had betrayed and now feared. Essex County itself was large, with many towns and villages. Until Maria could discover where John Hathorne was, she would remain in Boston, boarding near School Street, where the first public school, Boston Latin, had opened in 1635. As always, she kept the window open for Caden, so that he might come and go as he pleased. He continued to bring gifts for Maria from every neighborhood in Boston: bullets, fish hooks, a blue pearl, scallop shells, colored glass, a key that seemed to fit any door. The crow perched in the rafters of her room, but at night he seemed to know that she was lonely, for he slept beside her, making a nest in the blanket, lulling her to sleep with a clacking sound. Several of Caden's feathers had turned white by this time, and Maria worried over him, although crows could easily live to be 20, and in rare cases such creatures had been known to survive for 30 or more years. "Do not leave me," she whispered to the crow, the same words Samuel Diaz had so often said in his sleep. Not that she would think of that, or of him, or consider what he had meant to her. There was a tea-house in her lodgings, and in exchange for room and board, Maria was employed as a cook. She knew the basics of Hannah's simple cookery, and she quickly learned the American specialties favored by their customers. Odd as these dishes were to her palate, she soon grew accustomed to the strange food she ladled out each evening. Cod and mashed potatoes, baked beans that had been soaked in cold water overnight, and were then cooked for hours with salt pork, stewed pumpkins, yellow and green native squashes, pot pies of every sort, boiled clams, cherry and plum puddings, as well as a dish known as Indian pudding, a great favorite of Faith's, for it was a heavenly mixture of scalded milk, Indian meal, molasses, cinnamon, and ginger. Maria had learned to tell the difference in the fish she used. Cod was good for boiling and had white stripes, and haddock was best for frying and had black stripes. On Tuesdays, she baked Shrewsbury cakes, buttery and flavored with rosewater. On Saturdays, there was bird's nest pudding, made of cored apples and egg custard. Best of all were Sundays, when she fixed apple fritters, battered apples fried and coated with sugar and cider, or on special occasions an apple pie, Faith's favorite. For those who had a taste for tart desserts, there were slices of cranberry spice pie flavored with nutmeg and cinnamon, or hard gingerbread, which kept well for weeks. Courage tea was always called for, especially when a woman had a difficult decision before her, or when the right words could not be found, although they needed to be said. Every morning Maria made her daughter a breakfast of gruel. Oats settled in cold water, boiled with raisins, sugar, and a pinch of salt and nutmeg. Faith was an early walker, and by the summer's end she often toddled about from table to table, with her favorite poppet in hand. Maria laughed to think that her doll had been sewn by a sailor who had fought battles at sea and thought nothing of engaging in bloodshed. She was reminded of Samuel's charm, and his open smile, and his reckless brand of self-confidence that had made her laugh out loud, for in his opinion there was nothing he could not do. She looked at the poppet and thought perhaps this was true. Sailors had endless time at sea, hours in which they took up what were ordinarily considered the female arts. They fashioned extraordinary boxes decorated with shells, knit scarves, learned to sew. Maria recalled the times she had slept beside Samuel when he was burning with fever, and closer to death than she'd let on. She still missed their intimacy. All that talk, all those stories, were like a river she had dived into. She told herself it was only natural to think of him, for they had held each other, and had once or twice done more. But perhaps her thoughts were drawn to him because she had saved him, and her connection to him was not unlike someone who had rescued a dog from an icy pond, or a bird from a tangle of thickets, nothing more. Faith often called out for the sailor, puzzled by the fact that he was no longer in their lives. Maria would then shake her head. "He's out at sea," she'd tell the baby. When the child would not stop calling Go-Go, Maria brought her to the wharf. She gestured to the harbor and the waves beyond. "That's where he is," she told her daughter. "He's gone." Secrets were hard to keep, even in Boston, and word of Maria's talents soon spread through the city, with each client telling the next her address. These referrals were knots in a rope, buds on a tree, birds that sang to summon others who might need a tonic or a cure. Soon a line of women waited at the back door after dark, their shawls drawn over their heads, for no one wished to be recognized if a neighbor happened to pass by. Some called Maria Owens a healer. Others said she was a witch. Those who feared magic came for her help anyway, regardless of what their fathers or husbands might say, had they known their daughters and wives had come to a woman who was an expert in the nameless art. The ill, the old, the lovesick, the broken-hearted, the abandoned, the hopeful, the cursed, the fevered, the fallen, all arrived after dark, when the streets were empty and the harbor quiet, and rats ruled the city. As always, most came for love. Maria wasn't surprised, for this had been true in Devotion Field, and Hannah had always said love sickness afflicted most of those who came to her door. In many cases, a simple cure would do. The most reliable love potions were the ones Maria had learned watching from a corner as Hannah worked her magic. A woman could plant an onion and keep it on her windowsill. She could write her own name and her intended's on a white candle and burn it without ever extinguishing the flame. She could braid a strand of her own hair with her beloved's and keep it under her pillow. When the 8 lesser charms had been tried and had met with failure, Maria turned to the 9th, which did no harm and could not force love, but instead gently invited it to walk through the door. Love Potion Number 9. 9 ounces red wine, 9 basil leaves, 9 rose petals, 9 cloves, 9 apple seeds, 9 anise seeds, 9 drops of vinegar. Combine all ingredients on the 9th hour of the 9th day of the month. The effect is strongest when performed on the 9th month of the year. Stir 9 times. Let the one who drinks this wine grant me true love divine. The 10th love potion, the one Rebecca had cast upon Lachlan, was written down in Maria's grimoire, but she had made an oath never to use it, not for any woman who came calling, no matter how desperate, and certainly never for herself. It was a spell written in blood, able to turn a person inside out with raw emotion, and it could not be reversed without grave consequences. The 10th was a dangerous spell, as much of ancient magic was. It called on elemental powers that could turn one's beloved's heart to stone if the slightest error was made in its creation, and the ingredients could cause complete havoc if not used correctly. Hannah had done her best to correct these effects for Maria's mother, but in the end, she had merely reversed it. The opposite of love was hate, and Thomas Lachlan had that emotion in his heart when he burned down the cottage. The 10th was said to be unbreakable, and nothing in this world should be so, for all that is, and ever will be, must change. The winter of 1680 in Boston was one that consisted of hard work and days that grew dark at 4 in the afternoon. The temperatures were so cold that bread rattled on the plate, and people wore every item of clothing they owned at the same time, one layer over the other. It was a bad time to search Essex County for John, and Maria decided to stay at the boarding house until the weather turned. During her time of employment, she and the proprietor, Mrs. Henry, had grown quite close. Both were women on their own in the world, after all, and both were willing to open the door to anyone in need. Maria's talents were evident, and the line outside their door grew to be surprisingly long. There were those who must set 2 eggs, never to be eaten, beneath their beds to clean a tainted atmosphere, and those who were to use black mustard seed to repel nightmares, those who were told to use vinegar for husbands who could not perform in bed, and were told to feed their men chestnuts and oysters to inflame desire, those who asked for "be true to me" tea for straying husbands. Still others came for a remedy of garlic, salt, and rosemary, the most ancient spell to cast away evil. Many wanted Maria's teas, concocted late at night by lantern light. Fever tea was composed of bayberry, ginger, cinnamon, thyme, and marjoram. Frustration tea was made of chamomile, hyssop, raspberry leaf, and rosemary. Courage tea was the great favorite, Hannah's old recipe, and pots of it were served day after day. When Mrs. Henry looked at Maria, she saw a healer, not a witch, and she would always be grateful for the lily-of-the-valley tea Maria had used to stop the older woman's heart from fluttering one night when she fell faint. Mrs. Henry swore she would surely be in her grave if not for that curative. She opened her heart to Maria and her charming little girl, and was happy to share her own cures. Boston remedies. Honey and milk for worms. Salt and molasses for cuts. Huckleberries boiled for stomach aches. Balm of Gilead buds boiled into a paste for wounds. Dark blue violets as a tincture for mouth sores. Chickweed prevents toothaches. Table salt and vinegar fermented for colic. Castor oil, milk, and sugar for a children's tonic. Maria had confided that she was in search of a man, like so many women who had been forsaken by husbands and fathers who had come to the New World, promising to send for them, then disappearing into cities or the wilderness. This came as no surprise to Mrs. Henry. Women in search of men were nothing new in Boston. There were signs tacked to lampposts, and on market stalls with descriptions of lost husbands, which sometimes included the image of a face, drawn to the best of the bereaved's abilities. Maria could often see where the missing were when she set out a pan of water for scrying, and she gave out the addresses of lost men, many of whom didn't wish to be found. She warned her clients that sometimes it was best to let the lost remain so, for they might not be pleased once their loved ones were located. Try as she might, Maria could not see John, not in the water and not in the black mirror, which she kept carefully stored in a piece of blue flannel so that it would not break. Hannah had told her that when a person looked in the mirror, she would see what she must, not what she wished to see. John was never there. She could only see him in her daughter's features. The high cheekbones, the lanky arms and legs, the particular way she laughed with her head thrown back, exactly as her father had when he stepped into the turquoise water and found the world to be a miracle. It was Mrs. Henry who directed Maria to Salem. By then it was early spring, and Faith had passed her first birthday. The ice was melting in the streets, and as always at this time of year, the harbor was filled with ships. A customer returning from London mentioned he was on his way home to Essex County. "How many people can there be in one county?" Mrs. Henry said to Maria. "Perhaps he'll know your man." Maria brought the gentleman a bowl of her apple pandowdy, apples baked in a crust, a delicious end to his dinner, and when he thanked her, she asked if perhaps he might have heard of a man named John Hathorne. Indeed, there was a well-known magistrate in Salem by that name, a man of wealth. It's a strict village with Puritans setting down their rules not just for themselves but for everyone. Maria had no fear of rules, and she thanked the customer for his help. "Now I'll lose my cook," Mrs. Henry said sorrowfully when she saw the expression on Maria's face, for one didn't need the ability to see into the future to comprehend what would happen next. That night Maria had difficulty sleeping. When at last she fell asleep, she dreamed of a ship at sea. In her dream, she held her grimoire in her hands, open to a page on which a map had been spun out of stars. It was a map she couldn't read, and she was as lost and alone as she had been in the field of snow when Caden found her, and sat on the rim of her basket, refusing to leave her. And then she was no longer alone. Hannah sat across from her in her dream, as real as she'd been on the last day they had spent together. Their boat drifted in a vast and endless sea, but there was great comfort in being in Hannah's presence, even in a dream. Fate is what you make of it. You can make the best of it, or you can let it make the best of you. The fish swimming beneath their boat were huge, dark shadows, but Maria paid them no mind. Stars fell from the sky. Clouds appeared, gray and swollen, promising storms. The world was cold, but there was a flame burning inside her. Hannah leaned forward to whisper, "Life is not what you think it is. Remember that. Remember me." When Maria woke, she had already decided she must leave for Essex County without delay. Her future was waiting for her, and it would be best for her to discover what was in store. She had most likely stayed too long in Boston. She wondered why she had been unable to find John Hathorne on her own, for she had cited countless lost men for so many women. There was a problem that thwarted her. That much was evident. She set to work baking a love cake, using the recipe Hannah had taught her. It was a skillet cake, made over the fire, and as it baked, it turned from white to red. She set it out to cool, but an hour later returned to find that the cake had been devoured by ants. It was a dark sign, but one she ignored as she threw away what was left of the cake. Believe what the world shows you, and make no excuses. See what is right before you. Instead, Maria told herself that it was impossible to control all living things and all occurrences. Not even magic could do that. There was farmland ringing Salem, with fields of grass and black-eyed Susans, and farther in the distance, a deep forest of ancient woodland. Spring was madness in New England, all the world come to life at once. Pine, oak, chestnut, plum tree, elm, walnut, ash, witch hazel, and wild cherry all grew here. There were mallows and white hellebore in great profusion in the marshes, used as a curative for wounds and aches, and clusters of loosestrife with vivid purple flowers. In the shadows there was nightshade, black henbane, wormwood, and bloodwort. The North River flowed inland, and there were marshes and tide pools dotting the land. Salem itself was bustling, and was always so, no matter the hour. This seafaring community had been settled in 1626 at the site of a native village, and was the second oldest settlement in Massachusetts, named after the Hebrew word for peace, shalom. It was here the first Puritan church had been built by those who'd fled England in search of freedom. But once the refugees arrived in a land they claimed as their own, they became as intolerant as their persecutors had been. They insisted upon purity that did not deviate from their beliefs, ensuring that all would live within the scriptures as they saw them, rejecting the ways of sin practiced in England. The soul was said to be divided into two halves, the immortal half, which was male, and the mortal half, which was female, set in place by Eve's original sin. It was women who were more likely to carry sin, to keep it in their hearts, to veer from the path of the righteous. The settlers believed with utter certainty that the world to come was predestined. Some were condemned to hell in an unbroken fate that could not be altered, while others would receive God's grace no matter what their earthly deeds might be. The only mercy that could be shown was divine. It was not for men to forgive. They were merely to enforce the rules of God and make certain they were obeyed. Deviation from the rules meant severe punishment: lashings, whippings, the stocks, prison, being sent into the wilderness. Women in Essex County were not allowed to wear fine clothes, for such attire might awaken the evil impulses of both demons and men. Female members of the community were expected to dress plainly, in austere gray dresses of a color known as liver. Brown and indigo were sometimes used, for the dye was cheap, but only the wealthy wore black, for it was an expensive color to produce. Vanity was not allowed, and silk and lace were considered sinful. There were to be no scarves and no embroidered needlework. There had recently been cases in the nearby town of Newbury of women who had been arrested for wearing silk hoods. Long hair was outlawed, for it called up unwanted desire. There were to be no kid gloves or silk-laced shoes, no gold or silver jewelry. Puritans placed meaning in the color of clothes. Black symbolized humility. Russet and brown, made from madder root dye, was the color of poverty. Gray meant repentance. And white, the color of caps and cuffs and collars, was purity and virtue. Wickedness could easily be found in this part of the world. Hands must be kept busy to prevent evil deeds and to keep God's favor, which many thought had been lost when there were several years of failed crops and famine. It was in God's name that the Puritans made their attack against the native people and the French, a vicious endeavor called King Philip's War, named after the Wampanoag chief who had taken the name Philip and led a bloody uprising that had lasted 14 months. The English took what they wanted and felt was divinely given to them, land they claimed for God, but kept for their own use. One must be careful to keep oneself in God's light, and not in the devil's darkness. Women must keep their eyes lowered, their voices soft. They must not ask for what they did not deserve, or think themselves above others, or pursue any vile needs or desires. Mrs. Henry had told Maria to keep her head covered so that her glossy black hair wouldn't be seen. Puritans rejected beauty in a woman, Mrs. Henry warned, just as they feared independence in the sex they deemed responsible for Adam's downfall and the trials of all men who had followed. Maria carried the baby on her hip, and Caden in his case made of reeds. From the start, the crow made it clear that he was unhappy with their destination, clattering nasty clicks as if scolding his mistress. Caden put up such a racket that at last Maria paused on the street to open his cage. He peered at her with his glittering eye, sulking as he had on the day when Rebecca Loughlin had knocked at the door, as annoyed as he'd always been when John Hathorne had come to call in Curacao. "Go on," she urged, when he glared at her with fierce disapproval. Caden would always be her dearest friend, but perhaps he was jealous of John. Certainly he had never taken to him. "You asked to be free. Go have a look at this town." The crow disappeared above the rooftops, a black streak in the sky. If he didn't wish to help her find John, so be it. They'd make amends. They always did, for they had similar temperaments, cool and mistrustful, but ultimately forgiving. She had decided she would no longer have doubts. A black heart could belong to anyone, and she would ignore the image she had seen. This was the day when she was to step into her future. She wore a serge dress, hand-stitched by Mrs. Henry for the occasion, dyed with blue composition, an inexpensive dye made of indigo, and sold as a liquid in small glass bottles, a common enough color in Boston, but one which stood out here in Salem, where the women most often wore gray. She had on her red boots, still as good as new, and in her hair were the blackened silver hair clips that she considered to be good luck, even though a witch makes her own luck, and silver meant less to her than remembrance. Her lovely face shone in the sunlight, perhaps even more than it might have elsewhere, for sunlight was a rare occurrence in this city. Maria had brought along some Johnny cakes for Faith to eat on the journey, and some salt cod for herself, and as they went along the road, she'd picked handfuls of ripe blackberries. Although the baby was hungry, Maria's stomach was a nest of nerves and she couldn't bring herself to eat. Whenever she closed her eyes, she saw herself holding a black heart in her hands. Turn it over once for love, twice for betrayal, 3 times for heartbreak. Maria was young, her look striking with her black hair, silver gray eyes, and slim, reedy body. Puritans are men, Samuel Diaz had warned her. No matter how many prayers they say. Instinctively, she searched for a woman's help, which she found when she approached an inn on the wharf. When she mentioned Hathorne to a barmaid there, she was directed to Washington and Court Streets. If Maria was in search of the magistrate, that was where he would be found, at the court or city hall. His house was on Washington Street as well. "But if I were you, I'd avoid that place," the barmaid confided. She was a Dutch Protestant and did her best to live in the Puritans' world. "They've got their rules, and we'd do best to stay far away from them." Maria followed the directions she'd been given. She stood on a corner of the cobbled street and observed a row of elegant houses. Better to find him at home, she decided, as they'd found one another in the blue dining room in Curacao. She would know which house was his when she came upon it. As she closed her eyes, she saw it in her mind's eye. A large house with black shutters that were thrown open on summer mornings before the heat turned brutal. The cloudy windows where he stood to watch snow fall on dark winter days. She felt the tug inside her, and there she was, standing in front of John Hathorne's house, a world away from the country of heat and light where they'd met, where women went barefoot, and men were willing to jump into the sea-green water, and no one who saw such behavior would give it a thought. The bricks in front of the house were patterned in diamond shapes, a formation that is said to bring bad luck. But Maria would not think of luck. Still, the mark on her inner arm had begun to burn, as though it were a star that had fallen from heaven to earth. When a witch's mark burns, she had best be aware of the dangers that surround her, for it is a warning that should never be overlooked. Hannah had taught her not to ignore her intuition, telling her not to look away or think all will be well if she wished it to be. Pay attention. Pay heed. Listen to the voice inside. The 2 large elm trees in his yard displayed a peculiar black leaf. When the leaves fell in autumn, a black carpet led to the gabled entranceway, but in summer they provided a welcome bower of shade. When Maria approached, the leaves that had only recently unfurled began to fall, as if autumn had come early. She could see nothing through the small casement windows with leaded diamond-shaped panes. To summon John to her, she rubbed her wrists with lavender oil. She had a pocket full of bird bones gathered from the grass of grazing land in Boston, then strung on a bit of rope that she wore around her wrists. They were spells for love and for remembrance. She wore Caden's black feather in a charm at her throat. They waited for nearly 2 hours until Faith grew cranky and hungry. Little Faith was not as patient as Maria had been as a baby. She had a bit of a temper, as red-haired children often do. Maria hushed her, but some things have only a single remedy. Because the baby needed to be fed, and because there was nowhere else to go, Maria made her way up the path to the garden, where she sat in the sunlight, the baby at her breast. Someone had carefully tended the kitchen garden here, planting seedlings of parsley and chervil, summer savory, thyme, sage, and spearmint. The black leaves continued to fall, their shapes forming black hearts in the grass. As he approached the house, John Hathorne spied a crow in the tree. A chill went through him, even though the day was fine, or at least it had been until this very moment. He had a true distaste for such creatures, and had ever since Curacao, when that horrible pet of the Janssen's housemaid spat stones at him. Hawthorne was accompanied now by the captain of one of his fleets of ships, scheduled to leave soon for the West Indies. A stone hit him as they spoke of sugar and slaves, grazing his cheek and drawing blood. He gazed upward, and there was the vicious feathered beast. Although few men could tell one crow from another, he swore it was the same foul bird he'd known in the West Indies, who had taken pleasure in tormenting him. It was the glint in the creature's eye that gave him away, the way he held his head proudly, as if he were as good as any man. If it was the bird he knew, it occurred to him that he was being threatened. He quickly made his excuses to the captain. He was so sorry to change their plans, but they would have to speak in the morning. He professed to be ill, and perhaps he was. Certainly he couldn't think straight, and his gut was lurching. Like many in this world, he had 2 souls residing inside him, the man he wished to be, and the man he actually was. Here in Essex County, he was the man he'd been trained to be, his father's son, a magistrate who did not stray, whose judgments were cast upon others, never upon himself. He saw a woman's figure in his own garden and was completely baffled. It was as if a wolf had come to lie beside the hollyhocks, or a lynx had climbed upon the roof, or worse, a witch had followed him across the seas. It was she. He knew her as he'd known the crow. His deeds had come back to haunt him. He rubbed his eyes, hoping the vision would disappear. But the scene remained the same. A woman wearing red boots, which were outlawed in this town, intent on the child in her arms. He had never imagined her here in this landscape, where the clouds billowed and the sky turned gray late in the day and black leaves fell. They fell now, as if the trees had been shaken and the world had fallen apart, and not even seasons knew their time and place. She was still a beauty, but he was now the other man, the one he'd been born to be, his father's son, and Curaçao was only a dream to him. He considered his own behavior on that island to be a mystery. Men were undone in mysterious ways. They stopped thinking and only felt when they wanted what didn't belong to them, and they often did as they pleased in a strange country where rose-colored birds stood on one long leg in blue-green sea, and the women could bewitch you if you weren't careful, if you didn't keep your head and remember exactly who you were, a man who owned ships and wharfs and warehouses and a house with black shutters, whose father and grandfather had been men of honor, all magistrates, all respected citizens who kept their word and made certain others kept theirs. These were men who would never have leapt into the sea fully clothed, shouting with joy, grinning like a fool, as if a demon had entered to use the darkness inside of them for ungodly purposes. Maria sat beside a bank of tall snow-white phlox. Nearby in the kitchen garden, fennel and purple cabbage and radishes would soon be grown. There were no lilacs, as there had been in the vision in the black mirror, but surely she could plant them, when she was John's wife and this was her house. She would have Persian lilacs in shades of purple and violet and blue, with blooms so sweet women passing by would stop, unable to go any farther, called to the spot as if their names had been spoken aloud. A bee came to examine Faith's hair, red as a flower in the bright sunlight. Maria sent it off with a polite nod. "Be elsewhere," she whispered, and it happily complied. In the tree with black leaves, Caden was clacking and tossing down pebbles. Maria gave him a dark look, but otherwise paid him no mind. She could not let a crow make her decisions. Her fate was her own, and she would certainly make the best of it, before it made the best of her. She set her sleeping baby in the grass. To call John to her, she took a laurel leaf from her satchel and held it in the palm of her hand, then set it on fire with a single breath, not minding that she scorched her own skin. The smoke was thin and green, so fragrant it was impossible to ignore. She said his name backwards, chanting beneath her breath. From behind the gate, he felt the thrill of seeing her again. She was like no other woman he had ever seen or known, and when she called to him he felt his desire in the pit of his stomach. Sins were committed every hour of every day, and it was clear that this woman was unnatural in some way. But who among them had not committed a sin? The eternal torments of original sin had waited for mankind from the moment Adam ate the apple, which was handed to him by Eve, an act that proved to him and his brethren that women were spiritually inferior to men, weak with human frailty, sinful at their core. John entered the garden and closed the open gate behind him. Always bad luck. He was wearing the same black coat he hadn't bothered to take off when he swam alongside the turtle, when he didn't know the difference between a miracle and a monster. It had been laundered with hot water and lye soap, and yet there was still sand in the seams. He looked at Faith, dozing in the afternoon light. She might be anything at all, an angel beside the snowy phlox, a wicked changeling sent in the guise of a red-haired girl, but her features were not unlike his. The same narrow nose and high cheekbones. She was merely his child. He softened then, and perhaps he smiled, for as Maria gazed up to see him, she believed she saw his heart beating beneath his black coat. Maria turned her attention to the bee that now came to sting Faith. The child let out a cry so filled with shock and pain that the sparrows in the garden took flight all at once. For a moment the sky was dark as the leaves from the black elm fell to litter the path, as if they were bats falling from the branches. Maria quickly removed the stinger from her baby's arm, then rubbed some lavender oil on the rising welt. "Hush," she told the child. "All better." She picked up the dying bee and cast it into the bed of phlox. Some creatures do not care how polite a person might be. They will hurt you for no reason, and then all you can do is heal yourself with whatever ingredients are necessary. John's heart was twisted in two between what he wanted and what he must do. He took her hands in his and drew her to her feet. He embraced her then, and so it came as a surprise when he said, "We must leave this place." "What do you mean? I've brought you your daughter." Hathorn gazed at the child's hair. It was a time when many people believed red-haired women to be witches and imagined those with freckles had been marked by the devil, especially if they were left-handed, another evil trait. Redheads were said to be violent in temperament, false in nature, evil in intent. But this darling baby smiled up at Hathorn. "Go-go," she said in her sweet voice. Maria laughed. The babe thought Samuel Diaz had returned. No, this isn't Goat. He's another man." At the mention of a man, and one with a name that called Satan to mind, Hathorn flared with jealousy. What was his alone, even when he wasn't certain he wanted the prize. "Am I not her father?" Yes, Maria assured him. Diaz was her patient, nothing more. A friend, perhaps, a confidant, the man of 1,000 stories, far away and out of mind. The one she embraced in bed, the one she allowed to kiss her until she was burning, but she always stopped him before she was completely his. There was John to think of, and loyalty, and their daughter. "Of course she's yours." "Then we must go now, for safety's sake." He led her from the yard, the baby still whimpering. When at last they reached the far end of the street, Hathorn drew Maria into a doorway so he might kiss her. Once begun, he could not get enough of her, though she held the baby in her arms. He knew that his desire could be his undoing. He was not young, though he was handsome enough so that women in town failed to lower their eyes when they passed him by, daring to smile and perhaps take his arm, so they might make their interest clear. But those were inappropriate flirtations, nothing more. This was an enchantment, and he, who judged others harshly when they came before him in his chambers, did not judge himself for his wrongdoings. A spell was at work, and as he had leapt into the water in Curacao, he embraced her now, but only for a moment, for this was not the time or the place. They went to the edge of town, past the fields and woods so dense it was difficult to navigate through the branches. Though many trees had been cut down, as more and more land was cleared for Indian corn and other crops, the forests were still deep. Salem seemed destined to grow until it met up with the forest and claimed all the land. But for now it was still a mysterious and dangerous place. There were great gray owls in the trees here. Gnats filled the air and poisonous plants grew nearby. Stalks of horse nettle and chokeberries and toxic wild cherries that contained cyanide. It was dark and damp, and so green the world seemed black. Black hearts grew in the lacy leaves of ferns, and there were mushrooms in the shadows, and black forget-me-nots that were already wilting in the sunlight. As they walked, John explained that his father was a stern, overbearing man, and that here in Salem the court and the magistrates would consider a child born outside of marriage a crime. He could find himself in jail, for this world was different than Curacao, with rules that couldn't be broken. Without marriage, a child would always be an outcast. Here, he explained to Maria, people looked for monsters, not for miracles. "What is there to do?" Maria said, her mood darkening. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar landscape that made it seem as though the man was unfamiliar as well. And yet Maria believed that now that she and Faith had arrived, Hathorn would change back into the man she had known. The man who had fallen in love with her was inside of him. "Our child exists," she said. "Who could fault us when there wasn't time to marry?" Faith's encounter with the bee had exhausted her, and she had fallen asleep on her mother's shoulder, her face hot and streaked with tears. Every now and then Maria patted the baby's back. "They might fault us," Hathorn said, "but we do not need to fault ourselves." He looked at her the way he had on the island, and Maria was relieved to see the man she had known. She followed John, who was so tall he cast a shadow before him. He had taken her hand, and she could feel his heat. They went on through, past the elms and the wild cherry trees already laden with fruit, with its poison seeds. He knew of an abandoned cabin often occupied by hunters in autumn, but deserted in all other seasons. Maria and the baby would be safe there until he could sort out what to do about his family. They were far enough from town, Hathorn said. Hidden, Maria thought. Not fit for the company of others. When they arrived, Maria peered inside the cabin. Leaves covered the floor, ashes filled the fireplace, and pottery was broken and scattered about. Cutlery left unwashed had been strewn upon a small wooden table. In a corner were straw pallets and several threadbare woolen blankets. Once inside, Maria found a spoon to cast out the door, as her mother had done time and time again to be rid of bad luck. But the spoon was tin, not silver. It didn't turn black in her touch, and rather than being flung into the distance, it landed at her feet, clattering upon her red boots. A dozen crows were in the trees, but Caden was not among them. He was making himself scarce, and in doing so he made his annoyance evident, as it was whenever she was with John. The baby was bundled in her blanket, with Maria's name stitched at one corner, and Faith's name stitched below her mother's, with the blue thread Rebecca had given her. Blue for protection and remembrance. Hathorn embraced Maria fiercely. He would have had her right there if she hadn't stopped him. His hands were all over her, so hot they burned her skin. She thought of the laurel leaf aflame in her hand. She'd called him to her, but now she backed away. "Do good among them," Hannah always said, "but do not expect the same in return." "If they have set out rules in this town, let us act by them," Maria said. If marriage was what this world insisted upon, then marriage it would be. Here in these woods, in the second Essex county she had known, Maria thought of Hannah's burning house. Most witches feared water, but Maria feared fire. She thought of the day when Lachlan and his brothers arrived, when the air had filled with the stems and petals from the poison garden. Her eyes had burned for days afterward, perhaps from the billows of smoke, perhaps from the tears she couldn't shed. It was so easy to make a mistake in matters of love. So many women had made their way across Devotion Field, convinced they must make the wrong man their own. Maria had done her best to help those who came to her in Boston, even the ones who knew they should let go of love. Now she asked for marriage, even though she thought of another man. There was a cure for this, she knew. But to set a spell upon herself was dangerous, and she could not stop such thoughts by sheer willpower if she tried. O amour meant sweetheart, darling, flame, love. That is what Samuel Diaz had called out in his sleep, and it was only now that Maria realized he might have been speaking to her. My pledge remains the same, Hathorn told her. For now he would bring all she might need to stay in the cabin, bedding and pots and pans, baskets of apples and onions, ginger and butter and eggs, odd vegetables Maria had never seen before. He returned the next night and the night after that. They took a late supper together, cooked over a fire. Before she'd left Boston, Mrs. Henry had taught her how to fix Salem pudding, a favored dish made of flour, milk, molasses, and raisins, all boiled for hours, and how to make a quick meal of Johnny cakes, with Indian meal and flour, 1 egg, a little sugar, and salt and soda. John praised the tea she made, and said it gave him the strength and courage to try to set things right. In time, Maria relented, and while Faith slept, she took him to her bed, the straw pallet where hunters camped after the leaves turned, when they came to shoot deer and wild fowl. Spring passed into summer, and some evenings John could not get away. On these nights, there was nothing but darkness and the flicker of the fireflies, creatures unknown in England. They rose amid the trees in globes of pale yellow light, signaling to one another. Is this what love is? Maria might have asked Hannah Owens, who'd been betrayed by a man who claimed she spoke with Satan and had sworn to the judges that beneath her skirts she possessed a tail. Is love not more than this? She might have asked her mother, who pledged her life to a man who charmed her with words that weren't his own. She knew something was wrong, even within her own heart. But then John would return, as though he'd never been gone, full of apologies and promises. It was his family, he explained, and their austere view of the world that was at issue, and the differences between them. Maria had not been raised in any church. She did not live by the tenets of Puritan beliefs. She had a child without the benefit of marriage. She would not be accepted. And yet he returned. He could not stay away, he told her. Was this love? She might have asked herself, if she hadn't feared the answer. On nights that she spent alone in the 2nd Essex County, she couldn't help but wonder if she had been the one who had mistaken a monster for a miracle. She was a world away from Devotion Field, far from everything she had known. She could hear owls and the sound of deer mice in the pine needles. At night, when she was alone in her bed and John had left her, she could hear her own heart beat. She had seen this before, a woman arriving at Hannah's door. Love gone sour. Love gone wrong. Love that wasn't love at all. October came quickly, a glorious month when the fields turned yellow. The leaves might appear green in shadow, but when sunlight pierced through, there were threads of scarlet and orange. So many pigeons crossed the sky they blocked the sun from sight, and the day seemed as if it were night. Maria felt there was a power in this place as she knelt by the lake that was said to have no bottom. The twiggy shore was home to birds she had never seen before. Scarlet cardinals, red and black woodpeckers, flickers, white owls sleeping in the hollow trees. She imagined she felt as Hannah had when she left the world of men and crossed through Devotion Field to enter into a world of magic and silence. The only sound she heard was the song of the earth when she lay in the yellow grass. Perhaps this was a blessing, for during this time the lines on her left hand began to change, and she saw for herself that if you had the strength, you could change your fate. The crows stayed on past autumn, as they always did. They would remain all through the coming snows, fearless creatures that they were, eating winter berries and snatching eggs from hen houses, managing to survive. Through the autumn, rumors spread about a young woman living in the woods. People said she was fearless, for it was a wild, thorny woodland, with creatures that had never been seen in England. Spiky porcupines, deer that were 12 feet high, and thought to be so strong that the teeth of their fawns were strung into necklaces by the native people for babies to wear when teething. There were beaver that were said to contain both sexes, whose powdered tails were mixed into wine by those who claimed to be physicians and swore the false remedy would cure stomach ailments, and fox with pelts that were silver or red or black, and bats of all sorts flickering through the night. Raccoons that lived in hollow trees could open the doors and windows of houses in town, as if they had human hands, then slip inside to steal flour and day-old bread. Ground squirrels were so ravenous they would devour entire fields of corn, inspiring farmers to pay 2 pence apiece for each one killed and brought to town hall. What woman would live in such a place with a young child, other than a sorceress, or a wild woman, or a witch? One blue evening, when the flocks of sparrows and warblers were beginning to migrate south, Maria saw a huge dark creature of more than 300 pounds standing in the lake in solemn silence, sniffing at the chill in the air. Perhaps there were monsters in Essex County. Surely people here believed in such things. Wolves that would track a man for weeks and devour him whole, poisonous snakes that favored young women and were said to hide beneath their beds, birds that drilled holes in the wooden planks of a house as if they had knives on their beaks, rabbits that turned from brown to white when the snow fell, magicked in front of your eyes. People in town vowed that a sea serpent resided in the leech-filled lake where Maria and her child bathed. The native people had always believed there was a mysterious creature in the depths, one that had dragged itself inland from the harbor when the countryside flooded in a storm surge and tides engulfed the forest. Perhaps this was nothing more than a story told to chase the English interlopers away. All the same, even after the original people had been dispatched from this area, not a single child from town would dive into that lake, not even on the most stifling days when a swim was the only tonic that might cool heat-struck boys. Instead, they would stand at the edge of the water, throwing rocks, not a one venturing any deeper than his toes. Local men had searched for the serpent with no success, and some of these individuals had disappeared. Because the lake was bottomless, they were never seen again, leaving their wives and children to mourn their losses. Caden had made himself at home in these woods. He often disappeared to scour the town for treasures to bring home, a shoe buckle, a carved wooden top, a silver thimble that immediately turned black in Faith's hands, for magic ran through her. She could call the birds to her with a single reedy cry, and at the lake the leeches never dared to come near when she waded into the cattails, clasping her mother's hand, for Maria warned her not to go too deeply into the water. Once Faith found a toad, withered and close to death. But when she gently picked it up and held it in her palm, the creature revived. Panicked, the toad leapt from her hand and disappeared into the bramble bushes. Maria happened to see this event, and she was filled with a deep pride. Her daughter was a natural healer. Had he been there, Samuel Diaz would have applauded all of Faith's endeavors, for she always shone in his eyes. Faith still sang the Portuguese lullabies Samuel had sung to her. "Go-go," Faith said in a serious tone as they picked blackberries that grew near the shore, for the berries had reminded her of the man who had always shared the fruit Maria had insisted he eat to help him recover, including papaya and mangoes and berries, holding them out to Faith and applauding when she ate the berries. "He's far off at sea," Maria told the baby, though it was really herself she was reminding that Samuel Diaz was not part of their lives. Winter came early, with huge flakes falling nearly every day, and nothing had changed. 3 times a month, Maria tramped through the dark, past the pear orchards, carrying her sleeping child so they could meet at Hathorn's warehouse on the dock. She wore black so that no one would take note of her. She took narrow paths at a late hour, though they were icy and she shrunk into the shadows. Still, she was not invisible, and as she made her way one cloudy night, the moon slipped out suddenly, and thinking she was a crow swooping through his fields, a farmer shot at her, peppering her coat with buckshot. Fortunately, Maria was only grazed on her arm, and Faith went unscathed, though she startled in her mother's arms. Before she could stop herself, Maria uttered a curse. "Let he who tried to wound me be wounded in turn." The next morning, the farmer vowed witchery was at work. Moles had burrowed up through the hard, frosty ground, and a gang of crows descended upon his house. One of the crows had made its way down the chimney, and had caused a ruckus in his parlor while his wife screamed and covered her head with a quilt. "There was a witch," he told anyone who would listen. "You wait and see," he said. "She'll come for you as she came for me, a woman who can turn herself into a black bird." Every time Maria was with Hathorn, there was a flicker in her heart, an ache beneath her ribs, as if a spike of metal had lodged inside her. He was more distant each time. He turned his back to her as he dressed. The black mirror had shown her fate, a man who brought her diamonds, as Hathorn had. All the same, she recalled Hannah's words, that she must always be careful to love someone who could love her back. "You make love what you want it to be," Hannah had told her. "You decide. You walk toward it, or you walk away." Maria recalled the women who had crossed Devotion Field, driven by the love they couldn't renounce, even when it had ruined them. And then one night, she knew the answer to her own question. This wasn't love. Maria Owens turned 18 during her first winter in the 2nd Essex County, the coldest winter in more than 40 years. Harbors froze solid, and the snow was so deep that horses in the pastures drowned in drifts that were 8 feet tall. People who lived on farms far from town would not be seen until the following spring. Time was passing more quickly all the time. Faith was growing up here, just as Maria had grown up in the woods of the 1st Essex County in England. This was where they lived, with or without John Hathorn, and Maria hung Hannah's brass bell just outside the door. When the wind came up, the sound of the bell comforted her. She made the best of what she had. She chopped wood every day, and was lucky to have potatoes and onions and winter apples stored. When she ran out, she began to frequent Hatch's General Store, where she traded dried herbs for provisions. Anne Hatch, the grocer's wife, often added something special for Faith, a bit of molasses candy or a packet of sugar to help teething. As always, Caden followed along, but he waited for Maria in the tallest trees, for unlike his mistress, he had never made this place his home. The sky was black and pricked with stars when Maria went to the lake to chop ice for their drinking water. As she knelt, she spied the future written in the black ice. She saw herself tied to a chair, and John walking away in his black coat, and diamonds falling from her hands. She saw a tree with huge white flowers, each one the size of the moon. Try as she might, she could not tie these images together. Hannah would have said that women often didn't understand what they didn't truly wish to know, and perhaps Maria knew the truth already, for she wasn't surprised when one night she trekked to the harbor only to find the door to John's warehouse locked. She waited, but he never appeared. Each night she listened for his steps, but when the brass bell outside her door rang, it was only sounding for the wind. When March came around, Maria celebrated Faith's second birthday alone with the baby, fixing a pie from apples she had stored in a barrel, adding the last of the cinnamon she'd brought along in her herb box from Curacao. Faith was a wonder. She could hold full conversations and was well behaved, a true helper in gathering herbs, a darling who listened to Maria's retelling of Samuel Diaz's stories about a cat and a wolf and a child who had been lost in the woods. Know who you are, Hannah had told her. Know what you are, Rebecca had said. By now she knew exactly who she was. She was the woman who decided to walk to town on the day the snow melted, even though Hathorn had warned her not to come. People will not understand you, he told her. The way you look, the clothes you wear, what we are to each other. What are we? She had said, her face hot. We are what God will allow us to be, he'd said, which was not the answer she'd wanted. It was spring, with the world suddenly alive and green, magicked back to life. Maria walked quickly, for it was mud season as well, and she didn't wish the muck to stain her red boots. On Washington Street, Caden dove down from the sky, pulling out strands of her hair until she waved him away. Clearly he disapproved of the path she took. But a crow was a crow, and a woman, and there were some things she believed he couldn't understand. She had written a letter with ink, made from her own blood. It was a last attempt to see if John would do the right thing. The house with the black shutters was only steps away. The black elms were festooned with 1,000 dark buds that would soon unfurl into heart-shaped leaves. Maria was standing beneath the tree when she spied a woman and a young boy on the other side of the fence, there in the warm spring sun. Ruth Gardner Hathorn and her boy, 3-year-old John, were seeing to the garden. Ruth wore a white cap, her blonde hair hidden, her fair skin blotchy from hours of gardening. It was then that the new black leaves began to fall. The elms could not abide Maria, nor she them. A wet gust of wind came up and blew the fallen leaves away. She had seen Hathorn walk away from her, in a vision where there was black water and a black heart lying broken in the grass. She'd discovered the reason he could never stay with her, why he kept her on the outskirts of the city, why he had begun to avoid her. All along, he'd had a wife. Even a woman with the sight can be taken for a fool in matters of love. Maria could not take her eyes off Ruth Gardner Hathorn, whose parents had been Quakers, persecuted for their religious beliefs by the Puritan magistrates of Salem. They had been forced to leave Massachusetts and had followed Anne Hutchinson to Rhode Island, leaving behind their 14-year-old daughter, Ruth. 33-year-old Hathorn had taken the girl in, then had married her. Ruth was now 19, and her son meant all the world to her. Hathorn had betrayed them both, on Curacao and now again, and there was reason to burn with anger. The leaves around Maria's boots caught fire and turned to cinders, and the sparks flew down chimneys all over town, so that women had to drench their fireplaces with pitchers of water. Ruth had a basket on her arm as she cut the first of the season's parsley and sage. She'd urged her son to keep out of the billowing phlox, the first buds to bloom in this season, but he only grinned and let out a joyous whoop before disappearing into the tall white flowers, trampling a few on his way. He was a naughty, delightful boy of 3, whose father would soon take a cane to him for his own good, for headstrong behavior was not tolerated. The little boy came up to the fence, and when he realized he was not alone, he wrapped his hands around the posts and stared at Maria, for she appeared to be an angel hiding behind the phlox. There were petals in her hair, so that the black strands were woven through with white, as if winter had already returned after only a few days of joyous, muddy spring. The boy had John's dark eyes. Faith's, on the other hand, were silvery gray, her mother's eyes, but paler still. Faith waved at the boy, and he stared at her, considering. Their features echoed each other's. Straight nose and small ears, their father's high cheekbones, his pale coloring marked by ruddy cheeks. Maria crouched down and slipped the letter between the railings of the fence. If this was her enemy, there had never been a sweeter one. She flung the child a smile, which he was quick to return. "Be a good boy," she said in a soft voice. "Give this to your father." John's son nodded with a serious expression, a child who knew nothing of the cruelty of the world. But he saw the black leaves falling, and the crow that came to perch on the woman's shoulder, and in this town even someone at such a tender age looked for evil everywhere, not trusting a stranger's smile. Perhaps she was not an angel after all. Maria put a finger to her lips. "Don't forget the letter." When his mother called to the boy, Maria learned he had been named for his father, lawfully his only child. Maria turned and ran, Faith riding on her hip. Love was the thing that tore you apart. It made you believe the lies you were told, obvious as they might be. It was nearly impossible to see your own fate while it was happening to you. It was only after, when what's done had been done, that one's vision cleared. She thought of the man who had turned against Hannah, and of her mother's husband, trekking across Devotion Field with his brothers and revenge in mind. And of her father, so handsome and vain, he hadn't thought twice about selling her into servitude. Love is what you make of it, and she had made it into her undoing. As she walked through the farmland, ringing Salem, the rows of wheat she passed withered in the fields. Her hair was in knots, her complexion pale. She thoughtlessly tore her flesh on thorn bushes, and the blood that fell scorched the grass she walked upon. In her arms, Faith patted at the tears streaming down her mother's face, but a witch's tears were as dangerous as they were rare, and they burned the child's fingers. Even Faith, whose touch could heal a bird with a broken wing, couldn't heal her mother's despair. Nothing could give her back the time she had wasted on a worthless man. They went to the lake, where Maria knelt to dash water on her face. Surely John would answer her, for a letter written in blood has consequences for both the writer and the reader. You could not forget what you had read. He would have to answer. Faith was his child, after all, and deserved his name and attentions. What his response would be, no one could foretell, for a man's fate changed every day, depending upon his actions. When Maria gazed into the still black water, she could see pieces of what was to come. The tree with white flowers, the woman in the lake. Summer would come, and the world would grow greener, and she could already see John would disappoint her. She realized it had never been love between them, for you cannot love someone you can never know. Perhaps his neighbors had told him that a woman with black hair had been seen peering into his garden, speaking with his son, with some insisting that she seemed to rise above the bricks. They said that a blackbird had followed her, often a sign of bad luck, and a harbinger of death and disaster. Everyone noticed she was not like any other woman in town. She wore blue rather than gray, with no bonnet covering her hair, and her leather boots were red. It was clear she did as she pleased, despite the magistrates' rules. If indeed she was a witch with bad intentions, she could have easily had her revenge. She might have stolen the Hathorn boy and left a changeling in his place, a faceless poppet made of straw. Even an ordinary woman who had been betrayed might have started a fire in the garden, a flame that would have quickly spread to the roof and the gables. But Maria did no such damage. Revenge was not in her nature. She knew full well that whatever she sent into the world would come back to her threefold, be it vengeance or kindness. Caden, however, wasn't as generous. When Hathorn came home at the end of the day, he was puzzled by the small gray rocks on his roof, tossed down as if some imp had marked his house for doom. This past winter he had done his best to leave behind his other life, the one in which he'd been enchanted. Whenever he yearned for Maria, he went out to a shed behind the house, removed his coat, then his loose linen shirt, and he beat himself with a rope, leaving marks on his back to remind him of the failures of the flesh. He had considered speaking with his father, that stern and illustrious man who had led troops to victory in King Philip's War against the native people, and was said to be the most upstanding man in Massachusetts. But he knew what his father would have told him. Even a fool must pay for his wrongdoings. John was not ready to pay. And yet, what was done could not easily be undone. There was proof of his sin, after all. There was the child. When John stepped inside the house, he spied a letter on the table in the parlor, folded and sealed with melted candle wax. "What's this?" he asked his wife. "The boy says a witch gave it to him." Ruth had been worrying all day, ever since little John had deposited the letter into the basket of herbs. The woman who'd given it to him had had a black bird with her, their son had said, and she wore red boots. Weren't these the signs of a witch? Ruth had kept the shutters closed and the door locked. She made certain their son remained in a small chamber that had no windows, where he would be safe. There was evil in this world, just as there was good, and it didn't hurt to be careful. Ruth had never spoken back to John, or discussed what had happened to her parents, but she wasn't a fool. Something was wrong. She'd washed her hands 3 times after touching the letter. She had a sinking feeling inside of her, as if she'd swallowed rocks. She'd heard stones pelting against the roof all afternoon, and she shuddered with each one that was thrown. Now that her husband had at last come home, she kept her eyes downcast, as she always did when speaking to him. He had rescued her from the fate of many Quakers, and she felt she owed him everything. Why was it then that her heart hurt as it beat against her ribs? "Our boy is telling you a story," Hathorn addressed his wife as he might a child, doing his best to convince her as he spoke, and convincing himself as well. "Don't be silly." He opened the letter, unfolded the message within, then quickly refolded the parchment and slipped it into his coat. "This is pure nonsense," he told his wife, "nothing more." He went to his study and latched the door, letting his wife know he was not to be disturbed. Ruth was accustomed to doing as she was told, and asked no questions even though she had taken note of his dark expression. She thought that he might be writing a sermon, for he often spoke in church, or perhaps he was drafting contracts for his shipping business, when in fact he had locked himself away so that he might burn Maria's letter in a brass bowl. The smoke was foul and red, and yet it made him feel something, a rush of desire, what he'd experienced in the tiled courtyard in Curacao, the raw emotions of a reckless fool. He sat there with a throbbing headache, sprawled in a leather chair that had once belonged to his father. He knew that men must pay for their mistakes, for even men who tried to do good in the world were touched by original sin. Wicked actions sprang from a few moments of weakness in the face of the sinful ways of the world and all its indecent enchantments. Women could destroy men, he was sure of it, as Eve had tempted Adam. This was the reason women were not allowed to speak in church. To merely look upon them could cause vile thoughts, and soon enough such thoughts could become deeds. Hathorn believed that God and his angels moved through the mortal world, but the devil walked among them as well. That night he fully admitted to himself that he had erred, and veered into a dark and unexpected path. Hathorn made no more excuses. He had sinned. He fell into a sort of madness as the two sides of him warred, the one who was the man who swam with a turtle, the other his father's son. He stood at the window, looking into the dark. Halfway through the night, when the stars had filled the sky, Hathorn considered breaking faith with everything and everyone he had ever known and imagined taking Maria and their child back to Curacao. But those treacherous thoughts lasted for only an hour or two, a heedless period of sin and lust, during which time he forgot he was a man with a family and a duty to the world in which he lived. Hathorn went to the shed and beat himself until his back was bloody, and he gasped with the pain he'd inflicted upon his flesh. He could not do as he pleased. This wasn't the land of the turtles and rose-colored birds, but a world whose only palette was black and white, where it was hard to think or move or breathe, and sleep was often impossible, for with sleep came dreams, and that was something he must avoid. People said that a blackbird was circling the magistrate's house each and every day. It dropped stones, one after the other, and there was a pelting sound that echoed down the street. By summer, crowds came to Washington Street, so they might stand on the corner and gawk. Most people believed such an event portended a curse, and neighbors began to close their shutters, as Ruth Hathorn had done on the day the witch first appeared, even though the heat had become oppressive. Bad fortune could move from house to house. It was contagious, and if there was magic, it was best to lock oneself away. The crow stole flowers from gardens, and when he spied children's shoes left on porches so that the mud on their soles could dry, he took them too. He pulled open shutters and flew through windows to steal silver wedding thimbles, given here in lieu of rings, for a ring was nothing more than vanity, and a thimble could be put to good use. Women's fingers bled as they did their sewing, and they found themselves weeping and wishing they'd had another life, for the crow reminded them of who they might be if they'd been allowed to make their own choices. The crow was so brazen, he pulled the white caps off their heads as they walked to church on Sundays. He woke newborn babies from sleep with his clattering and set people's nerves on edge. John Hathorn watched the crow from his garden and decided that something must be done. Time and time again the crow perched in the tree with the black leaves, as if announcing John's guilt. He could not have this creature denounce him in the face of others. Hathorn gathered the men in town to say the crow was more than a pest. He was a creature sent by evil powers, an evil they must resist. They went out with their rifles, stalking through the fields that separated Salem town from the forests, where not long ago these same men had pursued the Wampanoags, murdering and beheading as many as they could find. The settlers felt this land was theirs now. They'd taken it in battle, and a crow was not about to spook their families and get away with what was not merely mischief, but clearly something darker, something that boiled the blood. Large numbers of crows had been roosting in trees at the edge of town, and to men intent on murder, one dead crow was as good as another. It would do them well, they soon decided, to kill one and all. They walked past rye and corn, and alongside wild blackberries and saplings that would become pear trees if they weren't broken by these men's boots. They walked past the wild red lilies that grew nowhere else. Across the sky, there were banks of clouds. A hunt made men feel they could protect what was theirs. Spirits were high, and for miles it was possible to hear the hollering and shouts that rose up. They waded through the heat of noon and the dullness of a stifling afternoon into the falling dusk, when the air was thick with black gnats. By then, an odd silence had settled, something uncomfortable. Still, no crows flew overhead. A band of men was sent ahead to flush out the birds, Hathorn in the forefront, for his neighbors were fighting evil on his behalf. Privately, he wished Maria's crow would simply disappear and take her along, like a fever dream that vanished in a blink. But just as darkness was about to fall, a huge number of crows came flocking from the north, 1,000 or more. At once the men began to fire their rifles. They shot wildly and blindly, and several grazed their fellow bird hunters by accident. One fellow was shot through the throat, and he lay in a pool of his own blood, and not even a kerchief tied around his neck could stop the gushing. The men went wild when they could not rouse their fellow hunter, and they set to firing off rounds as if in war. John sank back from them, for he stood out in the crowd. He was the tallest among them, and the wealthiest, and the reason why there had been a death on this day. He knew how easily people could turn on each other, how a man could be a hero one moment, and the cause of resentment the next. How he wished he had never been to that cursed island, or gone to sea, or told Maria about Essex County. And yet he imagined leaping into the blue-green water, thousands of miles from here, in a land where no one followed the rules set forth, where a sin might float like a flower in a fountain, and a man was free to do as he pleased. Maria heard the mayhem, the guns, the echoes of death, the calling of men and of birds. She had no choice but to leave Faith asleep on her pallet, so she might run through the dark barefoot in her blue dress. The first of the season's fireflies drifted by, globes of light flickering among the blades of grass, then rising and falling between the trees. Maria felt danger all around her, burning like salt in a wound. It was then she realized she had not seen Caden all day. She felt her heart beat as fast as his. As she came upon the pasture, birds were plunging from the sky, a black rain of feathers. When a crow dies, the others band together and search for the killer, mobbing those responsible. Scores of birds attacked the men from town, diving beak and claw into the fray, their hoarse calls striking fear into the hearts of many of those who had believed themselves brave for the cowardly act of shooting at unsuspecting birds. Maria felt her arm burning, and it was only then she realized her blood was spilling onto the ground, black and burning. In the mad volley of bullets and buckshot, she had been shot. She backed into the trees, breathing hard, feeling much as she had on the day she had hid in the forest and watched Hannah's house burn. She murmured a spell of protection, in Latin and backwards, quoting from Solomon's Book of Magic, and as she did, the men's guns began to misfire. She called to the sky, and banks of roiling clouds appeared in the west, moving in like a wave at sea. The crows realized they could not win the fight against the barrage of gunfire, and in response they split apart into two groups, half flying east, the others west. Crows could not be eaten or baked into pies, for their meat was dark and gamey and foul, and their harsh feathers weren't used in pillows or quilts. They were worth nothing to these men, and had only been killed because they were considered pests and scavengers, because it was decided they were evil beings. The men collected hundreds of bodies, whooping with joy, when all that they'd done could have been accomplished by a gang of 10-year-old boys armed with their father's rifles and slingshots. There had been no reason for this to come to pass, but what was done, and couldn't be undone. Even a witch knows this. There are not spells for many of the sorrows in this world, and death is one of them. You cannot bring back those who have stepped into the next world, and should you try, they would not be the same beings that had once been, but rather they would become unnatural creatures, created by dark magic and desire. Maria found Caden, in the tall weeds, a black heart lying still in the grass. The men in the field couldn't tell one crow from another, but she knew her dearest friend immediately. She tore the skirt of her dress and wrapped him in the fabric and wept as she did so. Her cries could be heard as far as the wharf, as far as sound could carry, even at sea, and the men collecting crows stopped what they were doing, feeling haunted. Many believed that a female crow was mourning the loss of her mate. A hush fell over them, even though they were soaked with sweat. They had been elated by their hunting madness, but even the most thoughtless among them now felt pricked by fear, embarrassed by their foolish acts of cruelty. Beneath a pear tree, where he stood in the dark, John Hathorne knew exactly what he'd heard. A woman's anguish that was louder than the gunfire, louder than the last calls of the crows in the sky. He knew her voice, and why shouldn't he? He was the cause of her grief. She couldn't bring herself to bury Caden and leave him forever earthbound. Instead, she set a fire on a flat ledge not far from the lake and burned his body. The smoke was as white as the snow had been in Devotion Field on the day he found her. Her dear black heart, her companion, her familiar, her friend. She sank down and sobbed and didn't leave his ashes until first light. By then the wind had carried him into the sky where he belonged. Maria had been weakened from the metal bullet lodged in her arm, for iron is a bane to witches. In the countryside of England, iron chains were kept in every prison, with cuffs small enough to fit a woman. Maria went to the cabin, and while Faith was still sleeping, she took up a knife to dig out the bullet, though her hand was bruised as well. As she did so, she spoke backwards, asking for justice for Caden. She made a poultice of balm of Gilead and boiled sage to dress her wound, then fixed a sling for her arm, using the shawl embroidered with birds from Curacao, the country where it had been so easy to dream of miracles. She wound a white bandage over her hand, but it didn't hide the bruise in the shape of a crow that had risen on her skin. When she went to Hathorne's house, the 2 silver hairpins were in her hair, one from Caden and one from her mother, the sort of adornment Puritan women were forbidden to wear, not that such rules mattered to Maria. She wore a black dress, for she was in mourning as surely as any widow. As she walked down Washington Street, her daughter in her arms, the neighbors peered out and began to whisper. People were drawn into their yards, waiting behind the hedges to see what would happen next. Over 200 crows had been shot, and there were those who vowed that Maria had been among them, and that she wore the sling to disguise what was not an arm but a wing. "Shapeshifter," the neighbors whispered. "Look at the hem of her skirt," they said. She had walked through the fields, and there was no mud clinging to her. Surely this had been done by magic, they insisted, and there were those who vowed that every night Maria flew above the treetops, flinging stones upon roofs. Some people said that the red-haired daughter of hers was a demon, not a girl. Maria knew what they thought, and as she walked by their houses she ran a stick along their fences, the sound clattering. It sounded as if crows were calling, and the noise sent chills down people's spines. Doors slammed shut, windows rattled. Soon the street was empty. She stood in front of the house with black shutters and knocked on the door, calling out for John Hathorne. No one answered, so she pounded harder, breaking a tiny bone in her hand that would always cause her pain on damp days. With Caden's death, something inside her had changed. Now she knew she had read the black mirror incorrectly. Perhaps she'd been won over because although she'd been a servant, John seemed to have seen her as something more. Or so she'd wished. She had fallen under water, under a spell, in love with love. She had seen it happen 100 times before, as she sat in the dark listening to Hannah's advice to the women who came to her door. Is it the man you want, or the feeling inside you when someone cares? In the parlor, Hathorn heard his name called. It sounded like a curse, for it was said forward and then it was reversed. When he didn't appear, Maria looked in the window and saw a figure peering out. Ruth Hathorn, soon to have her second child, which she prayed would be another boy. Ruth's heart was racing. She knew a witch when she saw one. Even Ruth's little son had known her for what she was. Now the woman had taken a strange black book from her satchel and was reading from it, her lips moving quickly. Ruth knew that books had power. That was why she secretly studied letters, so that she might read the scriptures. But this woman at their door was clearly expert at reading, and therefore even more dangerous than Ruth had first imagined. She hid her son in a wardrobe and told him to be quiet. "If a woman in a black dress comes for you, do not go with her," she said. Ruth had never demanded anything for herself, and had never before raised her voice. But now she called for her husband in a frantic tone. "Come here now, she's looking for you." Maria could hear Ruth Hathorn cry out behind the locked door. Good, she thought. He'll have to face me. He'll have to accept Faith as his own. By now Ruth was too frightened to go look out the window. Instead, she held a looking-glass up to the street, to reverse any spells this witch might set upon her. Her mother had come from the west of England, and had taught her folk medicine that she kept to herself, cures her husband would never have approved. Tonight she would bathe with salt and vinegar to cleanse herself and ensure that evil thoughts could not cling to her. But Maria held no ill will toward her, only pity. They were sisters, really. Had they held up their palms, one beside the other, the same love line would have run through each of their hands until the middle of their palms, when the lines were diverted. This is how he'll hurt you. This is the way you will blame yourself. This is your salvation. This is what you can see if you open your eyes. Hathorn came into the room in a fury when he heard Ruth demanding that he deal with Maria Owens. Was it his fault he'd been enchanted? He was a victim as much as Adam had been, tempted into sin. "Why have you not sent her away?" he asked his wife. Ruth threw him a desperate look, but he insisted. "It's woman's work," he said. "Just as you send away a peddler." Ruth whispered a prayer to protect herself as she opened the door. She wore a gray dress with her cap covering her hair. She was pretty and pale and confused, but most of all she was frightened. "He said you must go away," she told Maria. Her voice sounded small and weak even to her own ear. "I'm not here to hurt you." Maria felt a tightening in her throat. She was the woman she had never expected to be. Someone who had broken another woman's heart. "Please understand. I didn't know about you." "I beg of you." Ruth closed her eyes, as if by doing so she could make this dark-haired beauty vanish. She did not wish to see Maria's eyes. People said they were silver like a cat's. "Don't harm us." Maria took Ruth's hand, and Ruth's eyes flashed open. Her eyes were so pale, so blue. They could feel the heat of one another's blood. Maria let go. All she wanted was for this woman to hear her. "Let him tell me himself," Maria said, "and no harm will come to you." Ruth went inside and closed the door, her heart hitting against her ribcage. She was little more than 19 years old, a motherless child, and now the mother of John Hathorn's only son. Her own beloved mother had whispered in her ear before she and Ruth's father were exiled to the wilderness of Rhode Island. "Trust no one but yourself." John was waiting for her, his expression wary. Tonight he looked older than his years. She could see the man he would be as he aged. his looks gone, his humor turned dark, a man who sat in judgment of all others. When you make certain choices, you change your fate. Look at your left hand, and you will see the lines shifting into what you have made of yourself. "Well," he said. At 14, Ruth had been grateful that he'd married her, for she'd had no one, and knew nothing of the world. All she knew was this town. The elm trees with their black leaves, the bricked streets, the houses with their wooden shutters, the fields where the crows came to eat corn, the harbor with its boats straining to be free of their moorings, the endless winters with blizzards of snow. He'd told her to close her eyes and pray the first night they were together. He'd said not to cry, for it would displease God. She had done as she was told on that night, and ever since. But now she lifted her chin when she spoke to him. "She will speak only to you." "For that I blame you," Hathorn muttered. "And I you," Ruth said in a soft voice. At last he went outside wearing his coat, his face set in a dark expression. He had not seen Maria for who she was in the bright light of Curacao, but he most certainly saw her now. He'd heard of such creatures, women who were beyond God's watch, and were said to devour a man's soul and make a mockery out of decency. His wife's erratic behavior was one more mark of her power. "You're not to come here," he scolded Maria. He knew the neighbors were watching. They were always watching in this town. He stood on the other side of the fence. What coward asks his wife to do what he fears to do? "We cannot quarrel. No good will come of it." "And yet you came to me often enough." Maria's words caused the color to flare in his face. "Would you have ever told me you had a wife?" There were features Maria possessed that he'd never noticed before, suspicious qualities. A black mark in the inner crook of her elbow, silver-gray eyes that glinted in the dark, hair that was black as crow's feathers, her arm in a sling, black leaves falling out of season, gathering at her feet. "And now you've killed him," Maria said. "It," he said. "It was a crow." "If only you had shared his qualities, you, sir, would have been a better man." Rather than respond, Hathorn reached into his coat and took out a purse. Would he dare to pay her for her heartbreak with a bag of silver? Every woman is a fool at least once in her life, Hannah had told her. "For my services?" she said in a tone he had not heard before. She was not a weak girl he could command, though he had done his best to control the situation. She was something more than that. "I have a ship leaving tomorrow," he told her. "This will pay your way. I gave you the sapphire and the diamonds, and now this silver. Surely that's enough." He lowered his voice. "I suggest you do as I say. We are not in Curacao now, miss." Maria nodded to Faith, carried in her arms. And yet here is the evidence of that time. Ruth was at the window behind the cloudy glass. She forced herself to watch, not through a mirror but with her own eyes. She would not dare to step out of her house without her husband's permission, having never gone beyond the confines of her own property unless she was on her way to the market or to church. Later, Ruth would not ask John anything about Maria when he at last came to bed. She would say nothing and bite her tongue. But now she gazed out and imagined she was free, a bird, a ship, a woman on the street with her hair uncovered. "Don't think I don't know what you are," Maria said. "And what is that?" "A liar, sir." "You can always tell a liar, for he will not look at you when he speaks. And often he has white spots on his fingernails, one to mark every lie he's told. But no man enjoys being called by that title, even if it's the truth." Hathorn took Maria's arm. but she pulled away. She was not about to do as she was told, as if she were the one who wore a white cap and stood behind the window, too fearful to leave her own yard. She spilled out the purse he'd given her. 10 silver pieces. A year's payment for a washerwoman or a servant. The moment she touched the coins, the silver turned black. She could see his panic as he observed this witchery. "You had best never return," he said. "You have it wrong," Maria told him. "You had best stay away from me." That same night, Maria unwrapped the black mirror and looked into the glass, for at last she could see clearly. She spied herself without the sapphire necklace. She recalled what Samuel Diaz had told her, that to his eyes the stone did not appear real. She removed it and went out to the lake, where she set it on a ledge of rock. Then she took her grimoire in hand, the spine of the book in her grasp as she brought it down, smashing the jewel. The stone shattered into 1,000 pieces, as glass does when struck, for the gift had been paste, and nothing more. As false as the man who had given it to her. Where there was one lie, there would always be another. She slit the hem of her skirt, scattering the diamonds on the rock. She stood to stomp on them with the weight of her boot. They shattered also, worthless paste, trinkets meant to buy her love and nothing more, breaking into bright bits of dust. When you look into your own future, you may see only what you want to see. And even the wisest woman can make a mistake, especially in matters of love. She'd had the wrong man all along. Tell a witch to go, and she'll plant her feet on the ground and stay exactly where she is. Instead of doing as she's told, she'll take a knife to her arm and let her blood drip onto the ground, and in that way she will claim the earth for herself, and for her daughters and for all the daughters who follow her. It is the future she's claiming, the right to be a woman who can do as she pleases. When Maria returned to the cabin, she took out the book, for what is written will open the world itself. As she paged through the grimoire, she thought of the woman who took her in on a snowy day and gave her the Owens name, who had shared all she knew about the nameless art. Own your own life, Hannah had told her. Never depend on others. Protect those closest to you. When she went to the courthouse, Maria was mindful that a woman in her situation must not call attention to herself. Not yet. Not now. She wore a white cap she had sewn, using the white cotton lining of the bodice of her blue dress. She had affixed white cuffs to a gray shift, so that she would appear more presentable. Her hair was pinned up so that no one could spy that it was not long enough to knot into a braid, but sheared at chin length, as if she were a boy. A legal document was worth little, for laws are made to serve the men who create them, and are rarely meant to honor women, but land is difficult to take away from the rightful owner. She kept her eyes lowered when she went before the magistrate, and she spoke softly. Be careful what you say when you come before such men, for they will find guilt in innocence, and evil in what is most natural. The magistrate approved of her manner of speech, and he allowed her to buy the acreage she camped on, for it was considered worthless. She used Hathorn silver, for unlike the gems, these coins were real enough, and it gave her pleasure to know the man who wished her to vanish had made it possible for her to own land. That same day, her ownership was recorded in the Book of Deeds and stamped with the clerk's initials. Married women could not own property, but a woman without a husband was free to do as she pleased. Maria Owens did exactly that. (1685) 2. By the age of 5, Faith was a charming, well-behaved girl with talents all her own. She had already learned that judgment was everywhere in their world, and one should keep one's private thoughts and deeds and attributes to oneself. Her mother warned that being different could cause grief, for men often destroyed what they didn't understand. When the child asked who her father was, for surely she must have one, Maria simply said that some things were best not to know, and that, whoever he was, he had a darling child. Faith understood that theirs was a world of secrets. She told no one that she could start a fire simply by imagining a red flame, or that she could leap from the roof and land softly on the balls of her feet. She could call birds and fish to her, and because of this she soon discovered that certain rumors in town were indeed correct. There was a serpent in Leech Lake, a large, gray-scaled, eel-like creature she soon trained to eat crusts of bread from her hand. She told no one about his existence, for already she had witnessed how men handled any creatures they deemed to be monsters. This winter she had spied 2 hunters dragging a she-wolf from her den. They murdered her in the snow, along with her pup. Wolves were outlawed in the colony, and men went about killing them one by one, as they did with the native people. One of the first laws the Puritans had passed in 1630 was to place a bounty on wolves, and that included Indian dogs, which looked to be a mixture of a wolf and a fox. A black wolf's fur was worth the most, and the poor mother wolf had a coat of that color. Faith had been hidden behind the bramble bushes, her hand over her mouth, so they wouldn't hear her sobs. It was a terrible thing to have witnessed, and it changed who she was. She felt her difference tenfold, and the part of her that was human was ashamed of humankind. Another pup, overlooked by the hunters because he was so small and weak, soon emerged from the den. His half-opened eyes were silver gray, the same shade as Faith's own, and his coat was pure black, all the better to slip through the night unnoticed. He went to Faith as if he'd known she was waiting for him, and that she could be trusted, and that they belonged to one another. Faith raced home carrying the tiny surviving pup. Maria gave Faith a leather glove filled with goat's milk for the wolf pup to drink, sucking on a hole cut in the fingertip. Faith kept the wolf in her bed that night, to make sure he stayed warm. She named him Keeper, for she didn't intend to let him go. Sometime after midnight the pup ceased whimpering, and soon they were dreaming the same dream, girl and wolf alike, a dream of blood in the snow, and of warm milk, and of a bed in which to sleep without worry or fear. In the early morning Faith carried Keeper through the dark to the little shed where they kept 2 goats, and filled the glove with milk. Maria found her there once the sun had risen, asleep in the straw with the wolf by her side. She recognized a familiar when she saw one. Such a creature must always come to you on its own. You cannot choose it. It must choose you. Once it does, it will be loyal for the rest of its life, as Caden had been. Wolves are killed here, Maria told her daughter that day. But if you call the creature a dog, then a dog is what it will be. Faith nodded solemnly. She knew that people in town stared at her red hair, thought by some to be a mark of the devil's own, and gawked at her mother's red boots. Everything they were must be a secret. And the same was true for the wolf. From the very first day when Keeper was a tiny half-blind pup, he did his best to follow Faith wherever she went, refusing to be parted from her, fiercely loyal. She laughed and called him her little goat, for he soon enough ran to the goats in the barn, wishing to be fed. And he played with the tolerant creatures, biting at their hooves and running beneath them, until, having had enough, they butted him and chased him from the barn. Maria wondered if her daughter remembered the man they'd called Goat, for she still slept with the poppet doll he'd made for her. Maria had never told anyone how close Samuel Diaz had come to death, a mere breath away. Even then he had continued to talk, as if there would never be enough time to say all that was inside of him. His stories had often seemed like imaginary tales of sea monsters and storms, but his advice to Maria had been true. He'd warned her to be careful in Massachusetts, for men would be men, especially in such a self-righteous place as Salem, and judges would continue to judge those who came before them. Once Faith had learned to read and write, Maria brought out the grimoire, their greatest secret, kept in the kitchen under lock and key, in a bureau drawer with a false bottom, so that even if someone jimmied open the drawer, they'd come upon nothing more than 2 large wooden spoons. "This will belong to you someday," Maria told Faith. Faith was delighted with this news. "Which day is that?" "A day when you're very grown up, and I'm a very old woman." Maria had hired a carpenter who went from town to town. He chinked the holes in the walls of the cabin, he rebuilt the shed for the goats so that it would no longer shake in the wind, and he helped Maria to lay down a path of blue stones that reminded her of Hannah's cottage. When Maria claimed there was an underground stream nearby, the carpenter had grudgingly dug their well, surprised when he hit a pool of fresh, clear water. "It's a talent to be able to find water," he told her. It was said only witches could do so, for they could not drown, and had an affinity with water that people used against them. There were those who said they could smell water, and that water had the scent of sweet iris to such women. Maria planned to pay the carpenter with the last silver coin, but instead, he asked for her help in exchange for the work he'd done on the house. He had unending headaches, and his hands had begun to shake. In time, he would not be able to earn his living. He had figured out that Maria Owens practiced the nameless art, and if she could help him, there would be no debt to pay. Maria gathered barley and vervain from her garden to boil, then wrapped the mixture in white cloth to place on the man's forehead. She said words in a language he didn't recognize, both forward and backwards, it seemed. He could not keep his eyes open, and he slept all night in the barn with the goats, without nightmare or dreams. In the morning his head was clear. He came back to thank Maria. "You have a rare talent," he said solemnly. That was when she knew what her future would be. Maria would forsake love entirely and turn her talents to the healing arts. She lit a lantern on the porch that the carpenter had built, and then she waited. She was far from town, but the lantern could be seen by anyone wishing to venture this far. They would spy the yellow light, and then the fence, and then the garden that was carefully tended, and they would know they were welcome. A simple witch's garden. Sage, for headache. Summer savory, for colic. Green wormwood, for wounds. Mix with vinegar or rum, then apply. Hyssop, for the lungs. Coltsfoot and flaxseed for coughing. Motherwort, to quiet the nerves. Sweet balm tea, for fever. Horseradish, mixed with warm vinegar for aches in the feet. Mallows, steeped in milk for dysentery. Savory, to give good fortune. Parsley, to see the future and make wise choices. The shopkeeper's wife, Anne Hatch, who had always been so kind to Maria, was the first to arrive. Anne was not more than 20, and her husband, Nathaniel, was near 50. It was not an unusual match in the colony. Men often had 3, perhaps even 4 wives, for so many were lost in childbirth. But it was not a good marriage. Anne feared her husband, for he treated her badly. All the same, she left her bed to walk alone through the fields, turning into the dark wood to reach the cabin that many said was enchanted. People in town hadn't forgotten Maria Owens. They saw her when she came in once a month to do her shopping, the little girl tagging along with her black dog at her side. Maria always wore a blue dress and those red boots, which some people said were the color of blood, and others insisted were the color of roses. "Hold your breath when she passes by," mothers told their children. On Maria's market days, Ruth Gardner Hathorne always went to her gate to watch her, as did most of the women on Washington Street. They never spoke a word or greeted Maria. All the same, they felt drawn to this stranger. What might she do for them if they asked? What was there to be found outside their own garden gates? The magistrates had allowed Maria to own land in Essex County. Still, it was strongly recommended that no one speak to her. And if anyone should befriend her, that person would also be suspect and run the risk of an inquiry. People swore that one day there would be proof enough for her to be brought to trial for witchery. "What makes her think she can defy laws and protocol?" the women whispered among themselves. Anne Hatch went up the porch steps, even though her frantic heart was hitting against her ribs. She had been orphaned. First her mother was taken by a fever, then her father was lost in King Philip's War. She should have been grateful to have a man pick her out of the workhouse, where she'd been sent by the overseers of the poor. But after the first night with her new husband, there was nothing to be grateful for. "Bless me," Anne Hatch whispered to he who watched over her. Her hands were shaking. "Do not judge me for what I must do," she asked of the Lord. Maria had made soap earlier that night, and the kettle was in the yard, the embers beneath burning a pale red. The brass bell sounded in the wind, and she knew someone had arrived. When she answered the door, her hair was wringing wet, for she'd just washed away the cinders with a pitcher of lake water. She wound her wet hair into a twist, which was kept in place with her silver combs. The hour was late, and her girl was in bed, but the leggy black dog growled at the visitor, who shrank back. "He's only a pup," Maria assured Anne. When she told the dog to hush, he did as he was told, curling up beside the little girl's bed. Maria had been expecting a visitor, for the broom had fallen only an hour earlier, which always meant company was coming. She had already brewed a pot of courage tea. "They know what they want," Hannah had told her. "Ask the right questions and you'll get the right answers. Even those who have been afraid to speak aloud will tell the truth when they must." "I shouldn't be here," Anne said apologetically. She looked back at the door, and for a moment it seemed she might flee. "It's late." "Perhaps it's not too late, but of course you're welcome to come or go as you like." Anne steadied herself. Once he knew she'd gone, there would be hell to pay. This was likely her only chance to escape. "I'll stay." Maria gestured to the table so they might sit together. She was not yet 22, but that was 2 years older than the unhappy young woman before her, and by now Maria knew a thing or two about love. She understood the situation as soon as Anne removed her jacket and unclasped the hooks on the front of her dress. Anne raised her chin defiantly as she showed herself. But even before she did, Maria knew what would be revealed. Bruises in the shape of blooming flowers, the same color as the ones marking Rebecca on the day she came to see Hannah Owens. In Boston, Maria had been called upon for cures and love magic. This was something entirely different. "He does it to punish me when I'm slow or stupid," Anne said. "If I charge the wrong price or burn supper or when I speak too loudly." She had thought of murdering him in his sleep, but she hadn't the heart for such things, only the imagination. Maria gave the shopkeeper's wife a salve of chamomile and balm of Gilead for her bruises, and an amulet made of blue glass beads and blue thread for protection. Anne Hatch shook her head, displeased. This isn't a strong enough cure for my problem." The women stared at each other. To come this far alone, a woman must be willing to take a risk. What she wants, she must want desperately. Maria wished to have nothing to do with the pains of love. Still, her heart went out to Anne. In point of fact, this wasn't love, but love gone wrong, a different story entirely. "What did you have in mind?" Maria asked. "I need poison," Anne said softly, her chin up, her eyes meeting Maria's. There were many toxic potions that could be made from the local plants. Hogweed, lily of the valley, castor bean, tansy, bittersweet nightshade, mountain laurel, yew leaf, white baneberry, henberry, horse nettle, pokeberry, pure cyanide in the pits of wild cherries. But what was done could not be undone, and vengeance always returned to its maker. "Neither one of us wants death on our hands," Maria told her. "It would come back to us and extract a price we wouldn't want to pay." Anne's eyes were swollen from crying. "How, then, am I to be rid of him?" "You have to be certain this is what you want." Maria looked over her shoulder. Faith was still sleeping peacefully. "Once he's gone, he won't return." Anne Hatch smiled then, the first smile in a very long time. She was ready to begin. Maria had Anne cut a lock of her hair to burn in a brass dish. This was the end of an old life and the beginning of a new one, and the transition must be marked. From black cloth and red thread, a small poppet was fashioned, stuffed with blackthorn and cherry bark, and then Anne's husband's name, Nathaniel, was stitched upon the cloth. Anne pierced her finger in the process, and her blood stained the cloth. But she had bled many times before on her husband's behalf. The incantation for the end of love was written on a slip of paper that she attached to a candle that burned brightly. "Let our bond be broken by the powers above. You will wish to run, and you won't look back. When I look for you, nothing will remain. You will not remember me, and you will be nothing to me." This was magic that needed words, for literary magic held the greatest power. Once home, Anne was to bury the poppet outside her front door, then burn the incantation and walk the perimeter of their property, laying down the ashes. When she went inside the house, she must dust his clothes with salt. "This will drive him away," Maria said. "Once he leaves, his fate is his own, and neither you nor I are responsible for what happens then." Nathaniel Hatch was gone for a fortnight, then a month. Before long it was summer, and he still had not been seen. Anne ran the store herself, and after 6 months she went to the court and was declared a widow. A search party had found her husband's boots and his gun on the far side of Leech Lake. It was thought he had drowned while hunting the sea monster, as others had before him, for there was a pile of salt near his belongings, and salt was known to call to saltwater creatures. No one but Maria had seen the footprints of his bare feet continuing on past the pond, driven by an overwhelming urge to leave Massachusetts. As a widow, without any male heirs, Anne Hatch was allowed to own property. The store was now hers. She never again charged Maria for her purchases, whether it be molasses or chicory or flour. When there were items that were difficult to come by, Spanish oranges, for instance, or myrrh oil from Morocco, luxuries that occasionally arrived when ships that had visited faraway lands docked at the harbor, Anne saved them for Maria Owens. Soon after Nathaniel Hatch disappeared, women in need of cures began to come to Maria's door, always late, when most of the good people in town were in bed. Anne Hatch's mistreatment was not as much of a secret as she had wished it to be, and it quickly became known, that she'd had assistance in writing her life. In these times, most people turned to homemade remedies that could often cause more harm than good. They believed babies who died in their cradles had the life sucked out of them by Satan's emissaries or by cats, which were thought to be untrustworthy, evil creatures. They thought that the skin of an eel could cure rheumatism, and believed that beating a child who had fits with a thin switch cut from a young tree would drive the devil from his body. Now, for the sake of themselves and their children, they turned to Maria Owens for other remedies. Frustration tea, for granting good cheer, good for those who grieve. Caution tea, for wild children, such as boys who carry shotguns or dream of running off to sea. Fever tea, to nip high temperatures in the bud, made of cinnamon, bayberry, ginger, thyme, and marjoram. Courage tea, as an antidote for fear, grief, and facing the world's trials. 1 cup reminds you to always be who you are. On these nights, Faith sat on her bed in the dark, with Keeper beside her, and her favorite old poppet close by as she listened to the voices in the kitchen. She quickly came to understand that her mother's visitors often came to deal with illness, and when it came to the matter of love, there were only certain kinds that Maria would approach. Love that made a woman willing to walk through the brambles late at night and beg for a remedy. As for herself, Maria never spoke John Hathorne's name. All the same, Faith knew that her mother had been betrayed by a man who was a judge. When they went to town on market days and passed the courthouse, Faith would linger behind, close her eyes, and imagine her father at his desk. John always felt a chill when she did this, and he would go to look out the window. Each time he spied her standing in the cobbled streets, he closed the shutters and turned away. "What's keeping you?" her mother would call. "Not a thing," Faith would say. But each time she grew more convinced, and by her next birthday, when she turned 6, Faith Owens had already made a vow that she would never fall in love. Three. There was a woman who came through the fields at night, but unlike Maria's customers, she never once knocked on the door. Martha Chase didn't believe in magic, and yet she was drawn here, made to get out of her bed and walk through the fields in her nightdress. She had spied Faith Owens by the lake, running on the rocks without stockings or shoes, as if she were a wild child. She had often returned to watch Faith play, hiding behind the inkberry bushes, crying hot, salty tears. Martha wore her rope of pale hair pinned beneath a white bonnet, which she removed only once a month, to wash her hair in a basin in a locked room. She'd had a husband, but he died of the spotted fever, and she had to dig his grave herself, and had been quarantined for 3 months after his death. It didn't really bother her to be rid of him. He had been a cruel and distant man, and she would not miss him for a minute. If the truth be told, she'd had a fierce distaste for her husband, and had never approved of his lust and the desires that coiled and uncoiled depending on how much rum he had to drink. What tore at her was that her future seemed to die on the day of his funeral, for his absence on earth meant she would not have a child of her own. She did her best to have no pride, to follow the scriptures, and to never veer from the righteous path. But she too had a desire, one that flamed so brightly there were times when a hole burned through her dress and singed the fabric at her chest, as if her heart could not contain what it wanted more than patience, more than obedience, more than honor, more than deliverance. She wanted a daughter. Her marriage had lasted years, and she had tried every remedy. Now she stood in the woods, lurking in the dark, as she watched the red-haired girl climb around the shore of the lake or collect vegetables in the overgrown garden, and she thought it so unfair that a witch should have what she herself wanted most in the world. Martha Chase was at the shop buying fabric for a new gray dress, for her own dresses had been washed and pressed so many times they were threadbare, when she spied the child near the bins of flour and arrowroot and loaf sugar. For an instant, she believed the Lord had heard her prayers and had delivered her heart's desire. This angel of a child she had been watching from afar as she slunk through the woods in her nightdress, for this time the girl seemed to be there all alone. She was about to go speak with her, when quite suddenly the dark-haired woman, the one people said was a witch, came down the aisle to take the child's hand. Martha felt a storm of spite rising inside. She was a plain woman, but not as simple as she proclaimed to be. She was haughty, for she believed she had been chosen to be in the Lord's light. Her jealousy was turning into a ruthless desire, and with such an emotion came a plan. The girl and her mother wore colorful dresses that Maria had sewn, with purple skirts dyed with cedar and lilac leaves, and yellow bodices tinted with bayberry leaves. They went up and down the aisles of the shop like chattering birds. There were barrels of Indian meal and rye, stored with a cold stone in the flour to keep them cool and stop them from fermenting, which could cause all sorts of maladies, including nausea and hallucinations. The girl's mother was buying beans to soak, along with a tub of local honey, some dried plum-colored currants, and a bag of flour. Martha overheard the witch tell the little girl she would fix Indian pudding, and that treat would be their supper. The witch then bought a bag of English tea at a dear price. Martha didn't waste her funds on expensive coffee beans or tea, when there were home-grown substitutes like Liberty tea, made from loosestrife or a mixture of strawberry, currant, and sage. Some people in town were so nervous when they spied Maria Owens, they made the sign of the fox, holding up the pinky and pointer fingers of their hands to protect them. But there were women who nodded to her as if they knew her. Or perhaps they merely thought it prudent to be polite. As for Martha, she said nothing. She was waiting for an omen that would instruct her on what action to take. She felt something green and bitter inside her. The seeds of jealousy had quickly grown into tendrils that circled her lungs and liver and heart. The witch left the child on her own when she went to speak with Anne Hatch, who instead of tallying up Maria's charges, showed her a bolt of fabric that had recently come from England, an aniline-dyed calico, colorful and far superior to the homespun most women used for their clothes, perfect for a little girl's dress, if you were not a Puritan who wore gray or brown, the shades of dead leaves. "My gift to you," Anne Hatch said, clearly in a good humor, as she always was when Maria came to town. While the two women were examining the fabric, Martha went up to Faith, who was busy with a tray of buttons, counting out each one. "You're very good at numbers," Martha said. Children loved compliments, though such things could stir a child's vanity. Faith turned to the stranger. She could see inside this woman's heart, and was bewildered by what she saw. There was something dark there, as if a cloud had passed over the sun. "Are you sad?" Faith asked. Martha's eyes were brimming with tears. "Of course not." She quickly wiped her tears away. She was well aware that crying in public was as shameful as wishing to steal something that didn't belong to you. "My mother could help you." To Faith, Martha seemed no different than the women who came to the door at night, leaving their shoes on the porch so they wouldn't track mud inside. Women who wanted something, whose lives had not turned out as they'd imagined they would, who could not sleep or eat, who worried over the fate of a son or daughter. Faith saw a smudge around the stranger, but she was too much of a child to understand the dark turn desire might take. Could she? Martha felt a chill. She stared at the witch, who was gathering provisions in a basket. She wore her black hair loose and red boots. A black crinoline peeked out from beneath her dress. Who was she to wear black undergarments? Martha was a widow, and had worn mourning clothes for the prescribed period, then had once again dressed in a proper gray dress. And how could she do that? She asked the child, thinking to herself that the answer was simple. Witchery. It was then Maria turned and spied Martha. At once she believed that something was not right. She saw the shrewd cunning in this stranger, and the craving that was so heated a hole had burned through the bodice of her dress. There was a puff of smoke in the air that Martha caught in her hand. "Come here, Faith. Stay by my side," Maria called. The girl grinned at Martha, then ran dutifully toward her mother. "Did you want something?" Maria asked the stranger. Martha's face flushed, and her desire shone through her aflame. She wanted something most desperately. Among the town fathers, she was thought to be mild. She had been a good wife who didn't complain, and was now a widow on her own in the world. But Maria spied a woman who plotted, one who was jealous beyond words. To know another's mind was evidence of witchery, and Martha began to burn more hotly beneath Maria's gaze. "If you want something, speak up," Maria said. "I want nothing from you," Martha replied curtly. She turned on her heel and found her way to the back of the shop, fearing she would be struck dead if she dared to look behind her, for she had told a lie, and she knew it. When Maria and her daughter left, Martha went to the counter to pay for a box of glass jars she needed for her raspberry jelly. The property her husband had left her would soon be claimed by the magistrates, for she hadn't the means to cover their debt, and the land would pay for all they owed. The only thing that would grow there was a thicket of raspberry bushes. All through the summer she made jam and jelly, which she sold door to door. But every jar added to her bitterness, and every family she saw inflamed her, until at last her skin burned with a scrim of envy. "What do you think of that one?" she asked Anne Hatch, nodding to Maria as they watched her through the window. The witch was skipping alongside her daughter as if she were a girl herself, without a care in the world, her red boots showing. There was a big black dog following them, a slinky creature with strange pale eyes. "I would consider Maria Owens to be a good and generous woman," Anne Hatch responded. "Would you now?" Martha said thoughtfully. She had her doubts about Anne as well, for where was her husband? And how had she come to be so cheerful with the burden of running the shop set upon her shoulders? Martha kept her suspicions tucked beside her desire, close to her heart, where it continued to burn. She had seen what she wanted, and she intended to have it. A daughter, one with red hair, who could already count, who skipped down the street as if she hadn't a care in the world, and had no fear of strangers, even if it would have been best if she had. The letter was dispatched to the courthouse on a spring day when the pear trees had begun to bloom. The sun was shining, as it was said to do every Wednesday for at least an hour a day. There was no signature on the parchment, and the handwriting was shaky and difficult to read. It took all morning for the clerk to decipher the message, and when he did, he brought the complaint before the magistrates, who were meeting to discuss the growth of the harbor, as well as a list of grievances they must attend to: a pig delivered but not paid for, a fence constructed over the landholder's property line, the switching and caning of children in public places. The content of the letter was baffling at first, but when they really considered the charges it contained, no one was surprised this day had come. The complaint concerned a woman who flaunted the rules, who sold the bars of black soap that so many husbands had found in their wives' possession. The anonymous note accused Maria Owens of a variety of evil deeds, including speaking to spirits, dispensing poison, stealing souls, bringing on the loss of unwanted babes, and enchanting innocent men. John Hathorne was quiet during the debate among the magistrates, but his heart was racing. By the end of the afternoon, he would not have recognized the man he'd once been in Curacao. That fool had gone swimming in his clothes. He had broken his marriage vows and his vows to God. He was most certainly not the John Hathorne who threw in his lot with his fellow judges, agreeing that witchery would only lead to more witchery, and to women who believed they could do as they pleased. At the end of the day, John Hathorne stood up and declared there was reason enough to prosecute Maria Owens. That night in bed, his hands began to bleed. He rushed outside and poured water from the rain barrel over his palms, but he could not wash the blood away. In the morning, Ruth noticed that he wore gloves. Her mother had told her that this was what guilty men did after they committed a crime. They could not look at what they'd done. They hid it away from others and from themselves. But the mark was there all the same, for what was done could not be undone. There was a rapping on Maria Owens' door the following night. It was late and dark, and the frogs were singing, as they did each spring. It sounded for a moment as if Caden had returned, but when Maria woke, she saw that the flame in the fireplace burned black, and she knew there was evil outside. She stood by the door in her white nightdress, reciting a spell of protection, but whoever had come was still there. It was then that she felt the same chill she'd had when Thomas Laughlin and his brothers rode across Devotion Field with murder in mind. She took the wooden box of salt she kept in a bureau, then poured a thin line along the walls and the door. But the salt evaporated in a white cloud as soon as it was laid down. Nothing would stick. It was too late for protection. Keeper had begun to growl and scratch at the door. "Tie up that dog of yours," a man shouted. Tell a witch to bind a wild creature, and she will do the opposite. Maria opened the window at the back of the house. "Go," she told Keeper. The wolf refused to move. He would listen to one voice alone. Faith had been woken by the ruckus, and she sat up clutching her doll, terrified by the shouting outside. "Tell Keeper to run," Maria told Faith. She knew he would fight to the death to protect the child, and she sensed the men outside would be grateful for any excuse to shoot him. "It's for his own good." Faith asked the wolf to go, and he reluctantly leapt through the window, tail between his legs. They could hear him out in the woods howling. It was at that moment that Maria wondered if she shouldn't have sent Faith with him, as Hannah had sent her away. But it was too late to reconsider. The door was flung open by a constable with an axe in his hand, for he'd been ready to break it down. As Maria was about to utter a curse, sending them on their way, to hell if need be, the constable grabbed her, though he wailed when he did, his jabbing fingers burning from the heat of her flesh. The second constable now had the opportunity to snap iron cuffs on her wrists. This is how a witch was caught, while she was worried over her child and fought off one man, forgetting there was another. The men saw a pile of books Maria had bought while in Boston, and collected them as evidence. Then Maria was taken barefoot in her nightdress with no belongings, pushed out the door into the night as her child choked back tears. "Fate is what you make it, or you will be what it makes of you." "You damn well burned me," the first constable cried. Blisters were rising on his hands where he'd grabbed her. He didn't dare touch Maria again. "You've rightly been accused." "Of what? I'd like to know," she said. "Do you see how she is? Prideful," the constable muttered to his brother constable. He would have caned her then and there if he hadn't been so afraid of her powers. He did have the nerve to tear off the amulet she wore, with Caden's feather inside. And when she protested, he insisted her distress was proof of witchcraft. They led her away in chains they'd attached to the cuffs. She was informed she was being taken to the jail. In the morning, she would be brought to the courthouse. "I have a child," Maria protested. "You cannot separate us." Faith had followed them, clinging to the skirts of her mother's nightclothes. The child was very quiet and pale. She did her best to recall the remedies and enchantments she'd seen in the grimoire, but nothing suited this moment, other than one dark spell that caused flames to arise on the ground when you tossed down 6 black stones. But she had no such stones, and she was too terrified to call up any of the magic from Agrippa's occult philosophy that had been carefully transposed into the grimoire. "I don't know which words to say," she told her mother. Maria silenced her girl with a warning. "Say nothing." She could already tell that any words they spoke would be used against them, and even a child might be considered an emissary from the sinister world these men imagined to be everywhere. They will get what they deserve. "Do you hear this witchery?" the first constable said to his brother. They stuffed their ears with grass, so they could not be further bewitched. Maria had no choice but to take Faith with her, as women who were confined to prison often did. She had once passed the jail, a small wooden building on a leafy corner of Federal Street, and had heard childish voices from within, and the crying of babies. What sort of world is this, she had wondered. This second Essex County was in many ways worse than the first. As they walked on, Maria took note of a woman standing on the path, a hood draped over her head to stave off the chill of the evening. "What brings you here?" the first constable asked the woman who'd appeared in the field. "I'm just a simple neighbor," the woman said. "I cherish my town, and am here to see a good result from tonight's events." The woman now came to walk side by side with Maria. She was Martha Chase, who was at the heart of the events now conspiring. "I'm here for your sake, sister." Martha was plain and pale, and her mouth was set. But there were bright spots on her cheeks, perhaps caused by excitement or fever, or perhaps a bit of both. She threw Faith a look, and her gaze softened. "You don't want them to take the little girl as well?" Maria looked into the dark and saw silver eyes watching them. "Stay away," she told the wolf, who had hidden in the darkness. She could not stand to have Faith see her wolf's blood shed. Martha took the message for Keeper to be meant for her. "I'm only a neighbor wishing to help. The child knows me." Maria glanced at Faith and saw in the girl's eyes that it was true. "How so?" "She was in Mrs. Hatch's store. It was there we met." Faith felt that she had done something wrong in keeping their acquaintance from her mother. "She likes buttons." "Does she?" Maria took more notice and recognized the woman as the one who had been speaking to Faith. So she had wanted something after all, and Maria thought it was likely she had come to the cabin to ask for a cure. Martha introduced herself. She whispered that she was only a neighbor who wished mother and daughter well. "It said you have powers. Can you not speak words that would free you, or enchant these men?" Martha urged. "Surely you can utter a curse and stop them in their boots, be rid of them." Maria gave her a dark look. "Whoever told you that is what I do is wrong." "I mean no harm in saying so, but you don't want a little one to be taken to that filthy jail," Martha Chase said, now satisfied that Maria would not or could not defend herself by using the nameless art. "There are rats there, sister, who like nothing better than a sweet child. It's damp and cold, and many who walk in do not walk out." They had reached the field where the crows had been shot. There were sharp stones littered about that pierced Maria's feet. or perhaps they were the thin bones of birds. She lifted Faith to carry in her arms. The girl was heavy, for she was already falling asleep, her head tucked against her mother's shoulder. "There have been children judged to have carried out witchery," Martha Chase said. "They are beaten with switches, taken from their homes, treated like common criminals." Martha had bathed in a wash of salt and vinegar that evening, to make certain she washed away her desire. She was now clean, a good and serious woman with a good deed in mind. Maria had slowed down, for each step she took brought her closer to the jail. Hannah would never discuss the time when she was incarcerated, when she was believed to have a tail people said was cut off with a carving knife. Her jailers kept her naked, so that they could spy her tail the moment it began to grow back. "Keep moving," the first constable scowled, expecting treachery from Maria at any given moment. He wouldn't be tricked again, and rather than touch Maria, he shoved her in between her shoulder blades with the butt of his rifle. The grass was dewy, and the hem of Maria's nightgown was soaking wet. Faith was talking in her sleep, as Samuel Diaz had been known to do, and although it was only a murmur, Maria understood her. "I want my dog. I want my bed. I want to sleep until morning." "Let me do this for you, sister." Martha placed a gentle hand on Maria's arm as she reassured her. "We are both women, and we understand a child's needs come first. Give your burden to me." A drizzle had begun, and Maria ran her hand over her daughter's damp hair. She thought of how chilly a cell would be, for the floors were dirt and the walls bare brick. They were at the edge of the field where there would soon be sunflowers. Maria could hear them growing up through the earth right now. "You must do so now while you still can," Martha said, "before we reach town and it's too late. Do so, and we can both praise God." It was dark as ash when Maria gave her daughter over to Martha's arms. Faith grumbled and Martha hushed her. Maria looked over her shoulder and saw that the wolf was following. "You'll take her dog as well," Maria urged. "She must have him. A dog is the least of your worries." As Martha leaned in close, Maria picked up the scent of something odd, as if a fire was burning inside of this neighbor of hers. "Make it so they pay attention to your actions, and they will not pay attention to mine." They were near the homestead of the farmer who'd shot at Maria, when he believed she was a witch who could turn herself into a crow. It was here in the field where Caden had died that Maria threw herself onto the ground. She began to utter a curse in Latin. It would not have any effect while she had iron cuffs on, and in fact each word burned her tongue, as if the curse had been reversed, but it was successful all the same. It took attention away from Martha. The constables panicked and gathered round, careful to keep their distance, poking at her with their rifles. "Rise up now," the one in charge said. Her nightgown was stained by mud. She glanced over her shoulder as she turned, to see Martha duck behind the farmer's barn. She spied the shine of her daughter's red hair. When she arose from the ground, she glared at the constables. "You had best hope I am not practiced in black magic," Maria told the men. Later they would swear she'd had a smile on her face, and that she made the rain fall in torrents, and the toads came in masses through the mud so that the earth itself moved beneath their feet. They could see through the fabric of Maria Owens' nightgown, and soon enough they felt the devil close by, breathing on their necks, rattling their souls. When they saw her young, near-perfect body, it made them think of all they might do to her, and for that they blamed their prisoner. She was the cause of their evil thoughts, and if evil deeds followed, she was to blame as well. By then there were tears in Maria's eyes. She looked over her shoulder toward the empty field. and she saw there were indeed the sharp white bones of murdered birds in every furrow. This is the way it began. She knew that from the day Hannah told her that she must run. A woman alone who could read and write was suspect. Words were magic. Books were not to be trusted. What men could not understand, they wished to burn. They gave her nothing of comfort in her jail cell, not a blanket or a cup of water. In the morning, a woman came with porridge and a jug of water. She was a local woman named Lydia Colson, whose 8-year-old granddaughter accompanied her. Elizabeth Colson was a shy child who always kept her head down to conceal the fact that her face and neck were often covered with a bumpy scarlet rash that grew worse when she was nervous. Lydia had come to Maria on another occasion, desperate for a cure when her darling granddaughter had been stricken with a coughing disease that had caused her to hack up black phlegm, and Maria had given her an elixir of cherry bark and elderberry, boiled into a syrup. In time the child had improved, and there had been no charge for the cure. Lydia had not forgotten Maria's kindness. She'd been told not to speak to the accused or to look her in the eye, but she had compassion for the prisoner, and had brought her a loaf of bread hidden in her granddaughter's shawl. "Will you return the favor I once did for you?" Maria begged. "All I ask is that you make certain my daughter is well." When Lydia Colson agreed to do so, Maria took her hand. She asked her for one more favor, that she bring a book for her to write in, along with pen and ink. You can hide it in little Elizabeth's shawl. Later in the week, Lydia returned. She hadn't yet managed to see Faith, but she was able to smuggle in a blue paper journal. In return for this favor, Maria had Lydia bring her granddaughter back into the cell. Once the child and her grandmother were there together, Maria told Lydia to draw a circle of protection around them. Maria was bound by iron, so she had Lydia recite an incantation Hannah had taught Maria, which called for good fortune and good health. When Lydia and her granddaughter left the jail that day, the blotchy rash that had always plagued the little girl had disappeared, and her skin was clear and fresh. They were silent in the light of this miracle, and when anyone asked, little Elizabeth's grandmother said the child had fallen asleep in the woods, with her face resting on weeds that had had a healing property. Once she was alone in her jail cell, Maria began to write in her journal. She did so with her cuffs in place, biting at her skin. She kept the book hidden behind a loose brick. She wrote for the future, for her daughter, and the granddaughters she might have one day. Beware of love. Know that for our family love is a curse. He should have been my enemy. Instead, I thought I fell in love with him, and I made the mistake of declaring my love. I was wrong to think that was love. I was too young to know any different. The constable's wife was brought in to cut off Maria's black hair with a rusty tool she used to shear sheep. Hair was known to make women powerful, and in fact Maria moaned as if in pain while the constable's wife cut her hair so short that her scalp shone through. Then she was paraded through town to the courthouse in the sharp sunlight. Maria was still in her muddy nightdress, wearing nothing underneath. Men and young boys came to stare, although when she stared back they quickly glanced away, mortified and shocked by their own dark thoughts. Maria remained in chains, and by now her wrists were bleeding, yet she'd managed to write all night, until there was no longer any ink. The courthouse on Endicott Street was built of granite brought down from the cliffs of the White Mountains. Maria was chained to her seat to face 3 magistrates. John Hathorne was among them, and she hoped that he would not act against her, and that what they'd once had would fill his heart with compassion. But when he looked past her as if she didn't exist, she knew she was alone here. Maria was asked her name and her date of birth, both of which she gave freely. And then she was asked the name of her husband, to which she replied, None. The letter the court had received was then read aloud, accusing her of all manner of evildoing, including turning herself into a crow who flew above the fields, and a succubus who stole the souls of men. In spite of herself, Maria laughed. "Does this list of evil amuse you?" the oldest magistrate asked. "I find it to be ridiculous." She turned to John, who looked away. "Some among you know these are lies," she dared to say. "Do women not come to you for potions?" "For herbs to cure illness, yes." "For magic, for vengeance, for spells, for the devil's work?" "No." She was freezing, as if a block of ice had been set upon her. Even now John said nothing. "I'm a healer." "Did you not think of enchanting the sheriffs who came for you and consider killing them?" she was asked. But these were not questions. She understood that now. They were statements of facts in these men's eyes. This is the way it must have begun for Hannah, with lies, with fear, with a man who refused to look at her. "I did not, sir," she managed to say. "Speaking falsely is a sin, you understand," she was told. One constable had sworn he had a bite mark on his shoulder. The other had been in a fever since he'd touched her. Treating someone falsely is a sin as well. Maria glared at Hathorn. He must have felt her eyes upon him, for at last he returned her glance. It was as though they had never met. "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," the old magistrate said, quoting from Exodus. It was the same quote used on the title page of The Discovery of Witches, written by Matthew Hopkins, who had overseen the deaths of so many in the first Essex county in England. A woman in disguise was called into the room. She'd been covered in a veil that reached to the floor to hide her identity. As a witness against Maria, she had pleaded to remain anonymous, fearing for her life. To turn against a witch was dangerous business, and her pleas had been answered. When she was seated before the council, she was to respond by nodding, so that Maria would not know her by her voice and curse her. Without the iron cuffs, Maria would have known her in an instant through the use of sight, but now this enemy of hers might have been any woman in town. The veiled witness nodded yes to enchantments, yes to a promise of murder, yes to curses, yes to sexual perversities, yes to speaking with the devil. Had she seen her fly? Yes, indeed she had. Had she seen feathers fall away and flesh appear to cover the witch's bones? Yes, as well. Black plumes sprouting upon her skin? Yes, 1,000 times, yes. "You are a liar," Maria said before she could stop herself, "and you will pay for these lies." "Are you threatening witchery right here before us?" the chief magistrate asked. "Where is her proof?" Maria wished to know. "Her proof is the word of a God-fearing woman." Maria sat back in her chair. Hannah had told her how God-fearing people had nailed her cat to her front door while it was still alive. How they had given her moldy bread and no water in jail. How she'd been stripped and searched to see if she had a tail. Already the metal cuffs had drawn blood on Maria's wrists, black blood that was burning through the wooden floor. Let no one see it. Let no one know, Hannah had warned her, should her fate ever lead her to a prison cell. Do not speak or argue. Do not proclaim your innocence. They want you to be guilty. They want to mock your sins. They want to keep you in irons. And they would most certainly like to see you burn. The trial lasted 3 days, during which time there were several accusers. Some Maria knew, and others she had never seen before. The farmer who had shot her, a woman who had lost her sight, and insisted Maria had climbed through her bedchamber window, causing her to go blind so the witch could have relations with her husband. The husband himself, who agreed, and wore a blindfold so he would not have to look at Maria, and perhaps fall under her spell yet again. A local fruit vendor, who had tried to sell her rotted lemons, for which she had refused to pay. John Hathorne was the one who said she should not be kept in her nightdress, and in truth, many of the wives in town had complained. There were scabs on her wrists from the rubbing of the metal against flesh. Lydia Colson managed to sneak her another small bottle of ink, and all night she attended to the blue journal. "Wherever you are," she wrote to her daughter, "I did not wish to leave you." She was guilty, proven so by spectral evidence, rumor, and gossip that could not be proved, only believed, based on nothing more than a random bite mark or a black crow feather or a man who swore she had come to him in his dreams. They intended to test her by water. If she was a witch, she would float. If she was a woman, she would drown. Either way, she was likely to die. They fitted her with a pair of heavy black boots filled with stones that would sink any normal woman, and she was made to wear a white garment with pockets in which she could carry more stones. She was so weighed down she could not walk, and had to be carried to the chair she was then tied to. They were at the lake that had no bottom, with its weedy shore and dark water. Maria gazed at the green leaves on the trees, wondering if they would be the last beautiful things on earth that she would ever see. She recited her daughter's name, her mother's name, and Hannah's name. None of the names were said aloud, but her lips moved quickly in a silent chant. Certain people in the crowd swore she was calling down an incantation, and that all of Salem would pay a price for what they did on this day, when there were damselflies drifting over the black water, when the sun was strong, when those who had doubts did not dare to come forward, lest they be accused of giving aid and solace to a witch. They carried her chair into the water, though the men who did so quaked with fear, for they all believed there was a monster in the lake. Still they went deeper, convinced that the devil might appear before them if they called him by his name. They were up to their ankles, then up to their knees, then they pushed the chair out into the water, the bottomless depths, where stray lilies floated, creamy white blooms on pads whose tendrils reached toward shore, wrapping slimy strands around the men's legs, so that it seemed they might be pulled down as well until they charged backwards. In the middle of the lake, the chair began to sink. The stones carried Maria down, for no witch could float when she was so weighted with rocks. For Maria, the whole world turned green, the green leaves of the trees above her, and the green water rising over her. She wished for one thing, and one thing alone, to see her daughter. And yet she was grateful that Faith was not there, and would not have to see her own mother murdered. Once you witness such brutality, it can never be unseen. It changes who you are and takes your childhood from you. It had happened to Maria when she stood on a hillside and watched Hannah's house burn. For hours she had cried, but the smoke had turned her tears black, and she realized that her weeping would never bring back what she had lost. From under the water, Maria could spy the men on the grassy bank of the lake in their black coats. She viewed them as though they were the ones dissolving before her eyes. Fish floated by, small, bright silver shadows. She would have no choice but to give up. It was impossible to fight the strength of water. When the serpent came to her, she felt it before she saw it, winding its way past her legs. It was not scaly but smooth, reminiscent of the cover of her grimoire. The creature had adapted to this lake, eating frogs and leeches, but it had also been fed crusts of bread from Faith's hands, and so it had been tamed. A creature that knows kindness can repay such deeds. The serpent swam beneath the chair, lifting it up through the green bubbles. On the banks the men blinked and stepped back when they saw the chair rising and moving toward the shallow water. Riding there like a queen tied to her throne was Maria Owens, nearly naked in her wet garment. She looked like an angel, but this was clearly the devil's work, for it went against nature. A woman tied to a chair must drown, and this was not the case. Maria spat out water. The ropes had slid from her, and she stood with her feet in the mud. There were women in the crowd who fainted straight away at the sight of her, now safely on the shore, and men who sank to their knees. Maria walked past the water lilies in the shallows, then went through the weeds that were as tall as a man. Beasts could be humane, and men could be devils, Hannah had told her. Beware of those in power, of kings and judges, and men who think they own you. If Maria hadn't been wearing iron cuffs, she would have caused the grass the magistrates stood upon to burn beneath their boots. But her natural talents were blocked by iron. She could not resist when they grabbed her and covered her in sackcloth, so she could not work her evil upon them. They turned the fact that she had not drowned against her, declaring that she had given them all the proof they needed. She was a creature who couldn't be drowned, who called monsters and beasts to her, and brought forth all the most foul urges in men. What they had in their grasp was a witch. By living, she had proven that she was an emissary from the dark and invisible world. Maria Owens sat in jail knowing her fate. She saw the hanging to come in the palm of her left hand, the fortune she'd made by coming to Salem. When Lydia Colson brought her supper, Maria was unable to eat. Not because the bread was hard and the stew cold, but because all she could think about was her daughter. "I found her for you," Lydia whispered. She had her granddaughter stand guard to ensure the constable wouldn't overhear. Maria looked at her blankly. "I went to Martha Chase. I've told her you've asked to see the child." Maria was overcome with gratitude, but Lydia shook her head, for the visit hadn't gone well. She refused. "A jail is no place for a child," she said, "and I had no business doing your bidding." She looked at me in a way that frightened me, as if she suspected me of some foul deed, when all I did was bring a message to her. "And what of you?" she said to me, right in front of my Elizabeth. "Are you certain the devil himself hasn't sent you here?" Faith was kept inside the house during this conversation, but afterward Lydia had spied the child looking out the window before a hand drew her away. "Go back," Maria pleaded. "Ask again if she'll bring my girl here. I'll pay any price." "I dare not go. That woman said she would report me as your accomplice if I returned. She would write to the magistrates if she had to, as she did to call their attention to you." That was how Maria learned that Martha had implicated her for her own satisfaction. She'd been a fool to trust her, that simple woman who cherished her neighbors and her town. Some people can lie while they look at you, and manage to hide their falseness. It's a form of witchery to be so disloyal, a terrible talent that is both rare and despicable. "Surely they won't believe her lies. They'll see she's stolen my daughter." "You're a stranger here," Lydia said. "I've lived here all my life, and I know that people see what they wish to believe." "We're all strangers if they should decide for us to be so," Maria responded. "They can turn on anyone if it benefits them." She then asked if Lydia would keep an eye on Faith, from a distance if necessary, to make certain she wasn't being mistreated. "I would do the same for you if you needed me. Someday I'll pay you what I owe you." Though the child was only 8, Elizabeth Colson vowed she would try to watch over Faith. And because of this her grandmother relented, and said she too would try to see to the girl's well-being as best she could. That night Maria dreamed of her daughter, for although iron cuffs did away with the sight, they couldn't prevent dreams. In Martha Chase's house, where the raspberry bushes hid against the windows, and rabbits gathered in the yard, Faith Owens dreamed the same dream. She heard her mother tell her that when you were loved by someone, you never lost them, no matter what might happen next. Despite the curse, despite the losses you might endure, she knew now that love was the only thing that lasted. It was inside you and with you for all eternity. The day drew near. It was spring and the world was green, but in jail the earthen floor and walls were cold. Maria heard the beetle calling, the same one Hannah had searched for in her cottage, the warning sign of a death to come. Maria covered her ears with her hands, yet heard it still. She closed her eyes and tried to dream even in the daylight hours, for it was her only escape from this dank and terrible place. In her dream, snow was falling, with huge flakes dashing against her cheeks and eyelashes. When she opened her eyes and gazed out the window, there appeared to be white flakes, though the morning was warm and fine. Maria went to the window and reached her hands through the bars as far as her cuffs would allow, so she might collect the snow and let it melt and drink what was left. It was then she discovered it wasn't snow that fell, but large creamy petals. She wondered how this had come to be, and if indeed it was a miracle. And then she saw a face she recognized, and dark eyes staring at her. The man who couldn't stop talking had come to Essex County to bring her a flowering tree belonging to an ancient genus, 20 million years old, existing before there were bees, so that it was pollinated by beetles. This one had come all the way from the Martinique, where people referred to it as a tulip tree or a sweet bay. It was said that the original flowers on Earth were much like those on this tree, with white leathery petals and tough waxy leaves, impervious to the work of beetles or ants. On the island the Carib people called Madinina, Island of Flowers, Samuel Diaz had met a man who told him of a sort of tree people swore could make a woman fall in love if she stood beneath its boughs. Perhaps if he brought Maria Owens this tree, it would open her heart, for he was already convinced that he belonged to her, and that he had ever since she had saved his life. He'd hired 2 men to take him into the hills, and when he saw the tulip tree, he sat down and wept, which had shocked the native people who accompanied him. They lowered their eyes as they dug up the roots, and refused to take the coins he offered. Clearly he was a man who'd been cursed, and loved in a way that was too strong for most men. By the time Diaz arrived in Salem, he had been traveling with the tree that would someday be called a magnolia, after the French botanist who would classify it. For so long he had grown fond of it, and had begun to talk to it, telling it stories of other trees. His mother had once told him about a man who loved a woman, but couldn't tell her so, for when he tried to express himself, his words got stuck in his throat. He brought a tree to his beloved, and when it bloomed, she understood what was in his heart. Perhaps his mother's advice had been given to him to use when he needed it most, and he needed it now. After leaving the Queen Esther in Boston, he'd found a horse and a cart and traveled here to Essex County. He'd gone through the green fields and dark forests filled with birds that called with songs he'd never heard before. He preferred light and heat, and what he'd seen of the city of Salem already caused him to loathe the place. He'd had several offers for his miraculous tree, the likes of which had never been seen in Massachusetts. But he turned each proposal down and hurried on. He had no interest in these people dressed in gray with their pale faces and their pale eyes. His father had given him 1 week away from the ship to complete his mad plan of winning Maria with the gift of a tree. It was obvious to Abraham that his son was in love, but not so clear that his attentions would be reciprocated. The notion of dragging a tree around the Massachusetts Bay colony seemed unnecessary, especially for a man who knew how to get what he wanted simply by talking. "Just tell her how you feel," Abraham Diaz had suggested, though he knew how hard it was to dissuade Samuel once he had an idea in mind. "The tree will tell her. Samuel said. As soon as they'd arrived in Boston, large buds had appeared on the branches, which had drawn a crowd. Diaz had shrouded the tree in muslin to ensure that no one would attempt to steal it. Now, here in Salem, he had walked the cobbled streets, asking people if they knew Maria Owens. But no one could help him, and most eyed him with suspicion. When he came to the store, Anne Hatch quickly said she knew nothing of the woman he asked for. This dark-skinned man was a stranger who wore gold studs in his earlobes and clearly belonged at sea. "You should be on your way," Anne said. "There's no one here by that name." Samuel Diaz knew a lie when he heard one. It sounded soft, but it was sharp when it landed on the counter between them, a wasp made of words. He waited until Anne left for the day, then followed her home and stood outside her door. Hours passed and he was still there with his cart and horse and his tree. At last he decided there was only one way to win this woman over to his side. He drew the muslin from the branches, and there was the magnolia, glorious even though it had not yet flowered. As far as he could tell, it was hours away from blooming, and he had no time to waste. Standing at her window, Anne was enchanted to see the buds that would soon be opening into white stars. Perhaps the magnolia spoke to her, and if it did, it told her that no man with ill intentions would travel with a large flowering tree. She came outside, bringing Diaz a plate of fricasseed chicken with onions, for which he was grateful. "What do you want with Maria?" Anne asked. "I'm a friend," Samuel said. When the woman gave him a look, for the relationship undoubtedly was more than that, he added, "She saved my life." "If you are a friend and you wish her well, then you won't like what you discover," Anne warned. She directed him to the jail, where he'd sat all night waiting for Maria to come to the window. He could tell the city was a cold and heartless place, one of the worst he'd known. He had seen the women with their heads covered, their eyes downcast. He'd passed by the stocks on the hill and the frame of the gallows built between two linden trees beneath the mottled sky. Diaz wore his black coat, even though it was spring, for he still was affected by breakbone fever, even when he was not in the grips of the disease. He despised cold weather, but here he was in Massachusetts, a place that mystified him, for the righteous in this new country were no different than the inflamed mobs in Spain and Portugal. When Maria saw the snowy flowers, her heart opened to the world she did not wish to leave. And when she spied Samuel Diaz, who had been waiting all night, she heard what the tree told her. Everything that the man who could not stop talking could not bring himself to say. The tree convinced her that he was in love with her. But just then she heard her jailers grab their chains and their keys. It was too late for her to feel anything in return. Maria had saved his life, and now Samuel was meant to save hers. Before the jailers came for her, before they told her the court's decision and allowed her to wash her hands and feet a last time, Samuel Diaz told her the truth of the world as he knew it. They always want to burn a woman who defies the rules. They want to turn lies into the truth. This time they were not so barbaric as to set her on fire. They thought themselves too godly for such pagan practices, and left fire and water to those heedless fools in Europe. They would dole out her punishment in a civilized manner, and hang her at the gallows on the hill at the edge of town where wild purple nightshade flourished. There was already a crowd, and boys and young men had climbed the linden trees for a try at the best view. Diaz thanked the tree for bringing him to Essex County. He felt undone by how badly they had already treated Maria. Her hair had been cropped so hastily she had only patches left. Her beautiful face was so pale and drawn. She was near starved, for she said she could not eat a bite. When she told him her little girl had been taken by a neighbor, who refused to give her back or even allow the child to visit, Maria looked broken. "How can you help me? What will you do?" she asked through the bars. "Will you talk to them until they change their minds just to stop you from talking?" She smiled despite her wretched situation. Yes, he could most assuredly talk, but he intended something quite different. "I can tell you this. You may be hanged, but you will not die." "You know the magic that will accomplish this?" she asked, unbelieving. "Perhaps you speak directly to God?" As they held hands through the bars, Dia spied a black beetle burrowing through the wood of the jail. It made a horrid clacking sound. It was said there was no way to stop this beetle's ticking off the hours of a person's life, but Samuel Diaz had never heard of a death-watch beetle. He went over and stomped on it with his boot, crushing it completely. "What did you do?" Maria said, stunned that she could no longer hear the horrid clacking. "It's a beetle," Samuel shrugged. "I killed it." Such a thing could happen when the fate of the person who was to die shifted. Samuel Diaz could not save his mother or his sisters, but he had learned many lessons since that time. His presence had changed Maria's fate, and death no longer chased after her. "Trust me," Samuel said. And because the beetle was no longer pursuing her, and because this man had carried a tree 1,000 miles for her, she told him that she would. By morning, the magnolia had been planted in Maria's garden. Diaz had worked for hours with a shovel he'd stolen from a farmer's field. There was a light green rain spattering down, and toward the end, he'd been digging through soppy mud, arms and legs streaked black, but at last the job had been completed. He awoke before dawn to find the tree in full bloom, a bower of cream-colored stars on dark, leathery leaves. He heard it speak to him when he leaned his head against the gray trunk. "You were only a boy before. Now you're a man who understands you must take action against the cruelty in the world." Samuel was fortunate to have a sailor's knowledge and skills other men might not have. He had circumvented bad fortune dozens of times, so many that the lines on his left hand were a jumble, all possible fates he had managed to avoid. He wondered if he'd brought the tree to speak not to Maria, but to himself, to give him courage and remind him of who he was, a man ruled by love. Morning was about to break. It was certainly not a day to die, but rather a time to rejoice in the beauty of the world. He rode through the grassy fields in the dark to the hill near town that was deserted, except for the birds waking in the bushes. This is where the gallows had been built. He tied his horse to a tree at the edge of the woods. The grass was damp, and he was still unaccustomed to being on earth rather than at sea. He walked with a rolling gait, as if the ocean was below him rather than the black earth of Essex County. Over one shoulder, he carried a leather satchel that was stained with salt. He had a grin on his face, despite the circumstances. Inside the bag was the one thing that could set Maria Owens free. A woman who went to the gallows must be barefoot. She was to walk through town in iron chains, and then be taken up the hill in a cart drawn by oxen. There were horse pastures on either side, for all the trees had been chopped down, and groves of locusts would be planted here, when at last men realized only fools cut down nearly every tree, except for the few where boys sat in the branches waiting for the gory event to occur. Maria wore a long white shift, and nothing more. She was not allowed the comforts of this world, for she would next be judged in the hereafter, and here on earth she was beyond all help. She had been found guilty of witchery, of conversing with spirits, of evil deeds done for her benefit and the benefit of Satan. The old magistrate came to her and told her to list her sins and repeat her conversations with the devil, and she would not do so. When he made his report to the court, John Hathorne asked for a chance to speak to the witch. He was a learned man from a well-respected family, and so the court agreed. Hathorn stood outside her cell and called for the jailer to leave them alone. "Have you come to free me?" Maria asked. She sat on the floor, for there was no bed, although Lydia Colson had brought her a woolen blanket. "Tell them what they want to hear," John Hathorn said. "Confess you have worked with the devil. I'll help you leave here." "With false gems?" How could it be that he seemed a complete stranger to her? "With silver and a wagon to take you to Boston or New York. I can keep the girl." Maria rose to her feet. She could feel something flicker inside her, despite her iron chains. "I've discussed it with my wife," Hathorn went on. "We've agreed this is the right course. We'll take the child and treat her as if she were our own. She is your own, but you will never have her." He backed off, seeing the fever in Maria's eyes. "Then take her with you when you leave this place, if that's what you wish. Just sign a confession." "I confess that I was a fool and a young girl who knew nothing. But what is your excuse?" "You refuse my help?" "Unlike you, I am not a liar. I have nothing to confess. Not even who the father of my child might be." Hathorn bowed his head and wished the world were a different place, but it was not. There were no turtles in the sea, no courtyard filled with Jamaican apple trees. He stepped outside where the jailer was dozing on a bench. The air was bright and the day was blue. A man had no choice but to live in the world he was granted. "Go forward," Hathorn told the jailer before he walked home to Washington Street, where the black leaves were falling and would continue to fall until not a single one was left. When Maria was marched along the street, Hathorn closed himself into his study. He could not watch her pass by, but Ruth Gardner Hathorn went into the yard and stood at the fence, her hands wrapped around the wooden pickets. She did not know why her eyes were burning when she saw Maria, or why her face was wet with tears. She wished she could walk past the gate, out of the yard and out of her life. Maria was instructed to stare at the ground, but she lifted her eyes to Ruth, who felt a burden of guilt, even though she'd had no voice in all that had happened, and all that was about to transpire. Perhaps it was because they had the same love line in the center of their left hands, one that altered halfway across their palms as their paths diverged. John Hathorn was so chilled to the bone, he went out to stand in the sunlight. It was then he saw his wife there with tears in her eyes. "You must take the child," she said. He had never heard her speak in that tone before. Perhaps the girl was their burden. He nodded and left the garden, but before he went to inform Martha Chase of his decision, he made his way to Gallows Hill. He went to offer Maria grace in her final moments, a prayer book in his hands. For Maria, it had been a long walk to the hillside, and it was meant to be so. Let it be difficult and painful, as the sentence for crimes of witchery must be. The accused feet were to bleed. In her white shift, which was as sheer as her nightdress, she would remain unprotected from brambles and thorns. All the while Maria thought of Faith. "My darling," she thought, "I have written down the lessons you need to know in a blue notebook." She'd told Diaz where the notebook was hidden, in the wall of the jail cell, and also where he would find her grimoire, in the bureau drawer of her cottage, should his plan not work as he intended. "There will be no need for me to do so," he had assured her. "You'll be here to give her those books." "But if," she had said. "Anything you wish," he had assured her. Maria had little faith in this world, where every woman must behave. She had grown up without a mother, and now Faith would likely do the same. She trusted that Martha would keep Faith inside today, and close the shutters. and that when she spoke of Maria, she would say at least that she had loved her daughter, and that when Samuel Diaz came to the door, she would unlock it, for he had agreed to take Faith and raise her as his own if need be, and show her that there were other worlds far across the sea. There were swifts in the air as they crossed the pasture where Caden had been murdered. Maria concentrated on the blades of grass and the warmth of the sun on her shoulders. When they came to the hill, there was a crowd assembled, not a raucous, wild gathering, but a solemn throng, as if they were attending a church service, and in fact there were those who held hymnals. The constables acted as the gallows men. The older one had overseen a hanging, but the young one, named Ellery, had not, and he had been sick all morning, and had come to the gallows late, and had rushed to prepare. The frame was a simple hanging construction, hastily built for the event. There were not even stairs leading up to the platform. Maria was lifted up by the jailer, who wore heavy gloves so he would not have to touch her and risk becoming bewitched, for to look at her was said to be dangerous. Risk or not, people couldn't take their eyes off Maria Owens. Most of the women who had come to her for help stayed home, refusing to attend the hanging. Some feared they would somehow be implicated. Others could not abide such a terrible wrongdoing. Still others, the most grateful among them, were in attendance. Anne Hatch was there, doing her best not to cry, losing her faith on this day, not in God but in mankind, and in those who sat in judgment and saw evil where there was none. It was a fine day, of the sort when it was possible to forget the snows of winter, for the world was fresh and green. Maria was asked if she wished her eyes to be covered, but she waved the blindfold away. She remembered that when she had looked in her black mirror, she had not seen her fate conclude at the end of a rope. The magistrates had gathered to watch their will be done. The air was so still the cries of the swifts echoed, and a mass of swooping crows called to each other, gathering as they were known to do when one of their kind was threatened. If it was Maria's fate to live, she wished to make sure everyone in attendance knew it. She waved the hangman away, so that she might speak. "If I do not die, am I then innocent, and allowed to go free?" she asked the magistrates. She looked so young with her hair cropped short, there in the billowing white shift. "Sister, you would," the first magistrate said, "but that is unlikely." As they placed the rope around her throat, Maria gazed at the tree line. She saw the white horse tied to a tree, and she thought about the day her father came for her mother, and the look of joy on Rebecca's face. That was the moment Maria had decided she would never fall in love. That was her mistake. After the noose was looped around her throat, the constables unlocked the iron cuffs. Maria once more felt the stirring of the heat of her bloodline, carried from mother to daughter for as long as time had existed. She saw John Hathorne among the crowd, and she couldn't stop herself. She cried out a curse that opened the skies, and a squall arose, a drenching rain that would flood every farm and every house. The man who had brought her to Essex County stood in the field and nearly drowned as he gulped down rain. She would protect herself and her daughters and all the daughters who might follow from any such betrayals in the future. To any man who ever loves an Owens, let this curse befall you. Let your fate lead to disaster. Let you be broken in body and soul. And may it be that you never recover. Had anyone bothered to look at the magistrate, they would have seen he was chalk white and shaking, even though he was still the same strong man he'd been when he'd come to Gallows Hill. If he had looked at the palm of his hand, he could have read the truth. His fate had changed on this day. He thought to run, but could not move. He could not stop watching her. Maria leapt from the platform, the rope around her throat. The rain stopped as suddenly as it had begun. and there was silence as the trees dropped their leaves. The crowd drew a breath, expecting to view the horrible contortions of a hanged person who dangled in the air, but instead, the line of rope broke. It snapped in two, and Maria landed with her feet in the mud, the rope still around her neck, as alive as anyone, as alive as she'd ever been. People began to run away. They dashed through the muck in the field, hauling the startled children they'd brought to witness the hanging. Men who'd previously thought they were brave were afraid to turn back, for they remembered that an individual who looks back on evil may be turned into a pillar of salt. There were those who saw the horse approach, and the stranger who took Maria's hand to pull her up to ride behind him. Later, some people said it was the devil who'd been waiting for her, and that they had been tested and had failed. But there were others who said God always grants a pardon to those who are blameless, and the fact that Maria couldn't be killed was proof of her innocence. Those who ridiculed the nameless art began to doubt that courts and laws could control magic. There was no need for them to know that Samuel Diaz had replaced the constable's original rope early that morning with one he'd used at sea, an old length rotted through by salt and exposure to the weather. He'd used it to tie up the magnolia tree, and when the rope split, he grew convinced that the tree had saved Maria. When spring came to Essex County years later, the magnolia would bloom on the same day every year, a miracle and a joy to all who saw the white flowers blossom, the glory of the world. They rode to Martha Chase's house, where the chimney was falling down and the windows were shuttered. There was no sign of life. Maria felt a wave of darkness as they approached, which hit her like the heat from an oven. Her child was her heart, and now she was hollow. When she pushed open the door, she saw that jars of raspberry jam had been left to cool on the table, and the place smelled sticky sweet. There was the small pallet where Faith had slept. Everything else was gone. They had left in a hurry. Maria went into the garden. Samuel tried to comfort her, but she could find no comfort here. Then she heard a moaning from a storm cellar where Martha Chase stored her provisions and jars of jam. Samuel came to help unbolt the lock and then open the heavy wooden doors. When they peered into the dark, there was the wolf, Keeper, chained to the wall, his ribs showing, starved and abandoned. Made vicious by his ill treatment, he growled when he spied a human form. Samuel put a hand on Maria's arm as she went forward. "That's a dangerous animal," he said, concerned. "Every mistreated creature is dangerous," she replied. She ran down the rotted wooden steps into the dark and let the wolf off his chain. He only glanced at her with his silver eyes before he lurched past her and ran up the steps and into the house in a mad search for Faith. When he found she wasn't there, he lay down beside the pallet where she had slept, exhausted and hoarse from weeks of howling. Martha had duped him, tricking him into the cellar by tossing Faith's clothes down the stairs. She'd then thrown a chain around his neck, attached to the mud-caked wall. Whenever Faith had heard howling, Martha had said it was the wind. And she'd vowed that the wind here always sounded like crying, and it was best to ignore it. They went through the woods, the wolf following at a distance. At the lake, Maria stripped off the white shift she had worn for weeks. Diaz could not take his eyes off her, so he didn't try. He gave her his coat to wear once she had bathed, then spoke to her in Portuguese. "We'll look through every house in this damn county." But the sight had returned to Maria, and she could see and feel what an ordinary woman could not. She knew her daughter would not be found in Massachusetts. The green rain she had called down upon the people of Salem had also washed away any trail that might have been left, making it impossible for the wolf to track Faith. Keeper knew it as well. The girl was gone. They spent the night at the cabin, with Diaz setting up his hammock on the porch. When she couldn't get any rest, Maria came to lie beside him. "What made you come here now?" she asked. "The tree." They could see the magnolia, the blooms like white stars. He had come here to let the tree speak for him. His heart was hitting against his chest, and he hoped Maria couldn't feel its ragged rhythm, despite the curse she had called down from the gallows. He, a man who could talk to anyone in 6 languages, was now tongue-tied in her presence. If he could speak, he would say the magnolia was his heart, given to her to do with it as she wished. When Maria awoke in the dark of morning, she found that Samuel had gone to the harbor and returned with news. Martha had paid for 2 passages to New York. She'd had a red-haired girl with her. Maria threw her arms around him, as she had when he was so near death. She thought he didn't know how close he'd come to the end. But he'd always known. Just as he knew that she would ask him to take her to New York Harbor, and that he would agree. "You will not find New York to be like any other place," he warned her. "You can go there as one person and become someone else entirely." Searching a city of nearly 5,000 people would be all but impossible. It was easy to disappear in New York. It was here that men who wished to avoid their marriages vanished without a trace. Women who yearned for a world where there were no rules settled in. Sailors who jumped ship found that no sheriff could find them. And Dutchmen went off into the wild land beyond the wall that marked the limits of the city, and were soon forgotten. Before they left, Maria went inside her cabin one last time. She'd been barefoot, and now she pulled on the red boots her mother had bought in the first Essex County. She took the blue blanket and the poppet Samuel had made for Faith, and packed them along with the grimoire and the black mirror. She peered into the glass before she stored the mirror, but didn't recognize herself. Maria was more magic than mortal. But even a witch can be changed by sorrow. Nothing would ever be the same, but Hannah had taught her that there were times, rare as they were, when what was done could be undone. Part 3. Divination. 1686. 1.